The story begins in a rural village. As nightfall approached, the people on the streets were advised to head home quickly. The place had not been peaceful recently. A man warned the villagers, light the incense and close your doors properly. Keep the old black snake out of your house. A rumor about the old black snake had been circulating. It was said that the snake had devoured 2 people at the mountain god temple a few days ago. One of those victims had been a cultivator. The man he spoke to replied, I haven't heard about the snake eating anyone, but I have heard that chickens and ducks have been disappearing from the village lately. A child suggested to his father we should bring the chickens inside the house too. He knew it would be smelly, but he thought it was better than losing the chickens. The father agreed, it's better than losing them to the old black snake. They hurried to return home. As they passed by other houses, the father complained, these houses feel so chilly. Little did they know something was lurking inside an abandoned house nearby. A snake began to hiss. It knew the old black snake they spoke of was him, but he refused to acknowledge that he was old. He didn't think of himself as scary either. He had heard the rumors about the 2 people from a few days ago, and indeed, he had devoured them. A man yelled for help. He was called the human-shaped pill and was told that he must pay for his life, especially after he'd fattened up from the medicinal herbs. The man cried and begged for mercy since he didn't want to be eaten. He kept praying to the mountain god to help him. Back then, the snake couldn't understand what they were saying, but the man looked really miserable. So the snake decided to end his suffering and ate the man, and then another person came in. The old man felt bad seeing his human-shaped pill that way. The snake perceived the old man as pitiful and miserable. The old man pointed to the person being devoured, explaining that it was his human-shaped pill, something he had spent 10 years refining. He demanded that the man be returned. Because the snake wanted to end the old man's suffering too, he decided to reunite them. But the snake didn't expect what would happen next. He suddenly had a breakthrough. Not only did he develop a demon core, but he also awakened intelligence. From then on, he learned a lot of dangerous and scary things that he hadn't known before. One thing the snake learned was that the black-clad humans who had chased him before were called snake catchers. They all were cultivators from the snake catcher sect. The snake once witnessed them encircling an enormous reticulated python. He realized that those human cultivators were really strong. The snake learned that cultivators can keep increasing their strength as they cultivate. They started from the refinement stage to the foundation establishment stage, then the core formation stage, and even the nascent soul stage. The snake knew that his previous escapes were due to luck. He realized that humans were scary, but cultivators were terrifying. It wasn't easy for the snake to awaken his intelligence, and that motivated him to survive. Because of that, the snake realized that hunting raptors and humans carried too many risks. Stealing poultry was the safer option. The snake's tummy growled. He was getting hungry again. Not only did a couple of chickens and ducks no longer fill him, they were also getting harder to steal. The snake heard that the Chen clan's village had many rich people who raised pigs. He decided to steal from there instead. The snake noticed that humans liked to name themselves. He didn't like it when they kept calling him an old snake, especially when he wasn't that old. The snake decided his name would be Snaky. Later that night, in Chen clan's village, Snaky crept into the pig pen. The pigs were all unaware. Upon seeing the fat pig, Snaky knew it would be enough to fill his stomach. He inspected his surroundings and assumed the humans who raised the pigs had already gone to bed. Without hesitation, Snaky devoured the pig. The other pigs woke up, making loud noises and running away. Snaky wanted them to stop screaming, fearing that if they attracted attention, it could get him killed. He targeted another pig and devoured it. Full and content, Snaky lay back. It was only then that he realized he'd eaten too much. He decided to sleep, knowing there was still time before the humans began their day. This would give him time to digest before leaving. 2 hours later, a man screamed that a brat had stolen his woman. Someone suggested the man stop hitting Shen Fan, since it seemed the guy had stopped breathing. But the man didn't care. The brat had dared to steal Master Chu's woman. They made their way to the pig pen. Snaky woke up and saw them approaching. To Snaky, humans were scary. He decided to hide. The man decided to throw the brat into the pig pen. Snaky hid behind the planks on the ceiling, hoping that the humans wouldn't notice him. The man informed his big brother that the brat was no longer breathing. The man replied, it's good that the brat is dead. His corpse will be fodder for the pigs. They left the pig pen, complaining about the stinky smell. One of them also noticed that the number of pigs had decreased. Snaky peed. The pigs approached the body. Snaky had heard that a dead human was bad luck, so he decided to leave quickly. To his surprise, the human's eyes suddenly opened, bloodshot and wide. Snaky was startled to see the man come back to life. He wondered if the man was just pretending to be dead. The man began laughing loudly, saying, I, an immortal, have finally possessed someone and reincarnated. Coincidentally, the name of the body's owner and his own name were the same, Shen Fan. The immortal soul that had transferred into the body scoffed, commenting the previous owner of this body was trash. his engagement was called off and his core was destroyed. But now this immortal soul has inherited the body. Decided to get revenge for the poor man, Snaky wondered who that man was talking to. The immortal soul inspected the body and uttered that it was heavily injured. If it wasn't possessed by him, the body would have died, but the injuries aren't a problem for him. Snaky knew staying any longer would be bad for him. The man turned around and saw Snaky. He realized that it was a spiritual beast. Snaky panicked internally, knowing he's now been discovered. He worried that the man was a high-level cultivator or worse. He focused, circulating his energy to heal and released his spiritual energy to scare the snake away. While doing so, an item appeared. This man didn't expect that the supreme treasure of the demon clan, the divine demon cauldron, would also reincarnate with his divine sense. While speaking to nobody, he uttered, "The ancient dragon of the void was mistaken." Snaky thought that this man, a snake catcher, had started casting spells to kill him. He assumed it must be because he had devoured 2 pigs. Snaky overthought the situation, not wanting to die yet. He wondered if he should just return the pigs, but he was almost finished digesting them. The man continued his spell while Snaky panicked further. Snaky felt cornered, and that's why he opened his mouth wide as the man approached. Snaky kept thinking that he was forced into doing this. The man was surprised to find that half of his body was already inside the snake's mouth. Snaky gulped him down. He felt a strange satisfaction, but he couldn't relax just yet. He crawled as fast as he could. This place was no longer safe. The man was still alive inside the belly. He was annoyed that a lowly first-level spiritual beast had ambushed him. He told the snake, "I gave you a chance, but instead of running away, you devoured me." The man gathered strength and added, "You just invited your doom." With that, the man unleashed his skill. Fury, boundless ocean. He delivered a powerful punch. Snaky felt it. The man continued to punch its gut. Snaky was surprised that the man wasn't dead yet and that he could still cast spells inside his stomach. The pain from the man's strikes was intense, but Snaky willed himself to stay calm. Eventually, the man found the snake's demon core. There's a demonic core protective shield, the man thought. He believed that the snake was acting cocky because of it. But in reality, for Snaky, it was a lifeline. The man gripped it tightly, causing cracks to form. Snaky coughed up blood, writhing in pain. Experiencing this kind of agony, Snaky couldn't help but think how scary snake catchers were. The pain was so intense that Snaky wondered if it was the end for him. He could no longer move. Frustrated, Snaky thought back to all the effort he had put into condensing his demon core to the point of awakening his intelligence. He shed a tear, regret flooding his mind as he wallowed in his decision to go into that place and steal from the filthy pigs. Meanwhile, the man continued to munch on the insides of the snake. He was delighted to eat the meat of the snake, nourishing himself with each bite. To his surprise, the divine demonic cauldron appeared. It moved away from him, so he chased after it. But retrieving it proved difficult. Suddenly, the space became blindingly bright. A yellow mist started to form something. As it dissipated, it revealed the menacing face of a dragon. The man assumed that this was the result of the divine demonic cauldron absorbing the beast's demon core fragments. He couldn't believe that the demonic cauldron was helping that beast. It dawned on him that the snake wasn't just an ordinary spiritual snake. The demonic cauldron made a ding sound, causing the dragon to roar loudly. The man was enveloped by a beam of light. The light came from the snake's mouth and eyes, burning him. The pain made Snaky writhe. The man's skin was being scorched. He couldn't accept it. After all, he was an immortal. Eventually, nothing remained of him. The sun rose, and the birds chirped. We could see that Snaky's body had been torn apart. But then, one pig started trembling in fear. Something was crawling again. It was none other than Snaky. He was alive, shedding tears over the loss of his demon core. He lay in a puddle, and the water reflected the dragon from the demonic cauldron. The next day, we saw the pigs biting the snake's tail. It was as if they were having a feast. One pig chomped down on the tail. To its surprise, the tail moved, throwing the pig into the air. Snaky rose, telling the pig to stop biting his tail. He vowed to devour all the pigs later. The pigs ran away as fast as they could. Snaky's tail quivered. It ate, which made Snaky annoyed with the pigs, but he was also confused as to why he was still alive. He then remembered that his demon core had been shattered by the person it had consumed. The demon core was the foundation of cultivation for every demonic beast. Snaky wondered how he was going to cultivate without his demon core. He cried, assuming he was completely done for. But then, he started to realize something. He was still alive despite his demon core being shattered. He wondered how that was possible. A thought suddenly dawned on him. He remembered the divine demonic cauldron mentioned by that human. He was confused as to why it was sitting there in place of his demon core. Couldn't ever place the demon core and saved his life. Now he could see the insides of his body. It wasn't just his body. He could see the insides of the pigs too. His theory was that this was one of the divine sense cultivations. He was pleased to realize that he now had the skill of cultivators. He could even see when his eyes were closed. With that, hunting for food and evading beasts and humans had just become a lot easier, had become much more convenient. But he noticed that there's more. His brain was bombarded with more information. It was the cultivation technique of the man he had devoured. Snaky felt his head itch, a sign that his brain was growing. Although he didn't know what use it had, he was certain that it must be able to heal injury. He decided to imitate the person's technique to channel his energy. He tried to recall the chant of the man, but he settled on channeling his demon core naturally. He focused on his demon core and felt a sensation. It was as if the aura of his surroundings was slowly gathering around him. A few moments later, his tail began healing. He was amazed by how it happened. He took a few deep breaths, and the spiritual energy filled the inside of his body. His body felt refreshed as if he had eaten spiritual herbs. The technique's primary usage must be for increasing cultivation, and the ability to heal was likely an additional effect. His demon core had shattered by right. He shouldn't be able to store spiritual energy. This made him think that the cauldron had become part of his new demon core. He didn't think much about it and set off to find a place to sleep for a few days. He made a mental note that a random young man was that strong, so he shouldn't mess with humans in the future. But before he left, Snaky's eyes began to glow. He remembered to target the pigs. He reasoned that if he was going to cultivate, he should fill his stomach first. Later that day, at a river, after swallowing the human-shaped pill and gaining enlightenment, Snaky's brain was often flooded with new knowledge. After swallowing Shen Fan, that feeling became even stronger. A few mornings later, Snaky suddenly understood the cultivation system of humans. It turned out that demonic beast cultivation was similar to human cultivation methods. It was divided into numerous cultivation realms. These included the spiritual awakening realm, foundation establishment realm, and demon core. He decided to put in more effort. He should be able to hunt bigger prey. Now Snaky was certain that the cauldron had become his new demon core. He had a feeling that once the spiritual energy inside the cauldron was full, he would be able to break through. The consumption for cultivation was enormous, though, although that technique allowed him to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Merely absorbing spiritual energy is not enough. It is impossible for cultivators and demonic beasts to live without food. If Snaky wants to break through, he will need a lot of energy and blood to replenish. That means a lot of food. Later that night, he saw a boar in the field, happily eating a watermelon. It was a large beast and quite dangerous. According to the cultivation system, Snaky was at the peak of the first level of spiritual awareness. The boar, however, had no intelligence, and its level was below Snaky's. This meant that as long as Snaky was prepared, he could easily fill his stomach. He held a stone in his mouth, thinking it would be enough to kill the boar. He crept up behind it, but then he stopped midway. The boar had already spotted him, glaring with menacing eyes. All he could do was sarcastically ask, "Is the watermelon ripe?" But Snaky's alibi didn't work. The boar roared loudly in response. Snaky, frightened, ran fast. The boar chased after him. Eventually, Snaky reached a dead end. He knew he couldn't run any further. It was time to use all his power. If he didn't, he was done for. As a way of fighting back, he threw stones at the boar. His plan was to hit the boar first. The impact of the stone hitting the boar made it bleed, and it dropped dead. Snaky was dumbfounded. He was so surprised that it only took a few stones for the boar to die. He couldn't believe that he was that strong. Since he thought the boar was smart enough to fake death, he assumed it was just plain dead, so Snaky threw more stones at it. After some time, he was finally convinced that the boar was completely dead. This dude even thought that he almost got countered by the boar, even though he had really killed it earlier. He approached it, thinking he needed to prevent the boar from acting dead. He decided to deal with it by pulling its leg. To be really sure, he dismembered its body parts. Snaky finally felt assured, and he proceeded to eat it. But something stopped him from chewing along the way. He vomited because the boar had something hard inside it. Then he saw it, a demon core. He realized that this wasn't just a normal boar. He felt scared now that he knew was a demonic boar. It was said that the demon core contained explosive energy, so he couldn't swallow it raw. Otherwise, he might explode to death. If he wants to absorb it, he needs to make it into pills. But he doesn't know how to make pills. In the wild, demonic beasts swallow the corpse and demon core together. He thought about it. If beasts exploded upon swallowing the demon core raw, it would mean that the demonic beasts would have gone extinct long ago. Then he realized that his knowledge in his brain was all focused on humans. The physiques of humans and demonic beasts are different. He should be able to eat it without worry. He opened his mouth wide and ate the core. He complained that it was hard to swallow. Afterwards, he felt heat in his stomach. It was because the divine demonic cauldron inside his body was absorbing the power of the demon core. The demon core's power filled the cauldron. He felt a sensation in his body. It was the feeling of breaking through. A few moments later, his body shone. Snaky had reached the second level of the spiritual awareness realm. He was so happy. He noticed that 2 scales on his tail had turned gold. He smashed a rock with his tail, thrilled by how amazing it felt. The scale was as strong as steel. He crawled on the grass when he noticed something. A human was before him. What's more, it was a young man. Our MC started to panic in the watermelon field. Snaky came across a boy holding a fork. He wondered what this boy was trying to do, but judging from the boy's stance, it looked like he was preparing to attack. Snaky wondered if this person was also a cultivator or maybe someone like Chenfen. He sensed danger, so he quickly moved his body, pushing the fork away. It shattered into pieces. Then, Snaky crawled as fast as he could to get away, especially since there was a chance the boy's companion would show up. Snaky was truly terrified. The boy was puzzled at first until he realized something. He immediately returned home and reported to his dad. The old black snake devoured the demon pig that killed my mom, he said, but the snake got scared of me, so it ran away. Meanwhile, Snaky made his way into the forest. He was relieved that the boy didn't follow him. He found it strange at first until he realized the boy could just be a normal human. Snaky pouted. I'm such a coward, he muttered to himself. He wondered if he was delusional or maybe fearful of young men, which made him disappointed in himself, especially since he was a demon determined to become a primordial beast. He didn't want to continue being that way. Since he had already arrived at the mountain god temple, he decided to go inside and pray, like the humans did. Having obtained his intelligence there, it could be his land of fortune. It was already late at night. Snaky had heard before that having inner demons was a major taboo in cultivation. To overcome one's inner demon, one had to be sincere. Then Snaky smelled something nice. It was the offerings on the altar, a whole roasted chicken, apples, peaches. It made him drool. He immediately jumped onto the table, justifying that the mountain god wouldn't want to let the food go to waste. He assumed that if he helped the mountain god eat the food before praying, it would show his sincerity. Snaky finished his meal with a loud burp. With 3 sticks held by his tail, he proceeded to pray to the mountain god, asking for protection and help to overcome his inner demon so he could cultivate successfully. He sincerely prayed for a blessing to stay alive properly. When suddenly he was interrupted by a loud laugh. A man asked the little miss, "Where are you trying to run?" The girl screamed for help. Snaky felt annoyed that there were humans again. A woman ran inside the temple, while the man could be heard telling his disciples, "Wait for me outside while I can go in and have some fun." Snaky hid and observed. He judged the woman to be an idiot for running into a dead end. The mountain temple had a single entrance. Because of that, it was impossible for Snaky to escape without being discovered. He decided to wait and see. The man called himself Master Chu and told the girl, "There's no woman that refuses me when I set my eyes on her." The woman trembled as she held out a knife. She yelled at the man, "Don't come near me." Master Chu told her, "Think twice before you act. Otherwise, I'll make your life worse than death." The woman threatened, "Even if I can't kill you, I can kill myself and you won't get anything." The name Master Chu sounded familiar to Snaky. He remembered the incident in the pig-pen. He was the man who threw Shen Fan into the pigsty. Snaky assumed that this man was an expert since he had beaten Shen Fan half to death. That made Snaky careful not to be discovered. Seeing him grab the woman and cover her mouth, Snaky wondered if he was in heat. It made him think that humans are weird since they can go into heat anytime, unlike him, who only goes into heat during spring. The woman was being forcefully undressed. As Snaky watched, it made him wonder which part of that weak body had attracted Master Q. Snaky felt embarrassed. To him, if the woman was left in the mountain, she'd be devoured immediately. Master Kui grabbed the knife while scolding the woman for daring to kill herself and acting arrogantly by threatening him. He told her that he would take advantage of her before killing her. Snaky commented that Master Q was muscular, but he was an idiot. The woman was angry at Chu Gang for forcing her to break off her engagement, killing her lover, Chen Fan, and now trying to harass her. She vowed that she wouldn't let him be at peace, even if she became a ghost. Snaky watched them while munching on the snack held by the hand of the statue of the mountain god. He commented that if killing isn't for food, then it's not necessary. He prayed for the mountain god to protect him and make them go away immediately after they were done. But Snaky didn't expect the hand to detach from the body. It fell and shattered on the ground, catching the attention of the 2 humans. Master Q realized that there was someone inside, while the woman thought it was the mountain god. "Who's hiding behind the mountain god?" Q Gang asked, his voice curious. The woman, desperate, ran towards the mountain god, seeking salvation. She felt the mountain god had manifested. Kneeling in front of it, she prayed fervently, hoping to be saved. The look on Snaky's face when he was discovered was hilarious. Immediately, the woman screamed, "There's a demon." Chu Gang froze, still holding the knife in front of him. "Where?" he demanded. The woman turned around, and in the confusion, she was accidentally stabbed with the knife. It pierced her chest. Chu Gang's face turned red. He cursed loudly, turning pale. His men rushed inside. What happened? Did you finish quickly? They asked. You idiots, Chu Gang muttered. There's a demon in the temple. The men looked around, trying to figure out where it had gone. They were frustrated that it had hidden behind the statue and ruined the fun. Chu Gang stood tall, his voice cold as he announced, I am an outer disciple of the Snake Catcher Sect. That made Snaky nervous. Since Snaky wasn't showing himself, Chu Gang instructed his men to take a look. They searched for the snake near the statue. Snaky panicked, thinking he was about to be killed, but rather than waiting for his death, he decided to take a risk and came out bearing his fangs. The men got terrified of the snake demon, but Chu Gang dismissed it, saying, it's not even 7 feet. There's nothing to be afraid of. Chu Gang planned to kill it with one attack after he gathered his energy. If he brought it as a gift, he should be able to officially join the Snake Catcher Sect. He told his men, hold the snake. The Snake Catcher Sect's palm needs time to gather energy. He added, whoever kills it will be rewarded. Snaky judged that the strongest among the three was Master Chu. With that, he planned to kill everyone before Master Chu finished gathering his energy. Only then could he live. He attacked them, and that's when Snaky realized the men were weak. Master Chu trembled in fear. He couldn't believe they had died in the blink of an eye. It made him curious about what kind of monster was in front of him. He ran toward the exit while threatening the snake. On the other hand, Snaky was confused as to why he was running away. Instead of gathering his energy, Chu Gang threatened the snake. He said he would ask his master to make a pill out of that monster. Snaky expected things wouldn't be simple. He knew he couldn't just let Chu Gang run away. Snaky whacked Chu Gang's head with his tail, intending to shatter his brain. Then, Snaky dragged him inside. He felt relieved that Chu Gang had decided to run rather than gathering energy. He was fortunate to have avoided yet another danger. This made Snaky reflect. He had encountered danger because he ate the mountain god's offering. Was the mountain god angry with him? The worry made him think about replacing the offerings. He settled the corpses on the altar. Once they were properly in place, he prayed to the mountain god. He asked not to be blamed and offered the people to him. He assumed that because of this, he had pacified the mountain god's anger. Snaky then interpreted the whole scenario as a message from the mountain god. The message was clear. He needed to hasten his cultivation. Otherwise, he would spend his life hiding. He thanked the mountain god for the message and assured him he would return to the mountain and cultivate right away, even as Snaky left. The statue remained the same, but the sight of fresh fish was tempting. He decided to look at them, but not eat them. Then he convinced himself that it was okay to try one. He was pleased to find it had no taste. So he tried another, then another. He enjoyed how delicious they were. The boy was pleased to see the old black snake enjoying the food. A man suddenly stopped the boy in his tracks. Who is this tall man? The boy wondered. The man barely showed any skin, even his face, hidden under black clothing. The man inquired, have you seen an old black snake recently? Dangling from the man's hip was a tag that read, Snake. The boy recognized him as a member of the Snake Catcher Sect. He wondered if the man was here to catch the old black snake. The man rudely urged the boy to speak. When the boy didn't answer, the man thought he had become mute. Eventually, the boy replied, I've never seen any old black snake. The tall man named Ding frowned. The man behind him muttered that it was futile to ask the boy since he knew nothing. Ding was pissed off. They were distracted by the murder of crows on the cliff. They knocked the boy over as they went to take a look. They entertained the possibility that the old black snake was there. Deep inside, the boy wished for the old black snake not to be found out. All of a sudden, they heard news that the old black snake had devoured someone at the river. Now they had a lead, so those two men went straight to the river. The boy was confused. He had just seen the old black snake eating fish from the nearby area a moment ago. It would be impossible for the old black snake to devour people in the river at the same time. Meanwhile, Snaky was annoyed with the birds because they pecked at him when he accidentally broke a few eggs. He was almost found out by the snake catchers. He was also confused about when he had devoured someone at the river. On top of that, he was curious as to why the boy had said that he didn't see him. He commented, the human world is so complex that it's difficult to understand. But the most important thing at the moment was that the snake catchers had their eyes on him. If he wanted to survive, he couldn't stay in longer. He decided to escape to the other side of the river and hide for a few months. Winter was also coming in 3 months, but he hadn't stored any food yet. It will be harder for him to improve his cultivation during that period. While swimming across the river, he noticed something. It was a gigantic eel-like creature with sharp teeth. He almost got eaten. He didn't expect a demonic beast in the river that looked just like a snake. It must have come from the upper stream. Snaky realized that it must be the one who had devoured a human, and now he was the one taking the fall. Snaky thought that if he used his full strength on its weaker parts, such as the stomach, he would be able to escape. He made up his mind to fight until the end. He chomped down, but was disgusted. The meat was slimy, and there was a strange taste. Suddenly, the meat began to burn, even though it was underwater. Snaky was confused, especially when the surrounding water caught fire as well. He thought it might be an illusion caused by the mucus of the monster eel. Snaky focused, trying to determine if he was actually being burned. Then he remembered Chen Fan's cultivation technique. When facing an illusion, one must focus their mind first. Snaky concentrated all of his energy into a single point of consciousness. Using divine sense, he shattered the illusion. A sense of relief washed over him. But just as the illusion broke, he was confronted by the wide mouth of the eel monster. He closed his eyes, knowing there was no way to avoid it. To his surprise, his tail hit its mouth. The tail had become so sharp that it smoothly sliced through the eel's body. Snaky couldn't believe what had just happened. His tail had split the demonic eel in half. His golden scales were incredibly sharp. If he cultivates until it covers his entire body, he might be invincible. But he knew not to be careless, since there was still an element of luck in the battle. The demonic eel was heavily injured. It must have mistakenly slammed straight into his golden scale. Snaky decided to hide in the mountain and be cautious. He was out of breath, having collected the demonic eel's meat. It should be enough for him to cultivate inside the mountain for a few months. In addition to the demon core, it should be sufficient for him to break through into the third level of the spiritual awareness realm. Snaky also noticed something else, a badge with the word snake at the center. That's when he realized the demonic eel had devoured a snake catcher. He spoke to his fellow demon, even if it was just meat. He stated that it helped him deal with danger, but the evil still tried to hunt him. Therefore, all he could do was follow the law of nature. But I assure you, Snaky said, I'll enjoy you properly and won't let your death be in vain, your demon core included. Snaky devoured it, though he had a hard time swallowing it. He can persist, knowing the snake catcher would arrive soon. He held it in his mouth while dragging the remains, tying them to his tail. Later on, the snake catchers inspected a corpse. They discovered why the demonic eel was able to escape so quickly in the river. They realized that the creature responsible for devouring people in the river was a water demon, not the old black snake. The one who fought the water demon in that area was, in fact, the old black snake. They wondered if they should pursue it. The mountain before them was Iron Bear Mountain. There's a massive bear demon there with a cultivation based at the third level of the spiritual awareness realm, they said. We must not underestimate its strength. The mountain was wide and full of dense forest. They might not be able to find the old black snake, even if it took months. And there was also the risk of encountering the bear demon. The man with Ding inquired, How do you know all of this? Ding explained a few days ago the old black snake devoured a pillmaster from the Astronomical Bureau, along with the human-shaped pill he had nurtured for years. The man asked further, and then it clicked. The medicinal effects of the human-shaped pill must still be in the snake's body, he said, realizing something crucial. He knew that his senior brother had been stuck at the third level of the true refinement realm for years. To encounter such a fortuitous opportunity now was something rare. He suggested that they take the chance secretly. Ding was pleased with the sharpness of this brat, but still, it was just the two of them right now. It would be too dangerous to go into the mountains. He was concerned that they might try going for wool and come back shorn. The junior replied, We have nothing to worry about. In a few months, the mountains will be covered in snow. By then, both the snake demon and the bear will go into hibernation. Then we can go into the mountains and gain what we want. Meanwhile, Snaky felt really warm inside the cave. He decided to hide there for a few months. He was oblivious to the danger that could lead him to be an offering for cultivation. 2 months later, the forest turned white with snow. Snaky sighed. He hadn't expected that breaking through from the second level to the third level of spiritual awareness would be so much harder than when he broke through from the first level to the second. He had refined the demon core, blood, and flesh that he obtained back then. He even continued to cultivate for a few more days, but still hadn't broken through. At least he had made minor accomplishments. 3 more pieces of golden scale had appeared on his tail. The spiritual fog inside the cauldron was also full. He was at least at the peak of the second level now. He just needed an opportunity. Then he'd be able to break through to the third level. It was unfortunate that winter had arrived. Snaky could feel his body getting stiff, and he was left with only a little eel flesh. All he could do now was go into hibernation. He decided to wait until next spring to leave the mountain and hunt food for cultivation. A man walked through the snowy forest. This man was from the snake catcher sect, and he told the people that those who helped them in their search of the mountain would be rewarded with a strain of coins. He told them to stay focused and search properly. A man replied, Sir Taoist, the people of Snake Village are highly skilled in catching snakes. Sir Taoist reiterated, Find it quickly. The villager instructed the dogs, Big Huang and Little Huang, to hurry and find the snake pit. An old villager complained the people from the snake catcher sect are arrogant. A fellow villager responded, Those people have real skills, unlike us. The old man named Lee wanted to make sure that they were also benefiting from the trip. The man agreed. He was delighted to share about his child Xiao Yu, who loved reading books. Back then, the child had cherished a book that someone else had discarded as if it were a treasure. That's why, once they received the string coins, the man planned to bring his child to Teacher Chu's place to study. He knew his child would be so happy, and just imagining that made him really happy as well. The dogs barked loudly. It was a signal that they had found what they were searching for. They reported to Taoist to inspect the hole, since it was most likely the nest of the old black snake. Taoist immediately told them to get away so he could take a look. When Snaky heard that, he cursed. The snake catchers brought someone with them into the mountain, and the dogs' noses were good, really good, since they found him. Snaky's body was stiff and cold. He was at his most vulnerable state. He couldn't escape, let alone fight. The villager informed Taoist that the old black snake's feces were in the area too. They started bringing up the reward, but Taoist called them an idiot and told them that it was a bear's feces. They asked, does the dog really not know how to find the snake? The villager reasoned, it's impossible. My dog has never made any mistakes when looking for snakes. Taoist was triggered. The man was acting like he knew better than him. Taoist pointed to a big hole and said, one go and we'll be able to deal with those snake catchers. Snaky smacked his head, frustrated. He had been dreaming crazily when he was already in danger. He knew those men would deal with the bear first. They weren't in a rush to kill him. Moreover, there was no way he could devour the demon bear in front of those snake catchers. That would only seem like he was seeking death. The senior snake catcher thought about how much of an idiot his junior was. Unfortunately for the junior, the two beasts were only enough for one of them to break through. Otherwise, he would have spared his junior after defeating the demon bear. Snaky heard this and was surprised to learn they were having an internal conflict. This was a chance to change his situation. Snaky planned to slowly walk toward the hole's entrance, observe calmly, and act when the opportunity arose. The junior member informed Ding that he was done with the arrangement, and in less than 30 minutes the bear will wake up. A loud scream could be heard from the cave. It was followed by a deafening roar as the bear charged forward. The humans scrambled, running for their lives. They complained since Taoist had told them it was a snake pit. Then they saw two Taoists on top of the cliff. They thought they were there to help. But one of the Taoists called them a bunch of trash, scolding them for causing so much trouble and having the nerve to still ask for help. He told them to just die. The villagers were furious. It finally dawned on them. They had been led to the cave to be killed, so the Taoist could save money. The old man shot an arrow toward the Taoist, forcing him to step back. His pouch was ripped open. Snaky saw it and noted that it was a good shot. His eyes were already peeking from the ground. A pill fell on the snowy ground, and Snaky could smell the human pill, a chi replenishing pill. It was such a magical pill that Snaky drooled, his body already feeling revived just from the scent. The junior complained to Ding, saying his storage pouch had spilled. He asked for help to pick it up since the bear was coming. Ding scolded him for being careless, but deep inside, Ding had already picked it up for himself. The junior praised Ding for a well-thought-out plan that ended up killing all that trash. They didn't expect those men to survive. Ding reasoned that it was an honor for those men to sacrifice their lives for the snake catcher sect. The junior told Ding that he should accompany those people too. He started casting a spell. Ding was taken aback. He was blown away towards the cliff and fell down to where the bear was. The bear loomed over him. Ding cursed at the junior named Xiao Wenzhou for tricking him. Wenzhou even teased him, saying, "Don't get angry. It'll be bad for your body, otherwise you won't have a peaceful death." Then the junior revealed that he had been preparing for this event for a long time. He knew that Ding wanted to pocket the demonic beast all for himself. Wenzhou told Ding that he could have it all, since he didn't want a demon snake or bear. "I just want you dead," Wenzhou said, teasing Ding. "Take the breakthrough material that's right in front of you." Ding used a bombing talisman. It exploded on the bear. Wenzhou told Ding, "Your story before you die is insane." He was about to leave, saying it was time for him to return to the sect. "Especially when the bear is completely enraged, I don't want to get involved," he added. Snaky listened to all of that. He took it as his legendary turning point. Snaky swallowed the pill and made his way out of the pit. It was time for him to leave. Once out of the pit, he saw that two chi replenishing pills still lay at the entrance. He wondered if he could absorb them both at once. Curious, he decided to hide one behind his teeth and wait for the right moment to swallow it. Then a pack of wolves appeared. They were drawn by the smell of blood. It was perfect timing for Snaky, as he had become hungry after taking the chi replenishing pill. He didn't want to feast on human corpses, so he decided to fill his stomach with wolves instead. The wolves growled loudly. Ever since Snaky acquired the divine demonic cauldron, he could now digest food almost instantly. He ate one wolf, but still wanted more. The wolves attacked, and he fought back, eager to devour them. A single wolf wasn't nearly enough to fill his stomach. He noticed how starved he felt. Even after devouring several wolves, his hunger remained. He thought it might be the great demon bear that had left him unsatisfied with just wolves. A wolf slowly approached the bear. Instantly, the bear smashed it with a massive paw. Snaky hadn't expected the demon bear to still be so powerful, despite its injuries. And from what he saw in its fight with the snake catchers, the bear was at least at the peak of the 3rd level, while Snaky was only at the peak of the 2nd level. His stomach growled and he salivated, but his logical mind told him he shouldn't lose himself to hunger and risk everything just for a meal. He was so hungry that he thought it was caused by the cauldron's desire, like it was telling him to eat the demon bear. He justified it by reasoning that the bear's cultivation was higher than his, but the bear was badly injured. He thought to himself that he wouldn't get stronger if he kept running away. And now, it seemed like the bear had used all its strength when it blew the wolves away. Snaky knew that, as long as he was smart and cautious enough, he still had a good chance of winning. He charged in, seizing the opportunity to get stronger. Using his tail, he made the bear's eyes bleed. The bear growled loudly in pain. Snaky didn't get away unscathed. His body ached as he realized that the bear was 10 times stronger than the demon eel. But since he had managed to blind it, things should be easier now. Just a little more of a push. He could also feel the pill's effect starting to wear off. His body was stiffening again. He anticipated recovering after digesting another pill. He had minor injuries too, but he knew they would heal after he killed the bear. He bit down on the bear's throat. It crashed to the ground. Despite being blind, the bear was still strong. Snaky complains how its attacks are heavy and painful. He could feel his bones breaking, but he knew not to let go of its throat until he snapped its neck. The bear growled loudly, trying to shake the snake off its neck, but Snaky was determined not to let go. Snaky was thrown to the ground. The bear lay on its stomach, growling from the pain. Since Snaky had torn its throat open, the bear didn't have much time left. Snaky decided to finish it off from a distance. He wrapped his tail around a branch and hurled it at the bear's head, causing it to bleed profusely. He expected it to be dead by now, but just in case it was faking, he decided to focus his energy on healing himself while he watched. Then Snaky heard a noise. The wolves were back. He screamed at them. "The bear is mine. You can't take it." That forced Snaky to take the last Kai replenishing pill, preparing to kill them all. 2 hours later, the wolves were all dead. Snaky emerged victorious, but his injuries had worsened. He looked worn out. He knew that the Kai replenishing pill's effect wouldn't last long, and he was still injured. He needed to find a safe place to hide and recover before cultivating. Snaky tore up a cloth, just in case the snake catchers came again. He wrapped it around his tail and dragged the meat as he went through the corpses that surrounded him. It made him wonder, how many times does it take to reincarnate as a human, and to think that those humans just end up dead like that? Snaky noticed something. It was the corpse of a man, and his dogs were beside him. It was the father of the young boy. Snaky asked the dogs why they weren't running away when the man was already dead. If that continued, those dogs would freeze to death. When Snaky checked, the dogs' bodies were already stiff. They had frozen to death. Seeing how those dogs stayed by their master's side, even after he was dead, somehow made Snaky's heart feel conflicted. Snaky knew that in their world, only the most cunning and deceitful survived. He was determined to survive no matter what happened next. Inside a certain cave, there was a puddle outside the cavern, making it hard to notice. Snaky assumed that the place would keep him safe. While he could still move, Snaky decided to start cultivating with the demon bear. The bear was delicious. Now, Snaky knew it was no wonder that the divine demonic cauldron was so restless. He felt the familiar sensation. He had done it. Its tail looked nice with the golden spikes. Snaky celebrated his ascension to the 3rd level of spiritual awakening. He had finally broken through to the 3rd level. Not only that, but he also reached the peak of the 3rd level. His tail had grown 10 golden spikes. Despite the great risk, he had received a great reward. The fight for him had been worth it. He imagined himself next spring, someone who would occupy a mountain and become the king. 3 months later, winter ended and spring arrived. Snaky woke up from his slumber. His length was now 8 feet, and his golden scales had increased to 11. In those past few months, not only had his length increased, but his divine consciousness had expanded as well. He sensed 2 boars nearby and decided to hunt them for his meal and exercise. He attacked 1 boar. He saw that it was a female, and she was pregnant. He decided to eat the male instead. In the past few months, Snaky had gained some amazing new knowledge. It was called ecological balance. Since he can't go into village anymore, Snaky needed to figure out how to be self-sufficient by relying on the mountain. It wasn't enough to just occupy the mountain and become king. If he wanted endless prey, he knew not to kill the young ones. Snaky had knowledge that the mountain had 25 roe deer, 20 wild boars, a few hundred rabbits, and water deer. There were many more animals, enough to total over 1,000. Snaky was aware that as long as he didn't overeat and planned his diet properly, Filling his stomach wouldn't be an issue. But it wasn't enough for his cultivation. From what he had seen in the past, cultivation needed more than just food. It required opportunities and adventures. Snakey decided it was time to return to his hometown. In a certain forest, there were a lot of black snakes of different ages. It was the Myriad Snake Valley. With the arrival of spring, all things were coming back to life and the mating season had begun. But Snakey argued that he was a strong-willed snake. A snake wrapped its body around him, making him blush. Every time you returned there before, that little white snake would always come looking for him. Unfortunately, he was a cultivator, and she was just an ordinary snake. Snakey gently pushed her aside. Our companion now carries a special awakened power within him. A year ago, he might have been guided only by instinct like the other snakes in the valley. But ever since he gained true intelligence, he has risen above such base impulses. The reason he came here was to cultivate. What he sought was the snake fruit, a fruit that ripens once every 3 years. This spring, it was about to ripen again. For snakes, the fruit holds extraordinary effects. Eating it strengthens their cultivation. 3 years ago, by chance, he swallowed a snake fruit, which granted him the ability to sense spiritual energy. This time, if he manages to consume 3 fruits, he wonders if it might allow him to break through to the 4th stage. Once he reaches the middle stage of the spiritual awareness realm, he will be able to use spells instead of relying solely on his physical body. At that moment, Snakey sensed the presence of humans. One of them spoke to his companion, pointing out that they were now in the Myriad Snake Valley, the very place he and senior brother Ding had discovered. The snake fruit lay just inside. The voice that had spoken sounded strangely familiar to Snakey. The man dramatically expressed how he was sad about senior brother Ding. Song told him to leave the past in the past. She said he had done well, as he had been able to redeem himself. Snakey realized that it was those snake catcher bastards again. The man uttered, "I'll let senior sister Song have all the snake fruits." Song replied, "I won't take advantage of you. 2 snake fruits are enough for me." Wayno reminded Song to be careful since it was a valuable treasure. He warned that a demonic beast would likely be guarding it. Song responded, "There's nothing to worry about. He already borrowed an amazing weapon from my master." She told Wayno, "The only demon snake around here is the old Snake King. If it dares to show itself, I'll refine its gallbladder into a pill." Snakey got triggered after hearing that those snake catchers were after the snake fruit and had brought a weapon to deal with him. He contemplated whether he should run, but the snake fruit was almost ripe, and running away would only make things easier for the snake catchers. Being at the peak of the 3rd stage of the spiritual awareness realm made Snakey confident. Also, those snake catchers might not be as strong as he thought, especially when the demon eel and demon bear had killed him before. Suddenly, Snakey sensed an awful smell. He dipped into the water to hide and watch for the time being. He considered that those humans would also have internal conflicts and end up fighting among themselves. Several snakes ended up dead or running away as those snake catchers made their way around the area. Winso asked, "What will we do if the old Snake King doesn't appear?" Saul replied, "If it doesn't come out, I'll just pluck the fruits, but I'm confident it will show up. The old Snake King has lived for more than a decade. Its life is nearing the end. It needs those fruits to extend its lifespan." In his head, Snakey replied that it would be the snake catchers whose lives were ending. He was triggered by the woman who was spouting nonsense. But Snakey remembered that the villagers also called him Old Black Snake. He didn't know why. It wasn't the best time to think about that, especially since the snake catchers were about to pluck the fruit. Song told Wow, "Don't go in yet. The old snake is coming out." Wenso asked, "Where?" Snakey grew nervous that the woman had noticed him. The ground cracked, followed by an explosion. Song told Wow, "Watch behind." And just as Song expected, the old black snake emerged. It was a large snake. It looked just like our MC. Snakey was dumbfounded. He realized that it was the real old Snake King, and Snakey himself could just be a fake. It could also be that the old Snake King used to stir up trouble and left behind a bad reputation. Then he got too old to go out. Snakey just happened to start going out 3 years ago, and he took the blame. Saul used a swamp spell. The old Snake King's mouth was wide open, but Song had covered it with mud. Snakey realized that the snake catcher was strong. Even though the old Snake King was old, he was still managing to counter the attacks. Hong used a soul-suppressing bell. It was another treasure. She cast it to shake in all directions. Snakey complained about the sound. It was like it was tearing him apart. The old Snake King was restless too. Song threw ethereal shadow darts. They hit the old Snake King's head, making it hiss loudly. Song said, "It has a sturdy scale. If it's peeled off, I bet it could be made into precious armor." Wu praised her and then decided to assist her. Wu was told to use his Windblade talisman for a wide-scale attack. Wu agreed, and they planned to wear out the snake that way. Eventually, they noticed that the old black snake wouldn't hold on much longer. Snakey realized that because of the human's treasure, The woman was much stronger than the previous snake catchers he had encountered. The old king snake was in a terrible situation. He contemplated whether he should help him or just run away after devouring the fruit. But the snake fruit wasn't ripe yet, so it might not work if he ate it now. Eventually, Snakey decided to secretly help the old snake king, but then Snakey sensed a movement from the snake fruit tree. "Who's there?" he asked. It was a villager. He had managed to gather the fruit while the others were fighting. Thanks to the snake catchers distracting the old snake king, he could claim the fruit all to himself. That angered Snakey. He charged straight at the man, furious that this guy had suddenly appeared, taking out the tree and destroying its roots. He vowed to rip the man into shreds. Surprised, the man accidentally plucked the tree. Snakey gobbled up the villager while scolding him. Eventually, he realized that he had swallowed the tree along with the man. He felt a pain in his stomach as the leaves started to get digested. It was uncomfortable. His stomach bloated as if it were going to explode. Later on, he vomited it all out. Then he noticed that the divine demonic cauldron was full. He had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the spiritual awareness realm. He was relieved that he wasn't poisoned. It was just way too powerful for him to handle. He had eaten so many of the leaves from the tree. He wondered if the berserk power he had just experienced was due to those leaves. The herd gatherer had digested the moment he got devoured, but it took a moment for the divine demonic cauldron to cultivate the leaves' energy. Snakey moved fast. He couldn't let the snake fruit tree fall into the hands of others. He pushed the tree with him. Later, we see that the old snake king's body was shredded into pieces. Winso praised Song for defeating the old snake king in just 30 minutes. Song was confident that she could do it. Then she replied, Winso's performance was mediocre. It was time for them to harvest the fruit, but when they reached the tree, it was just an empty lot. They were confused as to where the tree had gone. Song asked, "Who did this?" She suspected Winso. Winso told her, "If you wanted the tree for yourself, you could have just said so and not gone behind my back." That made her furious. She asked what he was instigating about. Wayno replied, "It's exactly what you heard." She told him that he was feeling guilty and trying to shift the blame onto her. Wayno continued, "You should call your accomplice, the one who stole the tree." She snapped back, "I don't have any accomplice." She suggested, "Someone else must have taken the tree." Wayno didn't believe her. In Snakey's head, it was the perfect scenario. Both of them thinking the other had stolen the tree. He cheered them on to fight. Wayno took out the teleportation jade token, a green round crystal, and suggested, "We should call our master to settle this issue." Stong challenged him, "Go ahead, do it." Suddenly, someone grabbed Wayno's hand and told them to stop. Wayno was surprised to see their eldest brother, Senior. The man said, "The master knew about your movements and sent me secretly to watch over you. I just arrived and saw you two fighting. How disappointing." Wayno asked, "Are you the culprit?" The man replied, "It wasn't me. Someone else took it. It was a clever move to use Immortal to dig up the tree and escape. Otherwise, he would have sensed it through spiritual energy and tracked him down immediately." They were left with a single option: trace the culprit by following your footprints. The man saw that the footprints had vanished there. "Wayno, what should we do now?" Wayno asked. The man assured him, "As long as that person is alive, I'll be able to track him." Wero had no doubt about it. Since the man was at the 6th level of the QE replenishment realm, he'd definitely catch the thief. Snakey trembled upon hearing that. Since he wasn't a match for the man, he thought the hole he dug was deep enough. All he could do was shut off his divine consciousness. He assumed that even someone at the peak of the QI refinement realm wouldn't be able to find him. Snakey smelled something. It was such bad timing. The fruit was ripening. Elba's brother immediately sensed it and informed them. He's coming from underground. He used the earth traversal technique to dive into the earth. Snakey knew the man was coming. All middle stage cultivators knew how to use spells, and the spell he was using was the earth escape technique from the 5 elements technique. Snakey hurriedly swallowed the fruit before deciding to run. He prayed for the divine cauldron to digest it quickly. He wished for the divine cauldron to refine it fast. The man finally arrived. He commented, "The thief is quite the runner." He added, "The traversal technique of the thief isn't bad." He wondered, what is the cultivation level of the thief? The man ate a pill and dug into the soil. He announced, "I will kill every single one of them." He was furious that the thief dared to steal from the snake catchers. The man ran at the speed of lightning. Snakey felt him coming closer. He told Divine Demonic Cauldron, "Stop slacking and refine it ASAP, or else we're both finished." The mouth of the Divine Demonic Cauldron widened. Snakey was surprised that the cauldron understood what he was saying. He felt the golden energy rapidly spreading throughout his entire body. His venomous fangs grew, his muscles expanded, and new golden scales began to form. He could feel a brand new version of himself. The man had arrived just as Snakey was breaking to the 4th level of spiritual awareness. The man was taken aback. What he had chased for half a day was not a cultivator, but a snake. Snaky looked at him with grumpy eyes. It was funny. The man noticed that the exact same snake had just broken through the middle stages of the spiritual awareness realm. It hasn't fought him yet, but it's already taking the tree and fleeing. He had observed that the kind of intelligence it possessed was something even most great demons in the Foundation establishment didn't have. He knew that the demon could be killed. He decided to catch it alive, bring it back to the sect, and investigate. It would be a great achievement for them. Snaky finally broke through to the 4th level of the spiritual awareness realm. The golden scales on his tail had grown. He felt that he had become bigger, stronger, and faster. He knew that he would be able to escape, but to his surprise, the man had caught up to him. Not only did the human know the spell, but he also had a treasure. The man used his treasure, the beaming taming ring. The treasure looked like a rope. Snaky knew that if he got caught, he was done for. He tried deflecting it with his tail, but was taken aback when his golden scales couldn't destroy it. Even worse, he couldn't swat it away. What? The spiritual treasure the man had was of upper grade. He was confident that a mid-stage or even a late-stage spiritual awareness realm demonic beast would be forced to submit without a fight. Snaky was annoyed. He knew that spiritual treasures were all controlled by divine consciousness, so he decided to wipe off the man's divine consciousness. But to his surprise, it resisted his divine consciousness. It seemed like it wasn't going to work. In his head, the man thought of Snaky as Knave. He infused his divine consciousness into the beast taming ring, making it indestructible. It couldn't be wiped off unless a Foundation establishment realm cultivator interfered. He assumed that Snaky would have no chance against him. But he was shocked. Snaky was gobbling up the treasure. In Snaky's logic, if he couldn't wipe it off with his divine consciousness, then he would use brute force to imprison it with his body. It hurt Snaky, but thankfully, he had thick skin. All he needed to do was endure it. Snaky expected the man to give up once he knew he couldn't break free, since controlling the treasure drained a lot of true chi. The man was furious that Snaky had devoured the treasure. It was almost funny how Snaky just ran away after that. The man yelled for the beast taming ring to break through. 1 hour later, the man used the earth traversal technique. He had just realized how the wretched beast was incredibly cunning. It had made it run in circles for the past half an hour. In addition, the terrain was too cramped. It kept forcing him to use the earth traversal technique. He was aware that his true chi was depleting rapidly. He needed to end it quickly. He told the beast, "Stop running and give me back my treasure." Snaky had felt that the treasure inside his stomach was starting to calm down. He also noticed how the man was running out of true ki, but Snaky knew that he couldn't just keep running. He needed to come up with a way to kill the man and end it once and for all. The best way for a demonic beast to handle human cultivators was by getting up close and fighting with his body. Even though the man was chasing him, the attacks came from over 10 meters away. That could only mean one thing. The man felt safe at that distance. Snaky decided to slow down just a bit, lure him in, and while he was distracted, paralyzed him. The man saw that the beast was slowing down, and he thought that it was reaching its limit. He planned to cut open the beast's stomach first if it had swallowed the beast taming ring. His plan was simple: retrieve the beast taming ring, and then bring him to the sect alive. The man used celestial wind blades. It was the moment that Snaky had been waiting for. He rolled into a ball. The man was surprised that his celestial wind blades, which kill all middle-stage demonic beasts, weren't even scratching the beast. It made the man wonder what scales the beast had for it to be so tough. He summoned his snake-slaying sword. He told the beast his plan of capturing it alive. But then, now that he had no choice, he decided to be ruthless. He intimidated the snake by saying that the treasure sword had slayed countless snakes. Once sheathed, it must be offered blood. He told the snake that it must feel honored to die by that sword. But then, he noticed how he couldn't slash the snake. It was impossible. Snaky told him that the sword wasn't worthy enough to pierce through his scales. Then he forcefully hit the man with his body. The sword was now broken, and the man had used up all of his true chi to block the attack, yet he was still heavily injured. He realized that the snake might not be an ordinary demon snake. He suspected that it was a dragon snake hatchling. The man didn't want to die there, so he decided to escape by reaching the surface quickly. But he doubted if his remaining ki could handle the earth-traversing technique. He noticed an opening above him. It felt like the heavens were on his side. He used the wind-riding skill, rushing forward. His goal was to report what had just happened in there to the sect quickly. But he got trapped in a snake skin. He remembered it from earlier when the beast broke through. He wondered if the beast had intentionally shed the skin that time. He suddenly understood that the beast might have planned it all in advance. The man screamed loudly. Song told Winso, "I just heard the eldest brother scream." Winso replied, "There's no way a puny beast can take on our eldest brother." Suddenly, the man used an exploding talisman. He warned Winso to run fast because there was a dragon hatchling down there. Song couldn't believe it. If that's the case, then this beast is at least in the Nent Soul realm. Wano doubted whether they were going to survive. he pointed out to Song the eldest brother's condition. It's evident that we have to get out of here first. Woe suggested that they go in a different direction from the eldest brother. It was the only choice they had. Meanwhile, Snaky admitted to himself how he had gotten careless. He didn't expect the man to activate the explosion talisman even after losing one of his arms. Snaky knew that if he left the man alone, it would lead to endless trouble. The man expected to escape soon since the beast was still over half a yard away, so it shouldn't catch up to him. He hurried back to the sect, cursing at the beast. Little did he know, another pair of eyes had locked in on him. The old black snake, lying on the ground, spat venom at the man. The man rolled on the ground, screaming in pain. He hadn't expected that this snake could still release venom despite being decapitated. He couldn't believe he had made such a foolish mistake. He hurriedly searched for the antidote. While taking it, he saw that the demon snake was closing in. At this point, he had no choice but to use his last resort. He had intended to save the upper-grade spiritual jade for cultivation, but he activated it now and ran. He was moving too fast. Snaky panicked. He wanted the man eliminated. He had one option left. Using his mouth, he plucked a golden scale from his tail and threw it at the man. He wouldn't allow the man to escape. The scale pierced through the man's back and into his chest. It was Snaky's way of making sure the man met his end that day. The man begged, but as soon as he turned his head, another spike blasted his brains off. Snaky complained that plucking out his scales hurt so much. He glanced at the man, expecting him to be completely dead now, but grew cautious. He wondered if the man was simply pretending to be dead. Snaky looked evil as he decided to decimate the corpse first, making sure the man couldn't act dead. At some point, Snaky realized it was a waste of his scale. He wondered if it would regrow. Snaky opened his mouth wide and swallowed the man, along with his scale. He decided to park the thought until he fully digested the corpse, still wishing for his scale to grow back. Then he noticed the man's storage bag. He secured it first, knowing it could contain quite a lot of treasure. He removed the person's divine consciousness and added his own. While he was busy, he heard someone say, "Child." It was the old Snake King, wishing for Snaky to live well. Snaky's dusty memories from infancy began to clear. All of this had happened 3 years ago. The last time the snake fruit ripened, it bore 2 large fruits. There were too many snakes swarming near the tree. Snaky hadn't awakened his intelligence at that time, but like the others, he instinctively rushed to swallow the fruit. The smell of the snake fruit attracted more than half of the snakes in the Myriad Snake Valley. Only 2 lucky ones survived in the end. Predictably, it was a brutal battle, but just then, a deafening screech echoed through the valley. The old Snake King appeared, and his aura overpowered everything. All the snakes stopped fighting and frustrated themselves. Snaky trembled in fear, unable to move. But then, the old Snake King handed him the fruit. Because of that snake fruit, Snaky is who he is today. Since ancient times, snakes have always been selfish, ruthless, and cold-blooded creatures. Even among the same species, they kill each other. It is survival of the fittest. But there was no coldness in the old Snake King's eyes, only a gentleness that Snaky couldn't understand. He asked the old Snake King why he was kind to him. There was no response. Falling into a long silence, unable to let go, Snaky's head grew heavy with sorrow. An indescribable feeling welled up inside him, eventually turning into deep resentment. Snaky shed tears and vowed never to forgive the snake hunters. He stacked stones to form a simple grave. Leave a word of farewell for old Big Black Snaky, out of respect. He spoke softly to the old King Snake, saying that he had imitated the humans by building a grave. He wished that the King Snake would be reborn as a human in the next life. Snaky whispered, "Now I finally understand your last words. Any being with spiritual wisdom will always care for its descendants." He promised the old King Snake, "When I become strong enough, I will carry on your teachings." Still, Snaky admitted that with his current strength, he was far from capable. Since the hunters had discovered Myriad Snake Valley, he could no longer remain there. Turning a corner, he found Song unconscious, with several snakes moving toward her. She looked as though she only had a few breaths left. Snaky crept closer, thinking to himself, if I could draw spiritual energy from her, perhaps my scales would recover more quickly. But when he thought about it, Song managed to escape but ended up there. It could be a trap, or there could be some kind of restraint on her. Snaky told himself not to be greedy. Then he remembered Wenjo. Last time he tricked Dingo on Iron Bear Mountain. Snaky got suspicious that was his doing. It's also possible that he's the one who placed the old Snake King's head at the exit on purpose. Snaky wondered what his motive could be. While occupied with his thoughts in the background, a large snake devoured Song. He was about to scold it, but before he could finish his sentence, the snake's head exploded. Just as he suspected, it was a trap. That bastard Wenjo is definitely a cunning man, Snaky muttered. He wondered what Wenjo was trying to accomplish by doing such things. Wenjo visited a grave and narrated that the bomb had been triggered, and Song was now dead. He spoke to the graves of his dad, mom, and little sister, vowing that he would avenge them no matter what. Liu Tong, Chenyu, Dinghe, Songxiu, and Mu Yun had all been sent to the afterlife to join his family. Now only 2 people were left to target, he vowed. That Chen Daling and every one of his disciples, none of them will be spared. It was about time for him to return. He told his dead family that he'd come back another day. He grabbed a snake outside of Myriad Snake Valley. A man is standing. While Wenzo was rushing the snake to bite faster since Chenning would arrive soon, he let the snake bite him on the shoulder. Now he just has to wait and attract the snakes from the valley to devour him. He flopped down while begging his master to save him. Half an hour later, it was reported to Dowling that they couldn't find any trace of the senior brother, and the senior sister's breath had also completely vanished. The junior brother was still alive, immediately. Wenzo was given an antidote. He was advised to channel his energy to heal his wound. After a few months of rest, he would be perfectly fine. Wenzo acted weak and regretful before their master. Chen Doing was furious. He asked, which demon dares to kill 2 of my disciples? Inside the cave in Iron Bear Mountain, Snakey is finally back on his own mountain. He assumed the snake catchers were still at Myriad Snake Valley, which makes his cave safe for now. Snakey replanted the snake fruit tree, and it was thriving because the environment was similar to where it had grown before. Snakey wished for it to regain its vitality. He decided to check the treasures inside the storage bag. It was all food and pills. It should last him long enough to cultivate and regrow his golden scales. He also remembered that he had gotten the beast taming ring. He wondered if he could tame a demon beast to be his underling. Among the belongings, he saw a book. It was an encyclopedia of all kinds of snakes. He scanned through it and discovered that he was a black yin snake. He read that a snake had been slain by an ancestor and refined into a pill. He understood that even after reaching the Foundation establishment realm, a great demon snake that spits fire could still be killed by humans. Snakey became certain that the most important thing for him right then was to become stronger. Even better if he could learn some techniques. He looked at the jade slip and noticed how crystal clear it was. It looked unordinary, and it made Snakey wonder if it could help him. When he looked at it, he was surprised to see the spells listed by human cultivators. There were also detailed steps on how to master them. Because Snakey is different from normal demon beasts, he has the intelligence that's on par with humans. He will definitely be able to learn them. 1 month later, Snakey used the Earth Traversal technique. After a month of cultivation, his Earth Traversal technique became much faster than New Yun's. Snakey's golden scales also regrew. His speed doubled when he used the Earth Traversal technique, while his tail dug pits. Ordinary snake catchers wouldn't be able to catch him. Snakey appeared from under the ground because he was feeling hungry. It was because he had too little true kui. With his current cultivation, the Earth Traversal technique only lasted for half an hour, but it was enough to use as his trump card. He used a fireball on the bird in front of him. The poor bird got roasted in an instant. Snakey's mastery over fireball spells was quite satisfactory. Although the Myriad Snake record stated that only upon reaching Foundation establishment does a black yin snake develop demon fire within its body, it only took him a few days. While Snakey was munching on the bird, a wolf appeared. It was no surprise since there had been so many footprints outside his house. He thought it was alone. Wolf. But it isn't just an ordinary wolf. It's the Wolf King. It also knows how to use spells. But of course, Snakey isn't just an ordinary demon. Snakey used the gravity technique and the beast taming ring. He took this as an opportunity to get himself an underling for mountain patrol. The wolf roared. The beast taming ring was used to hold the wolf down. Snakey commanded it to lie down, and it obeyed. When Snakey said, "Come here," the wolf hesitated. But even if the wolf didn't want to, the beast taming ring forced it to comply. Then Snakey played with it, asking for its paw or wag its tail. He praised the wolf as he gave more commands. Our boy even made it play dead. With an evil grin, Snakey commented, "How interesting the beast taming ring is." He jumped onto the back of the wolf and commanded it to go patrol around the mountain. Snakey had noticed how the boar population had grown and the road deer and water deer had increased in numbers. The number of goats stayed the same. He speculated that wolves must have gotten to them. Then he saw that the rabbit population had gone up by a few hundred. Not bad, Snakey. The self-sufficiency plan is effective. Snakey smelled something familiar and soon spotted the white snake from the Myriad Snake Valley. He wondered if it had followed his scent. Now that he had taken a closer look, it appeared she was also a black yin snake. However, her color had mutated. She hadn't fully become a demon beast yet. She lacked intelligence and couldn't speak. Judging by her size, she was likely Snakey's junior. The white snake rubbed against him, causing Snakey to blush. Since she was his junior, and they seemed to share some kind of fate, Snakey decided to look after her as her senior. He scolded her, "Don't make a fuss. We're in public." The wolf bared its fangs and growled at the white snake. Snakey patted the white snake to console her and scolded the wolf for scaring her. "Smile instead. Snaky advised the wolf, but on second thought, maybe it shouldn't. Snaky then told the wolf, I'll take off the beast taming ring and set you free, but there are conditions. First, you have to agree to be my underling. You'll hunt daily and deliver the spoils to my cave. Second, you'll patrol the mountain each day. If it ever finds any human traces within a 10 kilometers radius, it has to report to Snaky immediately. Snaky threatened, if the wolf fails, I'll kill him. The wolf nodded in response. Snaky ordered return the beast taming ring. The wolf licked Snaky as a sign of gratitude, but Snaky scolded, stop licking. Later, inside the cave in Iron Bear Mountain, Snaky named the white snake Snowy. He told her this will be your new home. Snaky continued, I'll teach you some basic cultivation techniques. From then on, Snowy was advised to stay inside the cave and cultivate next to the snake fruit tree. With Snaky around, she wouldn't have to worry about going hungry. Snowy nodded. Meanwhile, in the Myriad Snake Valley southern peak, someone was using a compass. They discussed how unfortunate it was that WoW could only give a vague outline of the demonic beast. Otherwise, with the great treasure compass's power, they wouldn't have to search for so long. They recalled that the opponent had been called a dragon hatchling. Dowling replied, it's impossible. If it were really a dragon, even Dang wouldn't stand a chance, let alone his disciples. There was no way they could escape. So Dang reasoned that it could just be an awakened demon snake, or perhaps something that had once been possessed by a cultivator with a bit of intelligence. He added that calling it a dragon hatchling must have emerged from the embarrassment after losing to it. Their compass dinged and pointed at the mountain. They planned to search the mountain from both sides, and if they spotted the demon snake, they had to notify Dowling immediately. Everyone obeyed their master. One disciple and felt an aura of the snake nearby. He wondered if it was a demon snake. The wolf had appeared. They started closing in on the man. It was a pack of wolves, led by the demon wolf, and the man had noticed that those wolves carried the snake's scent. The demon wolf roared loudly. The man called those wolves idiots for not knowing their place. He used the thunder seal, which electrified the wolves all at once. The demon wolf got scared and fled. After seeing the man's power, the demon wolf was determined to warn the black snake. But too bad for him. There was a cliff up ahead. The man used the thunder seal again, and it hit the wolf's tail. Snaky sensed that the wolf king must have howled. He knew it was bad. And probably the snake catchers had arrived. He instructed Snowy to stay in the cave and guard the snake fruit tree. He warned her, don't come out. Snaky dug into the ground, trying to get as far away as possible before the snake catchers could locate his cave. If there was going to be a fight, he wouldn't want it to happen there. He expanded his divine consciousness, wondering how strong those men were compared to Mu Yun. Suddenly, Snaky detected a divine consciousness. The man's divine consciousness had already found him. It's exactly as my master said, Snaky thought. The demon snake is at the 4th level of spiritual awareness. His master had also advised him not to act hastily. Just hold off the snake for half an hour until Dang arrives, he recalled. He proceeded secretly sending transmission signals. Then he noticed the snake had run, though not very quickly. He remembered Wayno saying that the demon is clever, aside from being strong. It would pretend to be weak, luring the opponent into chasing it, then counterattack. Because of this information, the man had become cautious. Acting weak is this man's specialty. I can do that too, Snaky thought. He muttered to himself, since the beast is only at the 4th level of spiritual awareness, there's no need for his master's involvement. He was confident that a 6th level refinement like him would easily kill the demon snake. Snaky had found out that the man's cultivation level was about the same as Moon's, but his speed was less than half of Moon's. It was evident that he was pretending, for the man's statement implied that Dowling would arrive soon. Snaky knew that this person was a bit more intelligent than Moon, but he was still a fool. He couldn't afford to take any chances. He ran at full speed and observed the man's reaction. If the man dared to pursue, he would go at full speed as well. The man wasn't pleased that Snaky had sped up. He panicked. He blasted the ground with thunder seal and explosion. Snaky had observed that this man's power was quite formidable, about half the strength of his fireball. The man used Earth traversal technique. He was determined not to let this demon beast get away. He kept yapping to taunt the beast. Just as Snaky expected, the man pursued him at full speed. Suddenly, Snaky changed direction. He anticipated that soon enough, the man's strength would be exhausted, and he would have no way to escape. The man was surprised that the demon snake had turned back and was heading toward him. He couldn't dodge, so a collision was imminent. The beast was coming straight at him. He used the thunder seal to smash Snaky into pieces. However, Snaky had a golden shield talisman in its pouch. The man was shocked that it had withstood the attack. The man had seen the storage bag, and he knew the next thing to happen would be an explosion. He moved quickly, managing to use the recoil of his thunder seal to escape. But to his surprise, the snake's mouth was wide open, preparing to unleash black flame with its fireball technique. In his mind, the man wished for the life jade to save him. Unfortunately, the life jade's alignment was slightly off. It couldn't envelop his entire body. Snakey released a massive black flame. Though this kind of fireball could only be produced after reaching the Foundation Establishment realm, Snakey had found the fire elemental herb, the earth fire vine, which helped transform the fireball. Snakey took the man's storage bag and was surprised to see that the life jade shielded his body, except for his left arm. Not soon after, Snakey decided that it was time to deliver the final blow. The man screamed, begging, "Master, save me." Dowling was already on his way towards the black flame, ready to save Mule. Snakey was slightly annoyed that Dowling had arrived at that moment. He knew the man was difficult to handle, so he decided to flee. Mule weakly called out, "Master." Dowling hurriedly sent him a golden essence pill and advised, "Circulate your energy to heal while I pursue the demon beast." He then instructed, "Once you're better, meet up with me." As Dowling pursued the demon beast, he blamed himself for causing Mule to lose an arm. He vowed, "I'll kill the damned snake and put its corpse on the altar as a sacrifice." Snakey sensed Dowling's divine consciousness, his range, speed, hostility. It could at least be a perfected key refinement, which meant Dowling was stronger than Snakey. But Snakey could tell that Dowling was bluffing. "He must think I'm a fool," Snakey thought. Determined to escape at full speed, Snakey knew he couldn't fight Dowling. Dowling had discovered that the snake was beneath the ground. He found it strange that the snake had learned the earth traversal technique. He wondered how it had become so intelligent. All of a sudden, he bumped into something. He was surprised that it happened. He complained that it hurt. Then he saw that it was caused by granite. The earth traversal technique would be rendered useless. Even if his tail could break the roster or break through the stone, his speed would slow down. He sensed Dang closing in. Snakey had no choice but to escape upward. He went above the ground and saw a cliff. He thought he could use it to his advantage. Dowling continued to chase after him at full speed, but Dowling was caught off guard. Suddenly, boulders were raining down on him. He used golden body protection to save himself. Snakey was surprised to see that protective artifact. He changed his tactic. If he couldn't crush him to death, he would bury him instead. He used exploding talismans. The explosions continued for half an hour. Dowling cursed at the beast despite being buried beneath the rocks. Snakey thought it was enough to keep Dowling confined. Dowling thought little of the rocks, but to his surprise, they wouldn't budge. Even the earth traversal technique wasn't working. He asked, "What kind of stone is this?" Then he realized that the beast must have planned to trap him there. He never thought the ancestor's treasured gift would have to be used at that moment. As he swallowed a pill, he uttered, "The great Tao be my guide. Breakthrough." The divine berserk pill, left by his ancestor at the cost of 20 years of lifespan, would temporarily elevate his power to the Foundation Establishment realm. Breakthrough into the Foundation Establishment realm was successful. Dang was now at the first level of the Establishment realm. Dang was furious that a mere beast had forced him to use that secret technique and sacrifice 20 years of life. He had collected the beast's demonic energy, so now it wouldn't be able to escape him. He used the wind riding skill. He pledged on his name that he would rip off the demon beast's skin, pull out its tendons, and crush its bones. He went berserk. Snakey panicked as Dang had escaped. He could also feel the killing intent and speed. He speculated that Dang had broken through into the Foundation Establishment realm. Snakey was near the river when Dang found him. He used the gravity technique, pulling the snake upwards. Snakey didn't expect the gravity technique to have such great power, especially when used by a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Dowling challenged him to break free. He lectured, "Consider a painful death before you kill your disciples." Deep inside, Snakey grew annoyed at the hypocritical old man. After all, it was those bastards who had stolen their snake fruit first. Snakey knew he was in a hopeless scenario, and he didn't want to just wait there to die. He threw a golden scale at the old man. Dowling was surprised that the demon beast knew how to use hidden weapons. Snakey's action didn't go unnoticed. Dowling insultingly asked the demon beast, "Why bother struggling when it's the end for you? Those useless tricks won't work against me." But Dowling was caught off guard. His gravity technique failed to work. He barely dodged the sharp spike. Confused, he wondered what kind of weapon could pierce through his protective shield. Snakey, using his water traversal technique, tried to escape. Dowling, now in the Foundation Establishment realm, had superior skill in water traversal, making Snakey's technique seem inferior. Snakey's plan was to hide. He kept thinking about where it could be safe. Then he thought about the mountain god temple. That was it. It was his sanctuary, and he trusted that the mountain god would protect him. It was about nighttime. Dang had followed him there, but Dowling was cautious since the demon beast was cunning. It was a wonder that it would choose a dead-end place, so he assumed it was a trap. He screamed for the beast to come out. Meanwhile, Snakey climbed up the mountain god statue while praying to be saved. Even if the mountain god didn't come out, delaying Dowling was enough, even if it was just until Snakey restored his key. If that didn't work, Snakey planned to rip off all of his golden scales and fight to the death. Dowling lost patience and decided to destroy the temple. He sent exploding talismans towards it. Snaky panicked as Dowling bombed the temple. Snaky was buried in rubble. Suddenly, a black mist formed into a gigantic, ominous creature in front of Dowling. It called him an audacious fool for daring to defile his statue and provoke his wrath. Dowling turned pale and froze. The black misty creature thought that Dowling didn't hear him. Dowling recognized it as the legendary old monster's primordial spirit. He had to escape at any cost. At that moment, Mule appeared to help Dang. Dowling replied, Mule just arrived right on time. He cast the gravity technique on his opponent. Mule asked his master, what's happening? Dang pushed Mule toward the creature. Mule cried out, why? Dang told him, help me hold it back. The dark figure spoke, those who lack wisdom invite their own downfall. Dang activated his movement talisman and quickly retreated, knowing he was no match. He wondered how could such a powerful being exist in these remote mountains. Suddenly his chest tightened, as if pressed by an invisible force. A threatening voice echoed, if you dare to appear before me again, the consequences will be dire. Dang was shocked that the being could affect him from afar. He thought of how fortunate the serpent had been, and swore to return one day. The shadowy mist drifted into Mule's body. Snaky finally stood up, realizing the young man had fallen while the elder had fled. That was close, Snaky thought. But my gamble was correct. The mountain god truly has a spirit. He was startled when Mule suddenly stood again, suspecting he had only been pretending to be unconscious. The zombie-like Mule turned in Snaky's direction. Snaky, who had assumed the Mule was faking his death, burned him to ashes. Afterward, Snaky removed the rubble from the broken mountain god statue and lit an incense. He thanked the mountain god for saving him and promised to worship him every year. But then the black misty creature appeared before Snaky's face, complaining about the nonsense Snaky had uttered. Snaky was surprised to see that the mountain god had appeared. He asked, don't you want me to worship you? The black misty creature poked Snaky's head, speaking in a condescending tone. Are you trying to make my primordial spirit disappear with your offerings? The creature was clearly annoyed. Snaky had ruined its plans. I order you, it said coldly, go and find me a body within 30 minutes. If you fail, I'll curse you, so you'll never reincarnate. Snaky turned pale at the thought. It was better to die than to never be reincarnated again. The mountain god urged him, hurry up, but not just anyone will do. I want someone young, strong, and preferably with cultivation. Snaky promised that he'd find someone the mountain god would be pleased with and secure away. The mountain god hoped the wretched creature wouldn't take too long. His primordial spirit was dissipating too quickly, and he needed to possess a body soon. Otherwise, his soul would disperse. A mouse approached the burned mule. The mountain god possessed the rat. He looked cute, acting high and mighty and grumpy in that body. He was pissed off. He was the wandering heavenly demon. He had lived for centuries, yet he had never encountered such troublesome creatures before. He regretted enlightening such a being. A few hundred years ago, he had been hunted by the great Sect and reduced to a mere primordial spirit. Fortunately, he escaped into the mountain god statue. He sealed his primordial spirit and survived by feeding on the power of faith. Not long ago, he finally accumulated divine power and was able to possess others. Coincidentally, a human-shaped pill and a cultivator appeared. It was the perfect opportunity to possess someone, he thought. But the wretched snake devoured both of them, ruining his possession attempt. And because the snake had consumed some of his primordial spirit's power, it had gained intelligence. Later, members of the Kui family arrived. He tried to possess someone again, but once more, the damned snake interfered. The corpse, with a bit of his primordial spirit in it, was even devoured by a stray dog, which then gained intelligence. When he saw the snake return, he knew he had to be cautious, but that damned old cultivator blew up his statue. Then he finally found a suitable body. A fool burned it to ashes. He was pissed off at that wretched creature. He vowed to make him wait until he got his hands on a new body. He would make sure that the snake paid for it dearly. He looked forward to the body that the wretched creature would find. He hoped that the snake would bring back a few strong ones from the village so he could choose. Meanwhile, Snaky uncovered a tomb. He complained it all contains skeletons. These bodies are useless. He knew that if he didn't hurry, he'd be cursed and never reincarnate again. He sensed some movement nearby. He wondered if someone was burying a corpse. But he saw a dog digging a grave. He thought he was just seeing things, but then he realized it was eating the corpses. He thought how ferocious that was. The aura that the dog exuded was sinister. The coffin opened. The dog saw that the corpse was perfect. It was young, handsome, and had a strong physique. He sensed the demon snake and thought that it was there to steal the meat. The dog thought the snake was going mad out of hunger. Then he felt a weird sensation. He realized that the snake wasn't staring at the meat. It was staring at him. The dog felt terrified, knowing that the snake had its eyes on him. It ran away, and Snaky followed. The dog yelled for help because the demon snake was after him. Snaky was surprised that the dog had intelligence. Not only was it strong and good-looking, but it even had intelligence. He thought that there was no other vessel than that dog. Snaky used the beast-taming ring. The rope wrapped around the dog's head. The dog barked loudly. It ordered the snake to release him, or it would eat the snake. Snaky expected that the dog had such strong malicious intent because it had eaten too many corpses. He got pissed off and yelled at the dog, "Stop barking and follow me." The dog tried begging, but Snaky had no mercy. Instead, Snaky gaslighted the dog, making him feel honored since the mountain god wanted to meet him. Meanwhile, the wandering heavenly demon felt anxious. Time was running out, and the mouse wouldn't hold out much longer. He needed a new body quickly. At that moment, Snaky appeared with great news. Snaky proudly brought out the dog, who looked strong and handsome, meeting all the criteria. Snaky asked the wandering heavenly demon what he thought of it, claiming it was perfect. The wandering heavenly demon replied, "Snaky, you should just die." Snaky was confused. What had he done wrong? He had followed the orders exactly. The wandering heavenly demon had no time left. Feeling cornered, he decided instead of possessing the dog, he would take over Snaky's body. The wandering heavenly demon ordered, "Give me your body." Snaky resisted. The wandering heavenly demon was surprised to find himself thrown out of the body. He decided to try one more time. They wrestled while the dog watched, wondering, is that really the mountain god? Wandering heavenly demon complained that the wretched creature was full of strength. He wondered why its spiritual consciousness was so strong. Every time he tried to possess it, he got thrown out. Then he sensed something. The dog's aura felt familiar. He was surprised to see it radiating. Then he realized that the dog had the body of a fish demon. Upon closer inspection, he was certain it was the body of a fish demon, just like the one he had in his prime. The wandering heavenly demon looked through its memories and saw that it had eaten the sacrificial offerings. That was the reason it had gained sentience, and even after becoming intelligent, it kept robbing graves and desecrating corpses, building up such a monstrous physique. With a body like that, it was quite a decent vessel. The wandering heavenly demon possessed the dog and complained about the beast-taming ring. He easily removed it, since that kind of trinket couldn't restrict him. Snaky decided to run away, but the wandering heavenly demon told him to stop. Seeing that Snaky provided a suitable body, he decided to take the snake in as his disciple. That caught Snaky's attention. The wandering heavenly demon added, "Becoming my disciple is such an honor." He urged Snaky to acknowledge him as his master. Snaky got confused when he mentioned something about heavenly because all along, Snaky thought he was the mountain god. The wandering heavenly demon replied, "I never said I'm the mountain god." He explained that he had simply borrowed the statue and temporarily resided in it. He added, "It was the snake who mistook me for a mountain god. It has nothing to do with me." The dog patted the snake on the head. It looked cute. Snaky felt betrayed. The mountain god he had been praying to for so long turned out to be a fraud. Snaky asked the wandering heavenly demon, "Aren't you afraid of facing retribution or going to hell for impersonating a god?" That made the wandering heavenly demon laugh. He told Snaky, "There was never a saying about retribution in the memories I gave you. Hell is just a comforting lie for ants to cling to." He took the black dog as an example. It robs graves, desecrates corpses, cares nothing for gods or devils. It is the perfect inheritor. Of the wandering heavenly demon, Snaky was funny. He asked what wandering meant and assumed that it could be like beasts being lost from their packs. If that's the case, he swallows them whole. The wandering heavenly demon had no response to that. At the Iron Bear Mountain before entering the cave, Snaky looked at the dog suspiciously. The dog urged him to hurry up. Snaky was annoyed and yelled, "It's my territory." Apparently the dog had just followed him there. Wandering heavenly demon asked, how could his master not be allowed in his own territory? Wandering heavenly demon knew that the puddle in front was connected to an underground cave. He asked if it was the snake's nest earlier. Snaky subtly tested the dog's speed, but he couldn't shake him off. As if to tease him, the dog smiled and asked, "Are you tired already?" Snaky understood that the dog's strength was clearly immense. What's more, now that the dog was in his dog form, Snaky found himself less hostile towards him. Snaky thought about offering him something rather than sending him away. Then the Wolf King appeared, and Snaky was pleased to see a fat goat with it. He praised the Wolf King for doing a good job. It was perfect timing too, because Snaky was starving. The dog yapped about being the master, and Snaky had no respect for him. Snaky replied, "Wolves feast on meat while dogs eat." Then he told the Wolf King to give the dogs to eat. The dog got pissed off and started biting the Wolf King's butt. He threatened to bite it to death. After that fiasco, the Wolf King was scared and hid behind Snaky. The wandering heavenly demon complained that it had been ages since anyone dared insult him that way. He asked the snake if he knew the consequences of being disrespectful to him. Snaky argued that he wasn't respectful at all and what he said was true. That dog likes eatings. The wandering heavenly demon caught him and asked, "Are you now admitting that you are my disciple?" Snaky refused. The wandering heavenly demon complained about how he had shown Snaky grace, how Snaky had bowed to him before, but in reality, Snaky had been praying to the mountain god. The dog insisted that he was his master, whether Snaky liked it or not. Snaky admitted, but he does have a point. But that was just him teasing the dog. Later on, Snaky said, "It's all crap, and I'm not falling for it." Immediately, he used the water traversal technique. The dog admitted, "The snake almost got me." He added, "It's been so many years since I laughed like that." He enjoyed having a fun snake with him. Snaky had already dove under the water at Snaky's nest. Snowy was standing beside a fruit tree. She looked fiercer. Snaky didn't expect her to withstand it. She was starting to become a demon. She had even learned a breathing technique. Snake yelled at the dog, "Don't get too close to me." He was holding the storage bag. The dog commended, "It's all junk. You shouldn't act like it's some priceless treasure." The dog scoffed, "I won't even take it, even if you offer it to me." Snaky looked at the contents of the bag. There were pills, talismans, herbs, jade slips. It was all identical to Mule's stash. The pill furnace looked decent too. Snaky saw the stone and wondered what it was used for. The dog liked it and attempted to take it. It was a spiritual stone. Snaky reminded the dog of what he had said earlier. He wouldn't want it, even if Snaky gave it to him. Yet now, the dog was trying to steal it. The dog scoffed and walked away. He defended that he just wanted to take a closer look and that he wasn't interested at all. He couldn't fool Snaky. Snaky had seen the wagging tail. He clearly wanted it. There was miscellaneous talk about spiritual herbs, minus 45 essays on spiritual herbs, notes about pill refining. The jade slip was all about refining pills. Snaky decided to study it when he had some free time. Meanwhile, Snowy wrapped her body around the furnace. Snaky noticed how much she liked it. Unfortunately, her cultivation was too low, so she couldn't use it yet. Snowy hissed in disappointment. In broad daylight, someone was causing a fuss in the forest, using the gravity technique. It was Snaky. In a last fight, the old man had been able to hit him from several hundred meters away with the gravity technique. So Snaky decided to train and master his own skills. The Wolf King arrived, a boar in its mouth. Snaky felt satisfied to have a minion bring him food every day. He devoured the wild boar and commented, "It tastes so much better." The goat last time had a strange odor. The dog appeared and informed his disciple, "If you keep eating ordinary animals like that, it will take you forever to make a breakthrough." Snaky wasn't happy that the dog had returned. Wandering Heavenly Demon replied, "Even a dog would turn its nose up at food like that." Snaky asked, "What should I eat then?" The dog called him an idiot. It was obvious that Snaky should seek the flesh of demonic beasts and extract spiritual herbs. Snaky argued, "It's easier said than done when there's no demon nearby." He pointed out, "The only demonic beast around is the Wolf King. There won't be much improvement even if I eat him. It's better to keep him around for something else." The dog replied, "That's your problem. But if you're going to be a recluse, don't expect gourmet meals." The dog then showed Snaky the ring he found yesterday, along with his lunch. It was a bird, a demonic beast at the late stage of spiritual awareness. It was called the spiritual-tailed chicken. It was a spiritual fowl raised by a nearby sect specifically for eating. Informed Snaky that it tastes way better than wild boars, and he happened to snatch two. Snaky got mad and panicked. He used the earth traversal technique to immediately reach the dog while asking, "Are you sure you're not being followed?" The dog told him to relax, confident in how clean and thorough his actions were. "There's no one in the world who can track me." The dog started plucking the feathers out. "This chicken is so tender and juicy," he commented. Snaky started drooling. The dog produced fire in his paw and roasted the chicken. He showcased the sound of juice draining from the flesh and how crispy it was. He teased and tempted Snaky, bargaining, "Would you like to exchange it for the spiritual stone?" The wandering heavenly demon pointed out how even the little white snake woke up from the smell. Snaky kept drooling but held himself back, not giving in to the temptation. He yelled, "Even if I die from hunger, I will never eat your chicken." Like the devil that he was, the dog tempted Snaky even more by emphasizing how crunchy the skin was, especially dripping with oil. "You've got integrity," the dog commended, "so you can just watch me eat." The dog took a bite, narrating the experience. "This chicken is so tasty." Only the bone was left before he knew it. He threw the bone at them and told them that they could have it. Snaky replied that he doesn't want it. Both he and the wolf were drooling heavily. The dog even rubbed the drumstick into Snaky's face. "I swear this story really is outrageously good. Just look at our boy Snaky." Snaky, feeling annoyed, let out a fireball. The dog told him not to get angry and assured Snaky that his master wouldn't trick him. He informed Snaky that if he decided to sell the spiritual-tailed chicken, he could fetch at least 3 spiritual stones. He pointed out how it was a really great deal. Snaky challenged him to sell it. Then he was confident he wouldn't fall for it because he wasn't an idiot. Wandering Heavenly Demon replied that it was because he's a dog right now, so it's inconvenient. And as to whether he's lying or not, he told Snaky to take a look behind him. The Wolf King had broken through into the third level of spiritual awareness. Even Snowy had broken through into the second level of spiritual awareness. He rubbed it into Snaky's face that he wasn't lying. Those two broke through even after eating the bones. That's how powerful the spiritual-tailed chicken is. Snaky agreed to trade it simultaneously. Snaky devoured the chicken. It smelled so good, and it made his body warm. He could feel how the divine demonic cauldron was starting to spin. The spiritual energy was filling up the cauldron. He could feel his breakthrough on the fifth level of spiritual awareness. After that, Snaky burped loudly. He looked satisfied. As expected of a late-stage spirit awareness demon beast, he broke through after refining one part of it. The remaining should be enough for him to refine for a few days in Snaky's nest. Snaky rested underneath the fruit tree. He finally finished refining them. Not only did he reach the peak of the fifth level of spiritual awareness, but his golden scales also increased. He admitted to himself that the dog didn't lie to him this time. The spiritual stone was worth it. He noticed how those three were still refining and cultivating. He assumed that the dog's cultivation would be advanced. The dog asked his disciple if he was done and inquired about the effect of the spiritual-tailed chicken. Snaky replied that it was not bad. The dog suggested they work together, catch a few more, and divide them half and half. He guaranteed Snaky that he would be able to reach the late stage of spirit awareness in a month and attain the perfection of spirit awareness in a year. Snaky couldn't believe it. He asked, "How is that even possible?" The dog played with the stone, winking as he replied, "I don't lie." Snaky refused to go with him. It's a late-stage spirit awareness demon beast. Too dangerous. He told the dog, "If you want to go, then go by yourself." Snaky then asked, "Is the spiritual-tailed chicken even worth being called a demon beast when it was raised by humans?" He argued those beasts have long lost their power. They're weaker than mid-stage beasts. Snaky was firm in his decision not to go, especially after almost dying the last time when he went to steal pigs. The dog, curious, asked, "What kind of pig did you encounter?" Snaky's expression hardened. "Doesn't matter," he muttered. The dog then decided to go alone. "Fine. If anyone's chasing me, I'll just lead them there." Snaky yelled at him, "I've never seen anyone as shameless as you." The dog patted him on the back. "Don't worry, you'll be safe following me. I'd never lie to you." Snaky finally relented, but only on one condition. "You will never ever call me disciple again." He emphasized, "My name is Snaky." The dog was proud of him for knowing how to name himself, but he couldn't help teasing Snaky that the name sucked. Snaky argued that it was better than the dog's Wanderer. The dog insisted that he's the famous, mighty, and majestic wandering heavenly demon who shakes heaven. Snaky contended that he could tell the dog was good for nothing just by hearing the name. The dog sighed and gave up explaining to a blockhead like Snaky. He mentioned that since it wasn't a good idea to publicize the name before his power was restored, he thought of changing it for now. And since he was black-colored, he chose the name Black Emperor. Snaky teased him by calling him Black Little Bro. In Chinese, it's the same word, but has two different meanings. The dog corrected him, saying it was the Emperor. Snaky disagreed. "What will you be when someone like you is called Emperor?" he asked. "I suggest calling you Big Black, since your head is big." The dog didn't like it because it sounded like the name of a dog. Snaky smirked and asked, "Aren't you a dog?" The dog didn't want to argue further and decided to call himself Black Imperial instead of Black Emperor. Snaky, the bully that he is. He decided to call him Black Yellow. In Chinese, the pronunciation resembled the name of the Carefree Sect. The dog asked Snaky, "Do you even know how many cultivation sects exist in this country?" Snaky only knew about the snake handler sect, so he asked, "Are there other sects that also deal with snakes?" The dog replied, "For a snake to only know about the snake handler sect is quite normal." He explained there are 5 great sects spread across the east, west, south, north, and center of Chu country. In the north lies the Frost sect, in the west the Kun sect, in the east the Panglay sect, and in the south the Snake Handler sect. As for the center, it is governed by the Imperial Heavenly Observatory. All the smaller sects in the country are under the jurisdiction of these 5 great sects. The Snake Handler sect was once called the Falling Dragon sect, but after its decline, fearing that too much fame might attract enemies, they changed their name. Snaky then asked about the Carefree sect they were heading toward. What rank does it belong to? Black Yellow explained, "The Carefree sect. It's just a modest small sect. It falls under the Snake Handler sect's jurisdiction and has only 5 minor foundation establishment cultivators." When Snaky heard about the 5 foundation establishments, he attempted to run away, but the dog got a hold of his tail. Snaky refused to go, even if it meant dying. Going to that place with 5 Foundation establishments, he accused Black Imperial of killing him. Black Imperial told him stop being a baby. He pointed at the birds on the cliff. Those are spiritual-tailed chickens, he explained, raised by an old Foundation establishment. Snakey asked to be let go so he could take a closer look. Black Imperial chuckled, commenting on how quickly Snakey had changed his attitude. Snakey was surprised to see so many of them, almost 100. He asked, do you really raise your demon beasts this way? Aren't you scared they'll run away? To answer his question, Black Imperial suggested, try catching one. When Snakey didn't move, Black Imperial taunted him. Snakey reluctantly gave in and tried. Divine Consciousness activated. The dog saw how it bounced back, so Snakey couldn't get his consciousness in. Snakey yelled, this place is dangerous. We need to retreat. The dog held Snakey's tail and told him there's no need to retreat. He assured him that it's not a big deal and was just a light barrier array. He gave a green pill to Snakey to use. Snakey asked, what is it? Snakey sprinkled the powder and a part of the barrier perished. It's an array-dissolving powder. It's specially for breaking protective barriers. Then Black Imperial dropped fat worms. These were the spiritual insects that the spiritual-tailed chicken liked to eat the most. A spiritual-tailed chicken approached the insects, and then several of them gathered around. Black Imperial's plan was to lurk underground first and wait for the spiritual-tailed chicken to come near. Snakey had to wait for his signal, and then they would make a move. He told Snakey, catch as many as you can, then run. After catching the insects, they began preparing. Black Imperial gave the signal. Snakey used the beast taming ring on one of the spiritual-tailed chickens that attempted to run away. Black Imperial caught one, then 2. He yelled to retreat, but he was surprised to see that Snakey had already run away. Snakey used the earth traversal technique. Snakey advised him, run quickly too. A floaty man saw them. He stated, I wonder why some chickens disappeared 2 days ago. It was the carefree sex elder Joe Shu. Now, he knew who had stolen the chicken. Snakey panicked as the man approached. Run quickly, he told Black Imperial. Black Imperial replied, calm down, it's just a small matter. They decided to split up. Black Imperial used his earth traversal technique. Shu saw it and wondered where they had learned it from. He began chanting a spell, and the ground turned to stone, hindering Black Imperial's digging. Black Imperial had another technique in mind. He simply ran on the ground. Shu chased after Black Imperial. He noticed the posture of the dog and realized it didn't look like an ordinary demon dog. Black Imperial used his maniac wind technique, making him run on 2 feet. Sue, watching, asked, are you a freaking human or a dog? Snakey, seeing the scene, felt relieved that he had run away quickly and wasn't being chased. He found a real Foundation establishment cultivator too scary. Wishing the old dog good luck, Snakey muttered, I'll go find a place to refine first. He made his way to a certain cave. The place is not bad. It's secluded. To avoid unnecessary complications, he refined that chicken first before going back home. He matched the chickens with the pills he obtained previously. With this, Snakey should be able to easily break through to the 6th level and reach its peak. Just as he thought, the bigger the risk, the better the reward. Snakey roasted the chicken, but he burnt it. He realized that the way the old dog roasted chicken was not as easy as it appeared. Snakey uttered, it's too bad the dog might not be able to make it back. Suddenly, the dog appeared behind him. He yelled, who says I'm dead? Snakey was surprised to see that he hadn't died. The dog sat down with his legs open, showing his balls. He scratched his groin while complaining about how he was forced to give up 3 spiritual-tailed chickens because of the old man. He cursed that all his efforts had been in vain. Snakey offered him spiritual-tailed chicken. This confused Black Imperial, so he asked, what are you doing? Snakey explained, if it wasn't for you distracting the enemy, I wouldn't have been able to obtain the 3 chickens. And according to their promise, they will split them in half. So he gave him 1.5. Black Imperial was pleased and uttered, Snakey is nothing like his disciple at all. Snakey blushed and argued, I'm not his disciple. Black Imperial told him to stop being stubborn and took the one that Snakey had burnt. Snakey explained that only half of it could be eaten. Black Imperial replied, it can be saved and I'll teach you. He borrowed Snakey's tail, using it to chop the carrots. Then he placed them into the boiling soup along with the chicken. While stirring the soup, Black Imperial explained that chicken isn't just for roasting. It can also be turned into soup. He scolded Snakey since the fire was too big and instructed him to add water. Snakey complied, amazed at what Black Imperial was doing. Black Imperial told him to throw in the other chickens as well. They added more ingredients, making the dish even more nourishing. Snakey blushed, gawking at it, and commented, it smells nice. Black Imperial scolded him, saying, stop drooling inside the pot. Snakey insisted on calling Black Imperial Black Yellow. He asked him if he could eat it now. Black Yellow agreed. Snakey gobbled up 2 chickens at once. He enjoyed it. Black Yellow told him to eat slowly. Snakey burped. He looked satisfied. He gave thanks for the food and decided to refine first. Black Yellow let him be. Deep inside, Black Yellow thought about how stupid his disciple was. The 3 chickens he had were long gone. So not only did Snaky give him an extra chicken, he also thanked him. He found Snaky innocent and cute. Snaky went ahead and refined the divine demonic cauldron. He was going to break through the 6th level of spiritual awareness, but the breakthrough failed. He wondered if it was because he hadn't finished refining the spiritual tailed chicken, but he knew that shouldn't be the case because previously he had broken through into the 5th level immediately after eating it. He tried to break through again, but failed once more. He wondered if it was because he had just broken through recently and his foundation still wasn't solid enough. Black Yellow called him an idiot and told him that as his master, he would help him. He dragged the pot and yelled, "Rise." Then he condensed the debris and burned it. Snaky saw that it was the leftover herbal residue. Black Yellow condensed it into pills. Then he shoved one into Snaky's mouth. Snaky asked, "What is this?" He explained it's an aperture opening pill. After eating it, try breaking through again. Snaky commented it tastes burnt, but he tried again, and this time it worked. He was pleased to inform the old dog that he had successfully broken through. 10 days later, Black Yellow praised him for reaching the peak of the 6th level in less than half a month. Snaky blushed and acknowledged, "It's thanks to you, Black Yellow." But Snaky was firm, "In the future, I won't go there to steal chickens again." Black Yellow replied, "I'm not stupid, so you don't have to worry. We can't keep stealing from the same place. We'll have to find somewhere new." Snaky nodded, "We don't need to rush. 1 month isn't a big deal. I want to make my realm solid before breaking through to the late stage. I'm okay if it takes a year." Although Snaky had broken through a level, his increase in body strength was limited. He hadn't shed like before, and his golden scales had also increased one by one. Humans' main cultivation is their true key, while demons' main cultivation is their body. Snaky knew not to put the cart before the horse and blindly pursue speed, only to achieve nothing in the end. Snaky's eyes bulged. He asked, "What is it?" Black Yellow replied, "What else could it be? The forest is on fire." Snaky panicked and ran as fast as he could. Black Yellow followed behind him, asking, "Are you seeking death, running toward the fire?" He continued, "It's just an ordinary wildfire, so there's no need to panic." Snaky argued, "It's not an ordinary wildfire." He asked, "Who did it?" Black Yellow tried to calm him down. "Play it safe," he advised. But Snaky yelled, "I can't calm down. It's my home." 2 men were talking. The wildfire should be able to burn for 7 days. It should burn that demon snake's nest. An old man stated, "I only have 3 years left in my lifespan. The only grudge I have left is to rip off that demon snake's skin and make it into a snake pill." A man encouraged his master, "You'll be able to get what you want." The master told his disciple, "You are my only longing in the world." Other than getting revenge, there is another reason for the trip. This time, an elder from the headquarters became interested in the demon snake and the Myriad Snake Valley. The snake-catching sect is going to build a branch hall there. By that time, disciples will be able to go to the branch hall and cultivate. Not only will a branch hall increase the average level of local cultivation, but it will also boost the development of the surrounding villages. He asked his master, "Who is the elder that is coming to investigate?" The master replied, "It's an expert in the core formation realm." A young man detailed that the terrain is flat, making it suitable for building a town. He gave it 8 points. He also noticed that the area has many mountain springs, making it ideal for raising livestock, so he gave it 5 points. Additionally, he mentioned that the place is near a river, making it suitable for creating an herb garden. For that, he gave it 7 points. He concluded that the area is suitable for growing spiritual fields, but it's a little ugly, so he gave it 3 points. This person is Yangzi. The fire burns several trees. The pathway was lit up with flames. The Wolf King stayed with Snowy and in the fruit tree. He howled loudly, and Snaky heard that. Black Yellow commented, "Even the nest is burning up." Snaky was worried for Snowy and Wolf King. He uprooted the fruit tree and told them to follow him. They ran as fast as they could. Snaky promised to bring them out. He used the water bullet technique to clear the flames from their path. "Your mouth will dry up," Black Yellow warned. "That little amount of water isn't going to save the forest from the wildfire." Snaky felt his mouth drying, but he replied, "I know what a drop in the ocean means." "The weather is hot and wildfires happen once in a while," Black Yellow said. "Don't worry too much about that kind of accident." Snaky argued the scale of this fire is definitely not an accident. He pointed out what Black Yellow had said earlier, that the snake catcher sect has many branch halls. They open them in places rich in spiritual energy, where there are many snakes. Black Yellow asked, "Are you saying there's a place nearby that's suitable for building a sect?" "Yes," Snaky replied, "and that place is the Myriad Snake Valley." Snaky shared that he went there every spring. There are more than 1 million types of snakes there. Black Yellow now understood. That makes sense. He also knew that when the snake catcher sect builds a branch hall, There's always someone from the Foundation Establishment realm to the Core Formation realm standing guard. Now, it wasn't a surprise why they burned the mountain. Fueled by his anger, Snaky decided to charge in and kill those scums. Don't act rashly, Black Yellow warned, trying to stop him. We have time to cultivate out here. Our MC replied, I'm not stupid, but I sensed something ahead. A man in white clothing stood there. Black Yellow noticed the figure 30 miles in front. A human cultivator is coming. Snaky asked, can you tell what cultivation level he's at? Black Yellow couldn't resist making fun of Snaky. Last time you didn't run away fast enough, but now you're asking about cultivation. Black Yellow answered the question. The man is at the Core Formation realm. It was funny how Snaky immediately burrowed himself into the ground, ready to use the Earth traversal technique. Black Yellow commented on Snaky's cowardly expression, but didn't say anything further. He's just a clone, not a real body. Snaky's anger flared. Why didn't you say that earlier? He asked. How strong is the clone? Black Yellow shrugged. Clones have different levels, I don't know. The strongest type was the external avatar, at least at a pseudo-core formation realm. The weakest was a paper clone, only at the Ki refinement stage. Suddenly, Yangzi sensed something and immediately rushed over. Snaky grew nervous as it seemed that the figure had noticed them and was approaching quickly. Black Yellow activated a concealment talisman. Snaky asked, should we run? Black Yellow reassured him, stay calm. Not even Great Lu, the so-called Supreme Immortal, would be able to detect my talisman. He gestured for silence. Yangzi had already arrived. Yangzi declared coldly, your concealment is worth no more than 2 points. Then he commanded, show yourselves. With that, he unleashed spiritual power, shaking the area. Snaky panicked even more at the overwhelming force. Black Yellow calmly explained, relax. He only sensed a vague presence. He has no idea where we actually are. He's just bluffing. Snaky muttered that he had thought the same earlier. Black Yellow smirked. Oh, and that Great Lu Supreme Immortal I mentioned, that's just the name of a spirit beast I once raised. Yangzi searched carefully, but found nothing. So he thought it was just his imagination. He also considered that the quality of the clone was bad and it was unable to detect anything. He decided to leave since he had a more important task. The Myriad Snake Valley was just ahead, so he decided to take a look first and see how many points he could get from it. Snaky was relieved that he was gone. Black Yellow asked, did you see the storage ring on the clone's waist? He suggested getting it, but before he could finish, Snaky cut him off. Just go by yourself, Snaky said. I value my life. He emphasized the man is in the Core Formation realm. Black Yellow sighed. Listen to me first, he said. Since the clone can't even detect the concealment talisman, it could only be a Foundation Establishment paper tiger at most, even if the real body is in the Core Formation realm. He expected the guy's resistance wouldn't be strong. Believe me, he continued. I have more than 50% confidence in getting rid of him. Black Yellow smiled. We'll split the rewards in half. He liked Core Formation cultivators. Clones and storage, though, were a different matter. Since there could be many spiritual stones in there, Snaky was worried. Even if they killed the clone, the real body would still remain. Snaky didn't want a Core Formation realm cultivator retaliating against him. Black Yellow was suggestive, asking, you want to take revenge for your house being burned to ashes? That made Snaky stop in his tracks. Black Yellow tempted him further, suggesting that Snaky could hate the person who burned his house. He asked, do you just want to be a homeless dog for the rest of your life? Snaky was slightly annoyed and responded, you're the dog. Black Yellow pointed out that Snaky knew exactly what he meant. He asked again, do you want to get revenge or not? Snaky wanted to, but 50% confidence felt too low. He poured out the scales he had plucked from his tail. The strength of the scales was only half as strong as when they had just shed, but there were quite a few of them. He asked, how much confidence would we have if we added these scales? Black Yellow replied, it could be 70% or 80%, but by that time, I'll observe the situation and make a plan. Then, our confidence could exceed 90%. Snaky looked at the situation. The forest fire was spreading. He instructed Snowy and Wolf King to follow the path beside the mountain. Find a hole, hide, and cultivate properly. I will come find you once I've finished my business. In his head, Black Yellow considered their meeting to be fate, so he gave them a little gift. But when they would be able to digest it and gain intelligence depended on them. Yangzi was rating the Myriad Snake Valley and gave it 10 points. No, it even exceeded 10 points. It's the perfect snake farm, he claimed. He knew that all the snakes within 200 meters would gather there every sprint. There's nothing else more perfect than that. He decided it was time to send the Jade slip back. Excited, he thought about how his real body would love it. Then he sensed something from behind. A beam of light appeared in the forest. Earlier, he thought it was just his imagination, but now he was certain someone was following him. They even knew how to draw an array. He blasted part of the area and called out, "Stop playing hide and seek." He saw that he hadn't caught them, as they moved quite fast. Using his gravity technique, he spotted a mangy dog. He asked the dog where the master was. Black Yellow's face got deformed. Yangzi was surprised that the dog self-destructed. Yangzi denied that it was an illusion. He couldn't believe that he had been pulled into an illusion array. He worried there was an expert involved. He decided to send the slip first, but all of a sudden Black Yellow's body reformed and attacked Yangzi, commenting on how Yangzi had believed it was just an illusion. Yangzi didn't expect the mincemeat to gather again. He realized the exploding dog was real, not an illusion. Black Yellow, with his black, yellow, and gray colors, raised his scale on Yangzi's neck. Yangzi's head fell from the sky. Black Yellow watched him and assumed their plan had been successful. He hadn't expected it to be easy, but to his surprise, the headless body choked him. The head was still conscious since it was just a wooden clone. It didn't really matter if he was headless. He gave them 6 points for their little trick, being they barely passed. Black Yellow complained that the dog paws were difficult to use. He wondered what was going on with the clone. Its hand was twisted like a pretzel, yet it still had such strength. Then he realized it. He recalled his conversation with Snaky earlier, that the clone is only meant for scouting, so it should be made of paper. Their plan is that after Black Yellow chops that person's head off, Snaky should follow the plan and play his part. Then they will split whatever's in the storage bag. Snaky was concerned that if it's not a clone, it would put Black Yellow in danger. But Black Yellow arrogantly replied that he could tell in one glance that it's a worthless clone. He even insulted Snaky by saying that Snaky has a lot to learn. Snaky was annoyed and told him to get his paws off him. He cursed Snaky for being a fool. He yelled his name out loud to cry for help. Snaky threw his golden spikes, which hurt the clone, causing it to drop Black Yellow. Yangzi's head was shocked when he realized that the dog was just a decoy. Snaky bit the head of the clone and used the fireball technique point blank. Yangzi's head couldn't sense the technique at all. He noted how teamwork is worth 10 points. And with that, the clone disintegrated. Black Yellow then fell and complained that it hurt. He miscalculated. No one expected it to be a wooden clone. It was expensive. So using it for scouting is such a waste. Meanwhile, our boy Snaky kept shooting fireballs. Black Yellow panicked, trying to stop him since the guy was already dead. He told Snaky, "If you keep it up, even we will turn into ash." Snaky was pleased to see Black Yellow still alive. Black Yellow was touched, but that moment quickly turned into banter. Snaky called him out. 80% confidence? That's so flimsy. You're a liar, dog. Black Yellow complained, "You don't know anything. Weakening Yangzi's power cost me dearly." Then he pointed out, if not for the divine consciousness and the sealing array, you wouldn't have been able to sneak up on him. Snaky argued, "Even if you didn't lift a finger, I could have handled it myself. What you're saying is just bluffing." Black Yellow pondered, "Where did you get that bastard attitude from?" He couldn't accept that Snaky thought he was bluffing, especially when he was the one who stopped the guy from using his Jade Slick transmission. If it had gone through, we would certainly be dead, Black Yellow added. Snaky suggested, "Just burn that thing already. The iron was on fire." Black Yellow commented, "Your black flame is so strong that it can even burn jade." Snaky confirmed, "Are we safe now?" Black Yellow replied, "Not yet. The news hasn't made it back, but that person is still a golden core expert. If that guy finds out his clone died there, he'll personally come to investigate." Snaky looked displeased and then started running away. Black Yellow called him a coward and said, "Stop running around blindly like a headless fly." Snaky argued, "We're just waiting for death if we don't run." Black Yellow told him, "The snake catcher sect's power in Chu country is widespread. If you want to avoid being hunted, you'll need to flee to a neighboring country and lay low for a while." Meanwhile, at the snake catcher sect headquarters in the Immortal cave abode, Yangzi realized that his wooden clone was dead. Even the recording Jade's slip couldn't be retrieved. He wondered who had done it. Amused, he thought, although the wooden clone's strength is mediocre, its aura and divine consciousness perfectly mimic a golden core cultivator. For someone to not only see through it, but also dare to attack it, this truly caught my attention. He called his servant Sugue, but responded immediately. Yangzi ordered him to bring 5 inner disciples with him and go to the vicinity of Myriad Serpent Valley to investigate the person who attacked his clone. Ba followed his command. At the same time, Snaky and Black Yellow were running away. Snaky told Black Yellow, "We've already run a few hundred miles." He inquired, "Why are we still not in the Chin country that you mentioned?" Black Yellow explained, "It's still a long way. We'll need a few more days just to reach the border." Snaky didn't expect it would take that long. He complained, "I'm exhausted." Black Yellow reminded him, "You brought this on yourself. You could have just slithered normally, but you insisted on using the Earth traversal technique." Snaky reasoned, "I was just trying to strengthen my physical body." They arrived at a remote area with an abandoned excavation ahead. Black Yellow suggested, let's camp here for the night. Snakey agreed and planned to take a look at what was inside his storage bag. It was funny because Snakey had fallen asleep on the vast lands due to exhaustion. Black Yellow woke him up and scolded him, but he ended up dragging the sleeping snake into the cave. Then he went to hunt. After that rest, Snakey felt refreshed. He uttered, running a few hundred miles with the earth traversal technique made my body stronger. Now it's time for business. He checked the storage bag. He erased the divine consciousness imprint, but it resisted, so Snakey couldn't open it. He tried again, but got hurt in the process. Snakey already had 2 bumps on his head, yet he still couldn't open it. Black Yellow appeared, dragging a deer with him. He noticed that Snakey was still trying to open it. Snakey finally realized the power of the golden core cultivator. Determined, Snakey decided to force it open using his golden scales. Stop! Black Yellow warned, you might damage the treasures inside. Snakey hesitated. Black Yellow wanted to take over instead, but Snakey doubted him. You might secretly hog it all for yourself. That's who Black Yellow replied. Just give me 3 days to open it. 7 days later at the Gobi Desert, they reached the Chin country's border. They would camp there tonight and cross the border in the morning. Snakey agreed and told Black Yellow to cook while he dubbed a little more. Snakey noticed that the earth was hard and rocky, perfect for training. Don't overdo it, Black Yellow reminded him. If you get stuck, I won't save you again. Earlier, Snakey could only reach 100 meters at most, but after training for a few days, he managed to hit 200 to 300 meters, and he could still go on. It was uncomfortable. The pressure made his bones feel like they were breaking, and he could barely breathe. Snakey was at his limit. He saw the golden scales on his tail growing again. Just as he suspected, the number of scales was tied to physical strength. The stronger his body, the more scales he would have. He knew that a demonic beast couldn't level up rapidly without strengthening their body first. Snakey returned and asked Black Yellow if he was done cooking. I've already eaten, Black Yellow responded. All the leftovers are for you. Black Yellow was pleased that the storage bag's divine consciousness had finally been undone, but it left him exhausted. You should open it later, he advised Snakey. Snakey teased, you said it would only take 3 days. He opened it. Snakey saw pills, talismans, herbs, low-level treasures, techniques, and a jade slip. It contained ordinary items. There were no spiritual stones. This made Snakey wonder why the Golden Core Cultivator's storage bag was worth less than a mule's. He asked Black Yellow if he wanted to take a look, since they planned to split it. Black Yellow replied that it was useless to him. Snakey grew suspicious. Sensing Snakey's doubt, Black Yellow quickly responded, there's no way a master would steal his disciple's item. Snakey's anger erupted. Take out what you hid, he yelled. Flustered, Black Yellow quickly responded, I didn't take any spiritual stones. He had revealed more than he intended, since Snakey hadn't even mentioned them. Black Yellow then suggested we should just talk about this instead. But Snakey wasn't letting up. He continued to press him. Eventually, Black Yellow sighed. All right, fine, he said. There are 10 spiritual stones. We'll split them in half. Then he added, trying to turn the situation around, it's for your own good. You're still young. I'm just helping you store them for now. You can use them whenever you need them in the future. Snakey shot back, get lost. I'm busy studying the jade slip technique. Something caught Snakey's attention. Black Yellow, he said, it's the method to refine wooden clones. Black Yellow replied, it's solely for bluffing people, so don't bother learning it. It's better to use another clone technique. He continued, if anyone masters it, the clone can even be stronger than the caster's real body. That made Snakey curious. Black Yellow revealed it's one of the 6 immortal arts called puppet technique. The top sect in Teen Country, the Heavenly Puppet Sect, is an expert in it. It's rumored that all of their puppets are stronger than their casters. Puppets can't feel pain and their bodies are comparable to demon beasts. Around 80 to 100 puppets can be deployed at the same time. Not only are they unparalleled among people of the same rank, but they can also kill someone in a higher realm. Snakey started imagining learning it. He thought, when I fight someone before anything else, I deploy 100 puppets and give the enemy a few punches first. Black Yellow noticed him daydreaming. He pinched Snakey's cheeks and said, go to sleep. We need to cross the river early tomorrow. At dawn, Black Yellow introduced the Geese Descending River. As its name states, he explained, not even geese can fly over it. And of course, no normal cultivator can either. Snakey asked, can we just swim across it? Black Yellow warned, don't even think about using a water traversal technique. There are a lot of whirlpools in the river. He added, don't be conceited. Pay properly to ride the boat. There's only one boat going to Chin Country per day. Someone told the man that he wanted to get on board. The man turned around and asked, who's talking? The same person then expressed that he didn't have money on him. The man didn't see this creature at first because of its low height. This creature hid itself behind a cloak and a hat. He offered a spiritual stone as payment. The man was pleased and welcomed him aboard the boat. He even guided him, warning him to be careful, all because this man had received a spiritual stone. A rowdy man saw the short creature and made fun of it. The creature looked at them, but stayed silent. Suddenly, the men were blown off by a gust of wind. The onlookers were shocked and called the small creature an immortal. Behind the disguise, Black Yellow scoffed, complaining about how those people dared to laugh at him. Snaky reminded him that he was the one who had said they needed to keep a low profile, but now he was causing trouble. They heard someone say that Elder Joe, Chin Country's little prince, was already on board. The person replied with gratitude for showing him the way. Black Yellow muttered that the voice sounded familiar. A woman ushered in Brother Joe. When Black Yellow saw the man, he realized that it was the person raising chickens in a carefree sect. Snaky suggested run. Black Yellow told him, don't move. We'll get noticed if we run now. Black Yellow, riding Snaky, hid behind the cloak and hat. He explained, since we're in disguise, as long as we don't move, we won't get noticed. Snaky, frustrated, blamed Black Yellow. That dog's nose should be amazing. You should have given me a heads up before the Elder came close. Black Yellow hushed him. No one would ever remember the smelly scent of an old man. Elder Joe noticed them and felt a familiar aura. He assumed, it's my old friends. Snaky wanted to run, but the Elder stopped them. He asked, have we met before? Snaky panicked. He thought the Elder recognized them. He didn't know if he should run toward the land or the water. Black Yellow tried to calm him, even though he was nervous. They faced Elder Joe, but kept their faces hidden. Then Black Yellow spoke. You have a good memory, Elder. We only saw each other briefly during the auction last time. Snaky felt the excuse was nonsense. Surprisingly, the Elder remembered. He reacted positively and uttered that they had seen each other 6 years ago at an auction. Black Yellow humored him even more for his great memory. An attendant fetched Elder Joe because the little prince had been waiting on the second floor. Elder Joe bid goodbye since he had matters to attend to. Snaky asked, is that enough? He then asked Black Yellow, have you seen him before? Black Yellow replied, people in a sect more or less have been to an auction before. There are so many people at an auction, so the Elder won't remember. He continued, I also know how hard it is for humans to acknowledge that they have bad memories, especially old men. Snaky was relieved that they had dodged a bullet again. He suggested hiding in a corner. Black Yellow called him out for being cowardly and pointed out, if the worst comes, we'll just have to fight. Snaky emphasized, you were afraid too. You were sweating so much that it dripped onto me. Snaky noticed that the Elder and the Chin Country were unrelated, but they were together. Black Yellow explained, the world's bustle and activity are all driven by profit. The world is in turmoil because everyone is chasing after it. Snaky asked, what line of profit? Black Yellow theorized that Chin Country might be seeking glory. Then he sighed and muttered, Snaky is just a snake, so there's no point in explaining all that. At Chin Country's border Riverside City, it was already nighttime. Black Yellow knew the place got chaotic after dark, so he suggested they find a place to rest. They chose an inn and requested a quality private room with the best food and drinks. The inn was filled with rowdy men and drunkards. The receptionist ushered them inside. Not long after, their dishes were served, and they even tried some booze. The food looked scrumptious, making both Snaky and Black Yellow drool at the sight of it. They dismissed the servant, and once they were sure he was gone, it was mealtime. They devoured the food. Snaky liked the demonic fish, while Black Yellow was excited about the booze. It had been a while since he'd had some. Snaky, curious about the taste, watched as Black Yellow drank it. He spat it out immediately and complained, this is rubbish. Snaky suspected there might be drugs in it. Black Yellow, surprised, commented, how do you know about that? But then he added, your eyesight is bad, Snaky, because not only the booze has it, but also the food. In an instant, Snaky spat out the food from his mouth. He yelled at Black Yellow for not saying it earlier. Black Yellow explained that they were in a lawless place, Riverside City. He told Snaky not to be alarmed since it was just a drug. He gave him an antidote. Then he stated that since those people started it, they shouldn't blame them. Someone yelled that it wasn't enough. He ordered the servant to bring another roasted demonic beast. The servant explained to the master that the person had eaten 1,000 taels of silver worth of food. He had also eaten 2 whole demonic beasts. He asked the master if they should continue bringing food. The master ordered them to continue, but to change it into the strongest immortal weakening pill. The person hasn't dropped down yet, the master said, so we assume his cultivation is incredible. The master expected this person to have lots of money and treasures, so their actions would be worth it. Those idiots really served a demonic beast, the master muttered. The leftovers are enough for them to eat for a few days. Snaky asked, are we going to leave like that? Black Yellow brought the bag and replied, yes. He asked Snaky if he wanted to pay a scam shop. There's even a human skull hanging in the kitchen. But what Snaky meant was to kill those men and snatch their money. He was even ready to burn down the shop. Black Yellow commented, sometimes you have less humanity than I do. Snaky argued, I'm not human anyway. I'm a snake. The servant and the master forced open the door. The master was confident that the drug was strong and that not even Immortal could withstand it. But to his surprise, they couldn't find the guest. The master was furious. He ordered the servant to inform the people from the Heavenly Puppet Sect and search the entire city. The master slammed the table, promising to kill a person no matter what. His behavior frightened the servant. Black Yellow suggested, "It's safe to settle in the abandoned house we found." He told Snaky to take his time to refine while he went out to do something. Snaky agreed, but deep down it was a bluff. He was suspicious of what the dog might do behind his back. More than that, he was concerned that Black Yellow might attract more enemies. Snaky decided to follow him. Meanwhile, Black Yellow was excited. Black Yellow entered a weapon shop. He approached the blacksmith and said, "I offer 3 excellent weapons and a total of 8 spirit stones. Take it or leave it." The blacksmith eyed him. "Let me see what you have." Snaky, standing nearby, was annoyed. He knew that Black Yellow had been selling stolen goods behind his back. He recognized the items as coming from the storage pouch of the Golden Core Realm clone. Black Yellow smirked. "We'll split it 50-50s. But Snaky knew better. Black Yellow was a liar. Snaky planned to let him sell everything first, then force him to cough up the full share. Black Yellow made another deal, a total of 15 spirit stones for all those pills. Snaky continued to follow him. First, they were at a weapon shop, now a pill shop. It was clear Black Yellow was up to something. Next, Black Yellow offered high-grade beast materials for 13 spirit stones. Snaky's frustration boiled over. "Beast materials too," he muttered, his anger rising. This time, Snaky held back his rage by chewing on a piece of wood. He couldn't believe how much Black Yellow had swiped without him noticing. He swore that the dog would pay once he returned. By now, Black Yellow felt a chilling presence. He turned sharply as 2 men appeared, speaking in low tones. "It's almost curfew," one of them said, "and they need those losers to find someone." Snaky noticed them. "Yuang of Heavenly Puppet Sect complained, of all places, I'm stuck guarding this backwater city for 3 years. I feel so unlucky." Co Yidu of Heavenly Puppet Sect replied, "There's no point in complaining. We failed to break through to the Foundation Establishment realm, so we have to follow orders. Although Ling City is chaotic, if we play it right, there's profit to be made." They noticed a man in a robe with a short build. They remembered him as the guy who dined and dashed. They knew it was him. "You complained it's such a hassle that even that kind of trivial matter requires us to intervene. Wait here, you told Brother Xiao. I'll take care of him." Xiao told to junior brother, "Think for a moment. You asked. What's wrong?" They saw the short man enter the Myriad treasure pavilion. It could be assumed that he had something valuable. They decided to follow and see first. "You praise your senior brother for being sharp." Snaky realized they were Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples, and it looked like the old dogs had caught their attention. Luckily, they are Foundation Establishment cultivators. "You noticed that his senior brother was happy," Zio said, looking forward to the profits they would gain. Snaky thought he could pull off a cat-catching mouse while the dog watched stint. Meanwhile, Black Yellow was pleased that the owner himself had shown up. He urged him to take a closer look and tell them what it was worth. The owner agreed. Black Yellow shared that his bag was full of good stuff, so the owner should look carefully. The owner was surprised to see it. From his reaction, Black Yellow asked, "Is something wrong?" "It's a significant matter," the owner replied. "We should discuss it inside." Black Yellow was pleased that the owner was perceptive. Once inside, the owner immediately instructed Oldbley to close the door, but Oldbley informed him there's still someone there. The owner was furious. "Shut up," he snapped. "I know about those people. I can't let them disturb my business." The men from the Heavenly Pupper sector saw the door closing. They hadn't expected Shorty to be a big spender. They assumed he must have robbed and killed someone to get all the stuff to sell. They knew the Myriad Treasure Pavilion paid a substantial tribute each year. So, it's best to avoid turning them into adversaries. They decided to wait for the Shorty to come out, but over 2 hours had passed, and they were already drenched from the storm. You asked how long they would wait. He was getting impatient as the short man finally emerged. They saw the door opening and moved quickly. The owner was delighted to strike gold today. He had bought himself a rare treasure for just 100 spirit stones. He claimed that great fortune and prosperity were surely coming his way. He noticed the 2 men and asked, "Do you need something from me?" You told the owner to quit the act. They inquired about the short guys who had been selling things earlier. The owner shared that the guy had sold a bunch of treasures from the snake-catching sect, cashed in for body training pills, and even got his hands on the flesh of a spiritual awareness realm monster. You grew impatient, as they didn't care for the details. He grabbed the owner by the collar and demanded, "Where is the shorty?" The owner admitted that he had gone through the back door. He threw the man to the ground and warned, "We'll talk to you about it later." Jiao and Yu hurried to chase after the shorty. They knew he was definitely heading out of the city. They spread their divine sense toward the south gate. You did that and found the shorty running on the roof. Snaky watched from a distance, covering himself from the rain with a leaf. He thought about how this old dog even bought things like body training pills and still hadn't lost his mind. Given the old dog's cultivation level, Snaky knew there was no way he hadn't noticed disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect following him. Snaky wondered if Black Yellow was deliberately moving slowly, using them as bait. He knew that, given the strength of those men, they should not be able to kill the old dog. But if one of them escaped and warned the others, it could lead to an endless disaster. With that in mind, Snaky decided to stay back just to be safe. Judging from the old dog's direction, he was heading for an abandoned house. You saw the shorty enter the deserted house. Zhao wondered why the old dog would go to a place like that. Was it a trap? They entered the abandoned house and found it strange. The shorty's aura should be there, but there was no sign of him. Xiao knew something was off. The place was too isolated. He warned you to be cautious. Zhao talked to the shorty, addressing him as fellow Taoist. He introduced themselves as disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect, responsible for maintaining order in Linyang City. They communicated that they meant no harm and encouraged him to show himself. Yu told his senior brother Jiao that his words were too formal, and the person might not understand. He offered to try. Yu simply threatened the shorty, saying he had only 3 seconds to come out and accept questioning. Otherwise, he'd end up like the dog. While he was speaking, the dog was peeing in front of him. He grabbed the dog and slashed it while counting from 1. Then he continued counting to 3, but nothing happened, just as they expected. Unexpectedly, the dog that Yu had grabbed and slashed moved to bite him. But Yu knew that it was the shorty. He called his lizard puppets to attack the dog. To Black Yellow, that mechanical puppet covered in skin was such low-level junk. The old dog laughed and muttered how those men were foolish for not realizing that the dog knew they knew it was him. Snaky used his divine sense to get caught up. Snaky was creeped out by the old dog's sudden laugh like an old schemer. Yu yelled at the dog to stop the game since he's still going to die anyway. He released a fireball. They wondered if they got the dog. The house was already burning. The dog laughed. So they knew that the dog was still alive. Zhao saw the flesh chunks. He told you to dodge. You were surprised to see the lizard puppet immobilized. They were surprised to know if that is what happens when they touch its flesh chunks. It was such a bizarre technique. The dog challenged the old man to keep going. Snaky finally learned what loose cultive really means. He doesn't feel the need to help the old dog. The man with the sword can't hurt the old dog at all, and the person in the distance hasn't made a move. Snaky knew it was better for him to stay there and keep an eye from the distance. He knew that if he went down and helped at the critical moment, the old dog would be indebted to him. Black Yellow teased those men not to get tired when he, an old man, hadn't had enough fun yet. You noticed that the dog has very eerie powers, and swords aren't useful against him at all. He admitted his competence, for he can only help his senior brother from behind. He had no choice but to bring out the big guy. The giant frog puppet appeared. You told Xiao, join hands with me to attack. In Black Yellow's head, he called the guy an idiot for thinking it was a giant frog when it was actually a toad. He commented that the puppet looked dumb. He wondered if they were planning to attack him together. Jiao brought out his universal fan. Black Yellow found that interesting. The fan created a gust of wind that followed a path. Snaky was strangled by the leaf tied to his head. Jiao cued Yu and the giant frog to do their thing. While the wind led to them, the frog opened its mouth wide enough to swallow the dog. The frog gulped down. They assumed the dog was dead this time. Zio agreed, but he decided not to get careless. Snaky was worried since Black Yellow had been eaten. Zio noticed that the frog seemed off. The dog emerged from the frog's belly and tore the frog apart. You couldn't believe it. No one beneath the Foundation establishment realm could beat his giant frog and lose in an instant. Zio knew it was bad, so he advised his junior brother to fall back. Black Yellow teased, if you want to run, now's your chance. But the old dog wasn't done with them yet. Black Yellow told them that they would die. Those were alarmed as their escape route had been blocked. They reminded the dog that they were disciples of the Heavenly Puppet Sect and challenged him, asking if he still wanted to kill him. Zhao told Yu to stop wasting his words on him. He said that the dog could counter puppets, but not artifacts. They charged at the dog with the intent to kill. Black Yellow taunted them even more, saying that they must be dreaming if they thought they could kill him with their puny cultivation. He told them that they had overestimated themselves. Black Yellow used a technique called Bloody Blade Gale. Several shadow-like blades struck the men. An evil laugh escaped Black Yellow's lips as he announced, it's time for you to become minced meat. Snaky knew that the true keys of those two were completely messed up. It was only a matter of time before they lost. He knew there was nothing more to watch, and he just felt bad that the house had been destroyed. He wondered where he should go next. Snaky hadn't expected the old dog to be that strong. He realized he needed to speed up his cultivation. Suddenly, Snaky felt a familiar divine consciousness nearby. He checked out where it was emanating from. He saw a beggar, but he was curious as to why this beggar was fiddling around. He asked, are you a retard? But then Snakey noticed a scar. It reminded him of one of the cultivators from the Heavenly Puppet Sect. Black Yellow had used a soul-arching technique on one of those men, but he got confused when there was no reaction. Snakey realized that what Black Yellow had killed earlier was a puppet, and this must be the real body. He was aware that the Heavenly Puppet Sect allowed their disciples to refine puppets identical to themselves, creating confusion. Snakey thought it was the real body, but he also entertained the idea that it was just another puppet. He became certain when he didn't sense anyone suspicious within 100 miles. That must be the real body. Snakey assumed that the man had some kind of life-protecting treasure. Snakey needed to act fast and carefully. He wouldn't allow the man to live. The man clicked his tongue when his puppet was gone, and then he said, "You also died." It made Snakey curious about who that black dog was. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared on the side of the man. Snakey covered his eyes because it was glaring. It was. Snakey released a huge freaking fireball. He saw that the man had woken up. He also couldn't hold the fire much longer because it burned his mouth and his head felt heavy. He yelled at the man, "There's no need to care about who I am. Just die." The man used a body protective jade, a water ball protection, and protective armor. He asked, "Which demon dares to sneak up on me?" The man knew that the 5 elements would counterattack one another. He was protected by the water ball, so he was confident he would be hurt. But then he got electrocuted. He saw that the fireball had a thunder talisman. Its protective armor broke. He realized the bastard had combined 5 element talismans and thrown them all at him. He thought, "What an idiot. Dozenino talismans can explode." But Xiao realized there was also a talisman on the wall. It made him think that maybe this was something only a human could do. Snakey yelled, "You know this too late." Snakey used a fire-exploding talisman, a windblade talisman, and a thunder attack talisman, all exploding together. The man used the mythical yellow bell to protect himself. He cursed at Snakey and vowed that he wouldn't get away with it. The man was confident that the treasure would protect him, but to his surprise, it broke. A loud explosion followed. He was roasted, and his long hair was singed. He asked, "How is this possible?" Then he saw the scales. Snakey was surprised the man wasn't dead yet. Snakey released a fireball from up close. He did it several times. His barrage of fireballs continued for 30 minutes. People from a distance wondered which forces were fighting outside the city wall. Some of them panicked and wanted to escape. Black Yellow noticed the commotion and thought, "It's the snake brat." He wondered what had made it freak out. He decided to speed things up since the brat couldn't do a single thing properly without him. After Snakey was done, he was delighted to stash the treasures away. At the abandoned house, Black Yellow finally figured it out. He muttered, "I put in so much effort, and all I found was the first layer of the puppet technique." He complained, "The Heavenly Puppet Sect is so stingy. They didn't teach the complete technique." Black Yellow knew that he couldn't possess another body for a while, and staying in the dog's body was so inconvenient for him, he sighed. Black Yellow considered killing someone, searching their soul, obtaining the full puppet technique, and making a humanoid puppet. He admitted that he had messed up this time. He knew that the first layer only allowed for creating mechanical beasts, making a humanoid puppet out of reach for now. Unless he found a real body and searched for its soul, he decided to forget about it and focus on finding Snakey first. He knew that Jiao's real body must still be in the city. He planned at the right time to stir things up and enlist Snakey's help to deal with Jiao. Eventually, he kept searching for Snakey and arrived at the scene where Jiao was reduced to ashes. He asked Snakey, "Did you kill Jiao?" Snakey, while sweating profusely, lied, "I was just cultivating. I didn't go out or fight with the Heavenly Puppet Sect disciples." Black Yellow was pissed off. "Did you even mention the Heavenly Puppet Sect?" he asked. "You don't know how to lie." Snakey was confused. "What are you talking about? You're the one who killed 2 disciples from the Heavenly Puppet Sect." He suggested we should run while we still can. Snakey decided to escape first, but Black Yellow held the string of Snakey's pouch around his neck, restricting Snakey's movements. Black Yellow pointed out that Snakey's acting was poor. He advised him to take the treasures out and split half of them with him. Snakey replied, "I haven't confronted you yet for secretly selling the stolen goods behind my back, and now you're accusing me." They were making so much noise that they captured the attention of the people around them. Black Yellow warned, "Lower your voice." It was already late at night, and both were out of breath, but they had managed to reach Riverside City. Black Yellow told Snakey, "The geese descending the river are ahead, so we better stop running." He agreed to split the proceeds from the things he sold. Snakey scoffed and replied, "You should have said that earlier." He took out what he had and said, "I bought these body-refining pills and demon beast meat for you. It cost 100 spiritual stones, enough for you to eat for half a year." Black Yellow decided to split the spiritual stones in half. Each would get 46 pieces. He pointed out how he had given Snakey the benefits. Snakey gave in and replied, "I forgive you." But Black Yellow then asked Snakey for the Jew items. Snaky replied that he doesn't know what he's talking about, but Black Yellow told him to stop playing innocent and hand them over. Snaky took out a stone, an armor, and a bell, saying, "These are the items that Jiao dropped. The storage bag got burned, so these are the things that remained." Snaky added, "Jiao mentioned something about the mystical yellow bell, but I'm not sure what the silver armor and iron fragments are." Black Yellow was pleased, stating, "These are good items." He inspected the bell and saw that it had been scratched by Snaky's tail. "What a shame," he muttered. "It's a spiritual treasure." Snaky admitted, "It got destroyed by my golden scale." Black Yellow decided, "I'll repair it later so it can still be used." He shifted his attention to the armor and said, "It's just an average to lower grade spiritual treasure." Snaky knew he was lying. Black Yellow took the armor, and Snaky knew he was being taken advantage of. Black Yellow told him, "Keep the bell. I'll modify the armor so I can wear it myself." Snaky reasoned, "You'll barely be able to use it once you reach great perfection in the spiritual awareness realm." Black Yellow replied, "Allow me to use it in the meantime." He put it on, and Snaky commented, "How handsome you look, Black Yellow." Black Yellow explained the silver armor can automatically adjust to the wearer's body type, and it can even hide itself. "No wonder I didn't notice Zhao wearing it," Snaky thought. Snaky insisted, "Take it off. I don't believe what you're saying." Black Yellow offered him the puppets he had collected, saying, "This should be enough." But Snaky was forced to remove it. Black Yellow placed the lizard and the bird on Snaky's head and asked, "What do you think of them?" Snaky recognized them as the items the Idea Cultivator had used. He knew their battle power would last more than 3 seconds against Black Yellow, so he realized Black Yellow was trying to fool him. "Hold on," Black Yellow said. "There's more." Black Yellow used the black golden stone and helped him refine an ultimate puppet. In addition, he promised to enhance all the puppets for him. "Are you satisfied now?" Black Yellow asked. Snaky accepted. Deep down, he was grateful for the small jade stone he had kept hidden. He was sure it was the most valuable item Xiao had. Xiao's spoils were mystical Yellowstone, protective armor, black golden stone, and unknown crystal. Snaky knows how sly an old dog is, and he's sure he hid something else. He decided to observe and learn. Black Yellow offered to take Snaky to a perfect place for cultivation. Snaky noticed that his tone was strange, so he asked, "What place is it?" Black Yellow told him to look ahead. Snaky only saw an ordinary mountain. Black Yellow said, "It's no ordinary mountain. It's the Sorcerer's Mountain, a spiritual ore mountain from 5 centuries ago." At the Sorcerer's Mountain, Snaky asked, "Are you certain this is a spiritual mine?" Black Yellow replied, "Yes. While all spiritual ore was extracted 5 centuries ago, the mountain still holds the most abundant spiritual energy within a 100-meter radius. There are no traces of humans or demon beasts. It's perfect for us to cultivate for a while." Snaky replied, "It's just filled with scattered humans." Black Yellow started digging the dirt and muttered, "It will do. The spiritual energy here is abundant." Snaky agreed and commented, "Black Yellow's nose is sharp as ever." They got to work. Black Yellow took out something, and Snaky's eyes widened upon seeing it. He asked, "What did you steal this time?" Black Yellow called him out for being impolite. "It's a large container," Black Yellow explained. "This is for you to refine your body." He instructed Snaky to add water to it. Snaky complied, using the water bullet technique, spraying water from his mouth. Black Yellow stopped him. "Don't fill it completely just yet," he said. "Here's some minor tempering powder. Toss it in." The minor tempering powder was top-grade medicine for tempering the physical body and refining the bones. It was an exceptionally rare body-tempering spiritual medicine, worth 20 spirit stones for just a small amount. Snaky asked, and then Black Yellow yelled at him, "Hop in and take a bath." Snaky trembled inside the tank. "It burns. It hurts so much." He thought his pain far worse than being hundreds of meters underground. Black Yellow explained, "The first body tempering is always the most painful, but it's also the most effective. Don't pass out." Snaky yelled back, "I won't faint. My willpower is 100 times stronger than normal people's." Before long, a layer of old snake skin shed from Snaky's body, turning to ash in the medicinal water. Simultaneously, impurities were expelled from Snaky's body. Snaky happily shared, "I shed my skin." He rushed his last advancement and didn't get to shed, but now it's finally done. He also shared how many impurities were expelled. His bones, his meridians, he felt boundless power in every fiber of his being. Black Yellow replied, "See, I told you this stuff works wonders." He stated body refining will take 7 days this time. "Since you got the demonic beast meat, there's no need for you to leave the place." Black Yellow decided to check out the rest of the mine to see if anything was hidden. Snaky waved his tail at him, replying, "Okay." 7 days later, Snaky had grown a meter long. In total, he was now 4 meters, but it felt entirely different from before. Now, if he wished to, he could shrink down to a meter anytime. Not only could he control his body size at will, but his strength and speed had more than tripled. Even though his cultivation was still at the peak of the 6th level of the spiritual awareness realm, his strength is incomparable to before. The number of golden scales he has also increased. They are gradually spreading, his torso no longer confined to his tail. He bet that once he reaches great perfection in the spiritual awareness realm, his entire body will be covered in those scales. He thought about how he'd become the color yellow by then, like a banana. When he was done, he wondered where the old dog went. Black Yellow hadn't come back in 7 days, and there was no trace of him within 200 meters. He decided to forget about him. It was fine, even if he didn't return. Snakey took this opportunity to study the small jade stone he had snuck away last time. He took it out and used divine consciousness to investigate what it was. To his surprise, he was transported to a dark place. It felt as though he was swallowing the light from his divine consciousness. Snakey panicked, thinking that something had gone wrong with him. He checked and confirmed that his divine consciousness was fine. He told himself that it was just naturally dark there, and there was no need to be scared. Then he hit a wall. He thought of the jade stone as a massive storage bed, but he knew it was impossible. Unexpectedly, Snakey hit his forehead. He checked what it was and saw a large chunk of stones glowing in blue. They were spiritual stones. Ritual. His jaw dropped upon seeing that there were more than 1,000 spiritual stones in there. He commented, Xiao is so greedy. Snakey struck gold. He saw that a few of the stones had particularly neat and symmetrical shapes. Their spiritual energy looked more concentrated than the other spiritual stones. Snakey knew that he should never let the old dog find out. Otherwise, it would definitely get stolen by him. Snakey noticed that some of the spiritual stones were moving. They went directly into his mouth, and he almost choked. A few high-grade spiritual stones fled into Snakey's mouth, widening in surprise as if they had consciousness. His stomach hurt as if it was getting ripped apart. Then he noticed that the divine cauldron was reacting. The divine demonic cauldron was swallowing up the spiritual stones. He was confused about what was happening. The divine demonic cauldron was not swallowing the others, only those that were symmetrical. Snakey thought about how the cauldron seemed to be picky. Then he felt his stomach calming down. He wondered what was happening. He decided to ask Black Yellow later. Suddenly someone yelled for Snakey's help. Snakey recognized that it was the old dog. He wondered if he had caused trouble again. How do these things keep happening, one after another? Snakey complained. Snakey used divine consciousness to investigate. He saw a swarm of insects attacking the old dog. Snakey, come and spit fire, Black Yellow yelled. Snakey got annoyed. Did the old dog explode the antil? He asked. Don't involve me if he's seeking death. You deal with it yourself. Black Yellow panicked. Those things can counter me. My exploding talismans are almost finished, and my true energy is nearly depleted too. Snakey raised an eyebrow. But you have a protective treasure. Black Yellow sighed. The ants can get it into the armor's cracks. Snakey was beyond frustrated with his damn dog. He used the earth traversal technique. If I die one day, Snakey muttered, it'll be because this dog dragged me down. He turned to Black Yellow. Activate the protective armor while I prepare the fireball. Black Yellow was relieved that Snakey was finally there. He expressed how he believed in Snakey and that he would use his last true energy. Snakey breathed out a large fireball. Afterwards, Black Yellow asked if it had been settled. He commented on how Snakey's fireball power had increased again. Then Black Yellow said it didn't work. A bunch of ants were crawling up from underneath again. Snakey panicked and told Black Yellow, come quickly. I can't deal with that many ants. Black Yellow even had the time to comment on how handsome Snakey looked now. Snakey looked funny as he ran as fast as he could. Black Yellow advised him, use the earth traversal technique and run into the earth. Black Yellow noticed how fast Snakey was moving. He exclaimed, your earth traversal technique has gotten better. Snakey argued, what use is it? The ants are following us too closely. We can't get rid of them. Black Yellow told him, we'll be safe once we escape to the Geese Descending River. At the Geese Descending River, Snakey asked, what should we do now? Should we swim across? But that would be suicide. Black Yellow shook his body to get rid of the dirt. He told Snakey, don't be afraid. And just look at him. A large fan appeared and Black Yellow boarded it. He casted. Swift winds sweep across 10,000 meters. Feet tread upon heaven and earth. He instructed Snakey to come up quickly. Snakey was surprised to see Geo's fan. He got mad that Black Yellow secretly hid treasures behind his back. As he expected, he couldn't believe in the old dog. Black Yellow told him to stop talking. They flew onto the river first. That's when Snakey remembered the ants. He checked them and was confused to see that they weren't coming out. Black Yellow was pleased to know that those ants were afraid of the sun. They were safe for now. Snakey inquired what those white ants were and how Black Yellow had provoked them. Black Yellow explained that those things were called soul-knowing ants. They survived by eating spiritual stones. Normally, they gathered under the mine to hibernate, But if a spiritual stone appeared, they would consume it like crazy. A physique rich in spiritual energy like Black Yellow's was the one those ants loved the most. Snaky got nervous upon hearing that. Yellow had told him that the ants had suddenly gone berserk because of spiritual stones. Snaky inquired, how far can those ants sense spiritual stones? Black Yellow shared, for normal spiritual stones, their perception is just around 100 meters. For those very rare, high-grade spiritual stones, they could smell it from 1,000 meters, let alone the finest grade of spiritual stones. It will make the entire colony berserk. Snaky asked, why do you think that is? Black Yellow probed, why are you asking? Snaky simply replied, I'm just curious, but deep inside he was afraid that the few spiritual stones he had were of the finest grade. He realized that he might be the one causing the trouble. Suddenly the sky changed, and they were caught in a thunderstorm. Snaky asked Black Yellow, can the fan handle this? Black Yellow assumed he should be fine. Just as he spoke, they were both struck by lightning. Snaky trembled in fear. Black Yellow asked, why are you so far from me? Snaky probed, what did you say earlier? Black Yellow admitted, it's a lower grade spiritual treasure. In the blink of an eye, they both fell into the water as the fan broke down. Snaky mumbled, I'm getting dizzy. He couldn't understand why the water flow was so strong. Black Yellow pointed out that it was the spiral he had been talking about. The suction was so strong that Snaky had no strength left at all. If it continued, he'd die for sure. Snaky decided to shrink his body to decrease the force. Then, he used the water bullet technique to propel himself upwards. Although he couldn't move backward for now, at least he could stabilize himself. He yelled at the old dog to use the water bullet technique and doggy paddle against the current, but to his surprise, the old dog was no longer there. He used his divine consciousness to investigate. He cursed when he saw the old dog get sucked into the deepest part of the spiral. He cursed again, then complained that the old dog was useless. Snaky knew he'd die if he went down. He yelled that he wouldn't save him. But the next thing he knew, he was questioning himself, wondering why he had gone down too. He wrapped his body around the old dog. Snaky saw the stones beneath the water and realized that the spiral had formed because of them. He chomped at the old dog while his tail smashed the rocks. In his mind, he knew his golden scale might not be able to slash through the water, but it can destroy rocks. Finally, they reached the land safely. But the old dog wasn't waking up yet. His stomach was bloated. Snaky felt disgusted that he had to give him oxygen like humans do. He complained that it was too disgusting and that he'd rather die. At that moment, a thought appeared in Snaky's head to beat up the drowned dog. He smacked him with his tail. Snaky looked like he was enjoying it. What a way to do CPR, huh? 30 minutes later, the old dog was bruised all over, but he was awake now. Snaky was surprised that it actually worked. He told the old dog, from now on, I'm your savior. But seeing no reaction from the old dog, Snaky asked, did you lose your mind? Are you awake? Snaky, noticing that the old dog was still in a daze, took this chance to ask him about the finest grade spiritual stones. He said to Black Yellow, I have something to ask. Black Yellow simply replied, huh? Snaky explained that he had a demonic beast friend who once sought a symmetrical spiritual stone. That was enough to wake up Black Yellow. In fact, he was aggravated. He confirmed with Snaky if he had the finest grade spiritual stone that was directly cut off from the spiritual vein. Black Yellow asked, where did it come from? Snaky replied, I don't have it. I'm just asking for a friend. Black Yellow stated, since you saved me that day, I owe you a favor. He then discussed the stone. For a stone like that, you probably need to kill a golden cultivator, or you could return to the half-abandoned mine and try your luck. He asked Snaky, is your friend interested? Snaky replied, forget about it. 2 months of rainy season at the Iron Bear Mountain back mountain passed. A huge number of the snake catcher cultivators went up to the mountain, reorganizing the land, cultivating a medicinal garden, and searching for treasures. A man was informed that they had lost track. This man, Ju, got scolded. Ju of the Moving Mountain sect at the 8th level of key refinement stated, the demon has already devoured 5 disciples from our sect. That day I vowed to skin it alive myself. Otherwise, the Moving Mountain sect will truly end up as nothing more than a spoke for the headquarters. Snake Catcher sect. Not to mention that there's a bounty on it from the sect. Lulu, a 6th level of Kai refinement realm, is with him. One person reported that he's certain the white snake disappeared around that area. He shared that it took his bone-crushing hammer attack, so he can't have gone far. We then see Snowy, who just had a major glow-up, holding her breath underwater. Damn, she really looks fine for our boy now. In the past, she didn't know what hatred was, but now she does. She wanted to avenge the destruction of her hope, but first, she needs to escape. A man was mad that those disciples didn't even search the swamp. A disciple expressed that the white snake has a helper, so he fears an ambush. The senior brother told him to stop whining and search the swamp quickly. The man told the senior brother to do it instead since his cultivation is greater than his. The senior brother replied that he's already investigating that for him. He asked him, "What are you afraid of?" He used divine consciousness to investigate and sense something. The man reported to his senior brother, "The bastard is hiding inside the swamp, but it's deep, so it will take time." The senior brother assured him it won't be able to escape. Suddenly, someone used the fireball technique. The two men were surprised, but that confirmed the snake had a helper. The wolf was familiar. It was our boy, Wolf King. The men knew that it ran away after spitting fire every time. If not for its interference, they would have caught the white snake already. Ju found it interesting. He was an optimist, and he saw it as a good opportunity to have it killed too. He claimed, "We'll be feasting on wolf meat tonight." Shugo was ready to back him up. Wolf King told the white snake, "Run," while he held them off. Snowy emerged from the water and ran. Sea wouldn't let it escape. He instructed Hu, "Go after the white snake. Leave the wolf to me." Meanwhile, at Chu River's Sorcerer Mountain, Snakey used the gravity technique. After 2 months of intense training, his gravity technique was now as powerful as Chaneling's. He could crush all low-level cultivators using just the technique. Within a 50-meter radius, Snakey realized that a low-level technique like the fireball was no longer suitable for him. Luckily, he had mastered the fire snake technique to replace it. He could travel up to 30,000 meters using the earth traversal technique. Besides that, he had also added windblade and thunder techniques to his arsenal. Other than that, the puppets that Black Yellow had helped him upgrade were not yet fully functional. After some practice, however, he had nearly perfected his control over them. All the puppets were linked to him, sharing their view. He had never experienced that level of awareness before. He felt as though he were the king of the mountain. "Stop gloating," Black Yellow told him. "Your two friends are in trouble." Snakey asked, "Are you talking about Snowy and the Wolf King?" "Yes," Black Yellow replied. Before they parted ways, Black Yellow cast the Golden Light mantra on them. It automatically activated in life and death situations. The mantra could save their lives once, but it could only be maintained for 1 hour. He informed Snakey that it was currently active. The location was the mountain behind the Myriad Snake Valley. Black Yellow was about to ask what Snakey intended to do, but Snakey swiftly used the earth traversal technique. Inside the cave, someone who had managed to catch up struck Snowy. He complained that he had already tried several times to shatter the golden barrier, but it would not break. He had no idea why. A troubling thought crossed his mind. Could this be the ancient serpent of legend? Zeeth, who had already subdued the Wolf King, replied, "I doubt it. The old Serpent King is said to be black, not white." He also knew that the golden barrier would gradually weaken, so he advised, "Save your strength." He anticipated that the barrier would vanish within an hour. Hugh declared an hour is more than enough. He intended to claim the first merit for capturing a creature, but Z confessed that the golden light gave him an ominous feeling. He asked, "Are any of our uncles from the moving mountain sect nearby?" He assumed that Master Uncle Yeo was stationed at the camp 100 miles away. He believed that the Master's assistance would be invaluable. When he used the summoning jade, a message came. "Summoning Master Yeo will reduce your share of the credit by half." Z responded firmly, "It won't." He explained that summoning him ensured that the demons had powerful backers. If there isn't any backing, Uncle Master Yeo will arrive within an hour, he said. They will still kill the demons in time and keep all the credit. They used the Earth Prison technique. Who was impressed by how cautious Zai was? Zai told him, "Until the Master arrives, we will secure the area." 1 hour later, Black Yellow was exhausted. He complained, "Snakey is ridiculously fast. I can't keep up." He wondered, has Snakey already gotten there? He also wondered, is that brat a finest grade Earth spiritual root constitution? Snakey had finally arrived. His head popped out of the ground. He sensed Wolf King and Snowy's auras nearby. He assumed they were behind the Earth Prison, but he couldn't see the snake catchers. He sensed that their cultivation was clearly below the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, the golden light barrier wouldn't have lasted that long. But he also noticed that those bastards were cautious. He assumed they were hiding. He knew that using divine consciousness might alert them. So, he chose the safer option, using a beast puppet. After a while, he expressed that it looked like he worried too much. Those two demons didn't seem to have any backing. He decided to kill them before Master Ye arrived. So he noticed the lizard. "Isn't it just a small lizard?" Someone replied. "Are you scared of it?" Another teased. "Look at it trembling just from staring at us," a third voice added. Suddenly, the lizard opened its mouth and released a beam. Surprise him! It fired at the men. They immediately used the hardening technique and Earth's shield. Several more lizards did the same. They knew it was too late. A loud explosion rang out. The man called for Xiu, but that man was already roasted. The man realized it was the heavenly puppet sex technique. He hadn't expected a cultivator from the Qin Kingdom to be there. The white snake reported to the wolf that a certain someone had returned. Are you certain the wolf asked? The man introduced himself. I am Juzi, a disciple of the Moving Mountain Sect. He asked if there's some sort of misunderstanding between him and the Heavenly Puppet Sect, but Snaky replied that he's going to bomb him to oblivion. He and the lizard prepared to attack. The man instantly moved and used Earth's shielded rotating defense. He claimed that he was at the 8th level of the refinement realm. At that moment, he was fully fortified. He yelled, "The puppet beast won't be able to harm me." He used divine consciousness and sensed that the divine consciousness of each puppet was emanating from a single source, underground. He thought, hiding beneath the earth while facing cultivators from the Moving Mountain Sect who specialize in earth techniques is as foolish as playing with fire. Since this fellow Taoist refused to settle things with words, Zeke used Earth traversal technique to approach his enemy and confront him. Snaky realized that the man had found him. The lizards were only capable of handling middle-level, refinement cultivators. They were too weak against high-level cultivators skilled in defense. Snaky noticed that the man's clothes were different from the snake catcher sects. Z observed that his enemy wasn't running away. He realized that it was trying to fight him underground. Z took out a chain and claimed that it was his way of avenging. He used the piercing technique, stone needles. Snaky found this guy too noisy. He used the wind blade technique. The idiot, the guy muttered. Using the wind blade technique underground is as good as bashing your head against a brick wall. But the wind blades pierced through the rocks. C was caught off guard. He couldn't believe that the wind blade technique had destroyed his stone spear underground. He sensed another attack and immediately used earth armor. Before he knew it, his hand got cut off. He sensed that the summoning jade was reacting. He thought that his master Ye was nearby. He decided to buy time until Master Uncle Ye arrived to save him. He planned to immediately beg for forgiveness. He pleaded with his senior, but instead of a human, a huge black snake appeared. Snaky zapped the hell out of him. Called loudly for Master Ye. A loud explosion happened. Eventually, Snaky popped his head from the ground. Snaky complained that the thunder attack explosion was way too loud. He knew he hadn't learned his lesson yet, and this could attract more enemies. He vowed never to use the thunder attack technique in the underground again. He remembered the guy calling out for Uncle Master Ye before he died. Snaky wondered if this guy had reinforcements. With that, he decided to move fast and save Snowy and Wolf King before the backup arrived. But a blade hit the ground, catching Snaky's attention. A man with a long mustache appeared. He saw the black snake, which made him think that the rumor was actually real. Snaky had just jinxed himself. This bald old man was Mountain Sect Elder Yuan. He was an initial level foundation establishment cultivator. He had long heard that the mountain was home to a black snake and a black dog. Not only did they have intelligence, but they could also speak human language. He enumerated crimes like the assassination of the snake catcher sect disciples and the robbery of carefree sect's spiritual-tailed chicken. He thought it was all hearsay. He never imagined that it was true. And now the snake was murdering disciples of the Moving Mountain Sect. He vowed not to let the snake leave alive. Snaky thought of him as a fool since his puppet had already surrounded the place. He assumed the old man was getting anxious. He decided to bomb him. Snaky was surprised when the old man blocked him midair. The old man planned to chop off the tail first. Snaky's tail was almost severed. He realized that the old man was too dangerous. The old man noticed the shrinking techniques and puppet arts and realized that the snake knew a lot. He claimed those are nothing more than petty tricks. Snaky was confused about what was happening on the ground. Elder Ye used Carnage Sandstorm. A violent wind howled, uprooting trees from their roots. Snaky's little lizards were caught in the storm, torn apart by the swirling sand. Snaky estimated that the range was around a few hundred meters. With that power, Snaky realized that the man was a true Foundation establishment cultivator. Snaky wondered how he was supposed to deal with him. Our boy knew that he was in real trouble now. Yu's mountain collapsing slash had already been delivered. He made the first move, and Snaky kept evading the blade. The relentless barrage wasn't giving Snaky a chance to breathe. Snaky was blasted away. He knew he couldn't take him head on. He had to outmaneuver him. Snaky kept thinking of a way to turn the tide. Then he remembered what that old dog had made for him. Yu used the mountain collapsing slash again, his second move. It was a massive slash that scattered the ground, but Snaky noticed that only pebbles were crushed. He realized Yu had missed. He quickly scanned, looking for where that bastard had gone. Snaky used earth traversal to dig beneath the ground. He saw him trying to run, so he was about to throw his sword to stop him. He threw the sword while saying, "Ask my sword if it allows running." Snaky saw the sword coming. He knew he wouldn't make it in time to use his traversal technique. He had no choice but to take the hit head on. Snaky was determined to fight the old man until the end. With a swift movement, he swatted the sword away using his tail. And the sword went flying. He couldn't believe it. Taking that hit, Snaky felt the true power of a Foundation establishment cultivator. He realized that he was on a completely different level compared to the half-baked Chendoling. Snakey also knew the cultivation gap between them was massive. With that, there was no way to defeat him. He hadn't expected the snake to manage a chip in his sword. It made him curious about the secret the snake held. Snakey used the earth traversal technique. Ye saw him running and immediately used the soil petrification arts. He blocked the whole underground and wondered why the snake wasn't coming out. Snakey knew that Black Yellow had fallen for this trick before and he refused to make the same mistake. Besides, it was nothing like last time. Not even stones could stop him. He couldn't believe that the petrification wasn't working. He realized this demonic beast was extraordinary. Now it made sense to him that 2 of his disciples had died at its hands. But he stated, "The snake is unlucky to run into me. I won't let it escape, no matter what." He used earth-piercing strike. Snakey was surprised to see a pointy rock heading straight for him. Snakey shouted out loud because he almost got impaled. The pointy rock emerged from the ground, but to Y's dismay, there was no corpse. He was surprised that it actually avoided the strike because of its agile movements. He used earth-piercing spike encirclement, and several pointy rocks appeared underground. Snakey evaded them all. He cursed in annoyance because that old bastard was forcing him out of the ground. He was in a dire situation. Even if he shrank his body, he could barely avoid it. Snakey used the swift wind talisman. He had to charge out. He was pleased that Snakey finally surfaced. He used Carnage Storm, but to his surprise, the snake disappeared. He assumed it was some kind of stealth talisman or treasure. He used Manifestation Sand so the snake couldn't hide, but there was still nothing. He thought it had run away while in stealth. At that point, Snakey was already 800 meters underground. It was too close, but Snakey was fortunate to have that stealth talisman. Without it, he would have never made it back down there. He realized that the old dog was right. Fighting a higher level opponent was no less than defying the heavens, and if he wanted to rescue Wolf King and Snowy, he will have to wait for the old dog's arrival and coordinate with him. But then Snakey didn't expect that the old man would find him so quickly. Then he noticed that he hadn't activated his divine consciousness. Since it isn't activated, the old man shouldn't be able to pinpoint his exact location at that death. It dawned on him that if Ye really found him, he would have attacked instantly. He realized that it was just psychological warfare to rattle him. As for Glai, he got no response from the snake. He searched as deep as 500 meters and still found nothing. It made Glai wonder if he had let it escape, or if it was just hiding even deeper underground. He realized that Snakey was there to save those 2 bastards. He left since the snake wouldn't come out. Snakey had an inkling of what he was about to do. He threatened him. "If you don't show yourself by the countdown to 10, I will rip off the skin of your companions. In such a tight space, my earth-piercing spike will kill them within 10 seconds. Ye started counting from 1. The Wolf King and Snowy prayed for Snakey to come out. Then he counted by 2s. Snakey panicked and complained that's not the proper way of counting. Snakey yelled from where he was and told the old man to leave them alone. He was pleased that he had finally shown himself. As he had expected, Snakey was still underground. You used the earth traversal technique, calculating how deep the snake was. After reaching 800 meters, you discovered that Snakey was there. You couldn't help but comment, "Snakey sure is tough." You then asked him, "Aren't you afraid of getting squashed in a mincemeat?" Even Ya had to be cautious beyond 500 meters. Ya used anti-quash and golden protection. Eventually you found Snakey. You used earth crushing, hitting him all over his body. Snakey charged at you, mouth wide open, vowing to kill you. You challenged him, asking, "How do you plan to kill me?" I's sword pierced through Snakey's head. Snakey hissed loudly. Then Snakey stopped moving. You was disappointed that he had died just like that. He had been planning to capture him alive. But it didn't matter much, since it was still very precious even in death. He planned to bring it back to the Sect. However, as he looked closer, he noticed a black golden stone drop from Snakey's mouth. That's when he realized it was actually a goddamn puppet, but it confused him that it had blood and flesh. Then he saw golden spikes coming. He realized he had been tricked. The real body was still underground. He estimated that it was less than 3 meters away. Yay! He used Earth Shield, then Earth Armor, followed by Earth Flowing Wall, and finally Inner Armor. He didn't have enough time to cast all of his defenses, but even that minimal steel-like protection wasn't something a lowlife like that snake could break. He was confident that he wouldn't get hurt, but he screamed loudly when he did. The snake appeared and asked, "Hurt you?" Snakey swatted away the sword, and the old man panicked. Snakey corrected him, saying he just wanted to kill him. Snakey told him to leave his leg behind. You used Mountain Piercing Spike just as Snakey thought. You still have treasures. Snakey used the Fire Snake technique, followed by the Wind Blade technique, then Thunder Strike technique. You used Flee. At this point, Snakey was already panting. His body had reached its limit. He felt bad, because just a little more, and he would have killed him. Meanwhile, Ye was relieved that he had escaped in time. He still had his life-saving blood spiritual pill. While running away, he commented, "The snake is extraordinary. He needed to report back to the sect immediately. He knew that if the demon wasn't eliminated, it would become a major threat." But then he saw the rumored black dog blocking his path. Seeing Black Yellow with that cunning face of his, Ye already knew that this old man was trouble. He turned to the other direction to evade him. He contemplated the coincidences. He assumed that the bastard snake had set up the ambush beforehand. He knew he needed to run quickly. Suddenly, he screamed out loud as his head crashed into the trunk. Black Yellow was now on top of Ye. He noticed that the man had stopped breathing. He muttered, "A Foundation establishment cultivator reduced to this state is kind of amusing. I haven't even done anything yet." He was impressed by Snaky. Suddenly, Snaky yelled, "Step back." Black Yellow was about to greet Snaky, but to his surprise, Snaky was about to unleash the fire snake technique. He yelled at Snaky to cut it out since the man was already a corpse. When the man was engulfed in flames, he yelled loudly. Black Yellow realized that the man was just using tortoise breath to feign death. Black Yellow told Snaky that it was enough since the man had already turned to charcoal. Snaky was relieved that it was finally over. Black Yellow saw Snaky's condition and asked him, "Did those mountain-moving sect bastards do this to you?" Snaky replied, "Some of it was done by them, and the rest was done by me." Snaky had torn off his own skin and insides to disguise the puppet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have won. Black Yellow saw with his own eyes that these bastards really gave Snaky a beating. With that, Snaky informed Black Yellow, "I'm going to sleep for a while." At this point, Black Yellow was enraged. Those mountain-moving sect scum had harmed his disciple. He held Snaky in his paws and vowed, "I, the heavenly wandering demon, shall play with them." They went back to the cave. Snowy immediately cuddled Snaky. Black Yellow informed her, "I've already applied spiritual medicine. I've also set up hidden formations around here. Their place should be safe for the meantime." He told those three to stay there and focus on healing, and he would be back shortly. Snowy was worried since Snaky hadn't woken up yet. Black Yellow assured her that he would be back before the incense burned out. He brought out the incense, and it was gigantic. Black Yellow, while atop the incense, instructed Wolf King to move it more to the right. Wolf King's reaction and annoyance were funny because the incense was thick and long. Black Yellow told him to stop whining and explained that it was a healing incense. He reasoned that since those three were heavily injured, if the incense weren't that thick and long, it wouldn't be enough. He confirmed with them if they had inherited his healing technique. Snowy replied yes. He told them to use it, and they would recover in no time. They did, and Black Yellow noticed that their wounds were already improving. He placed the pouches he got from Su, Jiao, and Yoan, and told Snaky that all those were for him, and he hadn't touched them. Now it was time for his revenge at Mountain Sect's Soul Lamb Hall. Someone yelled, "Outrageous!" This man, the mountain-moving sect's leader, Xiazi, was in the early stages of the Golden Core realm. He had just learned that junior brother Yi's lamp had gone out. He couldn't believe that a Foundation establishment elder had died in the wilderness. Since taking leadership, nothing like that had ever happened in their sect. Mountain-moving sect Elder Shifenzi, a mid-stage Foundation establishment, spoke up. It occurred near Myriad Snake Valley, he stated. He speculated that it might have been the work of another group from the Snake Catcher. "Even though we are affiliated with the Snake Catcher sect, there's constant infighting between sects," Elder Shifenzi added. Snake Catcher sect Elder Chen replied, "The 5 sects under the aegis of the Snake Catcher sect signed a peace agreement before entering the mountain. Even if there are conflicts, it is still only among the disciples. There is no way one of us would kill a Foundation establishment elder." Yazi agreed with Brother Dang. "Daling traveled all the way here to discuss important matters with us, only for such a disaster to occur. It's truly shameful." Dang replied, "It's fine, since we are in the same situation after all." Yazi pondered, "If it wasn't the work of a cultivator, then it might have been a demonic beast." Fenji argued that's impossible. Senior Yangzi's clone was also defeated in that area. Afterward, they carefully searched within several hundred meters of Myriad Snake Valley, but found no demonic beast at the Foundation establishment level. Fenji continued, even if such a creature did exist with Junior Brother Y's abilities, there's no way he wouldn't have been able to escape. Moreover, the remains were burned, not consumed. From what we know, this doesn't resemble the work of a beast at all. Yazi grew angry. Dang then declared, "I know who did it." He suspected the culprit to be the Black Serpent. Although it has not yet reached the Foundation establishment realm, it is extremely powerful. Not only does it possess intelligence, but it is also exceptionally cunning. He admitted several of my disciples have fallen to its venom, and even I once suffered at its fangs. Still, I am certain that Snake is responsible. Fangzi noticed that Dowling was really worked up. He figured out that what made Dowling take a prohibition pill was related to the demonic snake. He replied that he had heard of the snake before. Since Dowling had fought it firsthand, they pledged to assist him in slaying it. He instructed them to relay the orders to all the disciples and follow him to search the mountain. Whoever finds Alib will be rewarded with 50 spiritual stones. They planned that night to kill the snake and erase the disgrace. Black Yellow heard that, and just as he thought the mountain-moving sect was full Hotheads, they wouldn't just let it go. He learned that they would make the move that night and create a diversion, but he commented that there was no need for that. Black Yellow used blood energy protection. He stood in front of Mountain Moving's ancestor, New Yao's grave. Since they dared to bully Snaky, Black Yellow decided to return the favor. In retaliation, he would dig up their ancestor's tomb. Black Yellow entered the tomb and looked inside. Then he exclaimed, "Not bad." He opened the coffin and commented, "How filial a mountain-moving sect is. It's been so many years since Wu Yao, but they can still preserve him like he's still alive." His ice coffin is also a finest grade spiritual treasure. Black Yellow planned to take everything, but to his surprise, he couldn't store it. He realized it could be a cold mechanism. A dragon appeared and roared. After the 3 layers of the defensive arrays, he was now faced with an ice dragon. He was amused by that backup. Black Yellow felt confident and started emitting a dark aura of his own. He knew that there was no tomb that he, the heavenly wandering demon, couldn't raid. The dragon turned him into ice. Black Yellow got annoyed. Suddenly, a black claw broke through the ice. Black Yellow was pissed, especially since it was merely a tomb mechanism. Yet, he dared to dream of becoming a dragon. He scolded it and told it not to be too arrogant. Black Yellow turned into the heavenly demon descending dragon. Back then, when he was dominating the scene, the mountain-moving sect wasn't worth a damn. The disciples eventually noticed the commotion even from a distance. They were worried since the master and the others had just set out. If anything happened to the tomb, they couldn't afford to take responsibility. They turned pale and panicked. They wondered what they should do. They checked and saw that the ancestor was gone. The tomb had been raided. Hastily, they sent a message to the master and the others. They questioned Dane, asking if his compass really worked, since they had been searching the entire mountain for 2 hours. Dane replied, it shouldn't be the case unless the snake has escaped thousands of miles away. But they thought that was impossible. Even for them, it would take 5 to 6 hours to travel that distance, let alone for a snake. If that's not the case, they speculated, it must have used some kind of anti-tracking method or array. They noticed a burning smell and saw a strange light in the distance. They decided to investigate. Back at the cave, Snaky was glowing brightly. He was breaking through the 7th level of key refinement. Wolf King was amazed by Snaky's progress. Snaky had broken through the late stages of key refinement. Wolf King thought he was strong. Snaky humbly replied, I'm not that good, as they say. But now that they had mentioned it, Snaky noticed that golden scales had covered half of his body. If he keeps breaking through, he wondered, will his entire body be covered with golden scales? In the background, Snowy blushed as she held Snaky's old skin and wondered what had happened. Suddenly, they heard someone calling for the demon snake to come out and die for daring to slay the disciples of a mountain-moving sect. Wolf King was about to report that someone was nearby, but Snaky immediately covered his mouth and shushed him. From the sound, Snaky anticipated they were still at a distance. The divine consciousness also couldn't find anyone. Snaky speculated they were trying to trick them. The old dog had set up an array for them, and Snaky trusted that it should be dependable enough. He told them to wait and see. If it didn't work, they would have to fight for their lives again. Snowy couldn't help but blush. Yazi, observing the light from their current location, was confused. There was no movement at all. He ordered everyone to search the area, but suddenly, a bird arrived with an emergency summoning from the sect. When he read it, he learned that the ancestor's tomb had been raided. He was furious. He immediately ordered everyone to return to the mountain with him. Black Yellow watched them from the tree, finding it funny that they scurried back home. He even wanted to disgrace them further by throwing Wu Yao's corpse into the snake catcher's sex toilet. Black Yellow also thought about refining Wu Yao into a puppet. He thought it would be interesting. Unfortunately, he still hadn't gotten his hands on the heavenly puppet Sect's 3rd level technique. If he had known that would happen, he should have gone to the heavenly sack puppet Sect to take one back that year. He expected no one would dare say no to him since he was famous. Even the divine puppet Sect headquarters would have to submit to him, not to mention the heavenly puppet Sect. When they arrived at the tomb, someone yelled loudly. Yazi expressed that it was unfair. He asked who could have stolen the coffin. Back in that year, their ancestor was an expert in the Golden Core realm, he said. The man was halfway into the nascent soul stage. To dare to steal his corpse, we assume the opponent is at least a cultivator in the Golden Core realm. A disciple asked, why would a Golden Core cultivator do that? But other than Golden Core cultivator, they believe that it won't be possible to break into the 3 layers of the array and not get killed. Dang asked, why did nothing happen to the other sects? Why is it only a moving mountain sect that got into trouble? Just as the disciples went out, Fangzi asked, "What do you mean?" Dowling told him, "Don't be angry. I'm just analyzing who did it." He explained there's too much coincidence. They just left and immediately the ancestor's tomb was raided. I believe the opponent chose this method, most likely to seek revenge or to stand up for the demon snake. Dang asked, "Do you know the demon snake still has a black dog companion? He shared, once dug around graves and stole corpses in the village at the bottom of the mountain." Yazzie ordered a bouncing on the demon snake and the black demon dog. Those who find clues will receive 100 spiritual stones. Those who kill them will receive 200 spiritual stones. And no matter what, we need to get back our ancestors. Black Yellow returned, expecting that everyone was already healed. He yelled at them to pack their stuff and come with him at once. Black Yellow announced that he had found another cave suitable for cultivating, a few hundred miles away. Snaky appeared, sticking close to Snowy and the Wolf King. He reasoned that there were people from the mountain-moving sect out there. Black Yellow assured him that they had all been drawn away. Snaky was surprised to hear that. He asked how Black Yellow had managed it. Meanwhile, Snowy was lost in thought, wondering if Snaky was on top of her. Black Yellow replied that he would explain the details on the way. If they didn't leave at once, those people might return. Black Yellow didn't forget to collect the spoils. When he looked up, he was confused as they weren't there anymore. Upon hearing that the mountain-moving sect was returning, the three of them immediately bolted. He asked them if they even knew the way. He told them not to run around. "Wait for me," Black Yellow called after them. A few hours later, at Phoenix Perch Mountain, Black Yellow claimed this is the place. He had already set up the array. He encouraged everyone to rest for the night. The Wolf King told him that he was good at finding caves. Snowy expressed that the place feels similar to the Myriad Snake Valley and she likes it. She wants to plant the snake fruit tree again. The next day, Black Yellow threw a snake on the ground. It looked like Snaky. Black Yellow told Snaky, "I fixed this snake clumb for you." Snaky thanked him, but noticed the strange eyes. Snaky brought out the 3 storage bags. Black Yellow replied, "I'll go for a walk." Snaky told him there's no need. You can have one. Snaky continued, "If it wasn't for the snake you made, I wouldn't have been able to win." Black Yellow resisted, saying, "I didn't even provide any help." He told Snaky to take it all, but his actions were the opposite. He reached his hand behind and used the gravity technique. Snaky encouraged him, "Come quickly." So the 4 of them split the spoils. Black Yellow called them to check their spiritual roots. He told them the path of cultivation is a lifelong matter, so you can't mess around. He started with Snowy. He told her, "Put your tail on the orb." She was surprised. Snaky urged her on. Black Yellow told her, "Snaky said you're interested in refining pills. If she can refine pills, then they will be in good fortune in the future." Snowy placed her tail on the orb and it started reacting. Black Yellow was surprised. A strong green aura began emanating from the orb. It revealed a single attribute, top-tier wood spiritual route. "This is an innate sacred body for pill refinement," Black Yellow said. "This level of talent is rare, even among humans. It's 1 in a million. Major sects would fight over someone like that." He turned to Snaky. "You're lucky. You'll never run out of pills." Snowy and Wolf King had no idea what was happening as Black Yellow whispered to Snaky, "If a human girl possesses a pure wood spiritual route," Black Yellow continued, "she's almost always a beauty. If Snowy gains a human form, just imagine how many cultivators she could enchant." Snaky blushed. He immediately gave Snowy wood element techniques and a jade slip on pill refinement. Snowy thanked him. Blushing, she asked, "How should I call you? Lord, Sir, or husband?" Snaky was speechless. He blushed and yelled at Black Yellow, asking what kind of weird memories he passed on to her. Black Yellow looked smug as he replied, "It's just common knowledge, and there's nothing to fuss about." He then brought up that Snaky had shared some intimacy with her before gaining sentience. Wolf King butted in and told Snaky, "Snowy should call me husband since it sounds more affectionate." Snaky yelled at him to shut up. Snowy, while rubbing her head on his face, called him husband. Snaky told her not to call him husband. He wanted her to call him Snaky instead. Since she would call him Snaky, she asked if she could be called Snowy. Snaky agreed. At this point, he was red as a tomato. Wolf King asked, "Are you worthy of a name?" He suggested Wolfie. Black Yellow replied, "That sounds terrible," and named him Husky instead. Wolf King asked, "Is there no other option?" Black Yellow told him to shut up. It was his turn. He placed a paw on the orb, and it showed blue, red, and yellow colors. Husky was pleased to know that he had a 3-colored, top-tier spiritual route. Black Yellow stated that it's metal, fire, and water. Since it's a 3-attribute mix, it's not great. He explained that the more elements one has, the weaker their affinity. A jack of all trades, master of none. Husky felt sad about it, and Snowy comforted him. Meanwhile, Snaky was excited for his turn. He touched the orb, and it showed many colors. Then, it shot up power towards the ceiling. Snaky got alarmed. Husky covered Snowy from the debris while saying that it was too extreme. Black Yellow told Snaky to move his tail quickly since the crystal ball couldn't handle it anymore. Snaky and Husky got blasted away. Snaky asked, was that a 7-colored mixed spiritual root? He couldn't believe that his aptitude was even worse than Husky's. Black Yellow explained that although Snaky's roots were mixed, their quality was extremely high, especially his earth spiritual root. Even top tier wasn't enough to describe it. Black Yellow admitted that it freaked him out since he had never seen anything like it before. But thinking back on Snaky's speed of learning, it all made sense. Snaky decided that, since his earth spiritual root was the best, he'll focus on earth attribute techniques in the future. Black Yellow is the only one left, so Snaky asked him, aren't you going to test him? Black Yellow showed a dark purple aura with ominous lightning crackling around it. From the elements metal, wood, fire, water, earth, wind, and thunder, he doesn't think he's part of any of the 5 elements or 7 essences. Snaky asked him, don't you have any spiritual roots? Or maybe you have a dark spiritual root? Upon hearing about the dark spiritual root, Black Yellow grinned. He expressed that he liked the sound of that. He told Snaky that he had regained some of his strength. Because of that, he would be entering seclusion for a while to break through. He then asked Snaky, can I leave the food and security in your hands? Snaky replied, there's some food in the storage bag. As for security, as long as we don't run into cultivators above Foundation establishment, we should be fine. 1 month later, someone used an earth-piercing strike and a huge spike shot up from the ground. It was Snaky. He then tried. Earth-flowing wall. Our boy is slowly mastering all the elements now, an earthbender avatar. He didn't expect to succeed on his first try. It made him curious, which is stronger, his spike or his wall. The spike broke the wall, which made Snaky conclude that it was stronger. After that, the rocks glowed. They enveloped Snaky as he used earth armor. Although the earth-flowing wall can't withstand it alone, earth-flowing wall combined with earth armor should do the trick. There are 16 earth techniques in total. Snaky focused on mastering 1 offensive and 2 defensive ones first. If he faced a Foundation establishment cultivator again, he may not win, but he should be able to escape. While his techniques were improving, his cultivation wasn't progressing much. He used up all his minor nourishment pills and high-grade beast meat. He had to think of a way to get more meat. He wondered how Snowy's pill refinement training was going. Snowy was determined to refine a minor nourishment pill for her husband. But when Snaky saw her toss random herbs together, it made him doubtful. He planned to let Husky test the pill first since he had a bad feeling about it. He decided to return home. We then see Husky standing at the corner scared and uncertain because Snowy wanted him to try the pills she had made. Just from the looks of it, they were obviously dangerous. Husky could only howl. He sought help. Snowy asked him, what happened? Husky replied, the pill is poison. Snaky, hiding behind the bush, saw the whole exchange. Seeing the effect of the pill, he thought he should go hunt for spiritual beasts instead. Then, our MC found these huge mammoths. His eyes twinkled as he gazed at their massive sides. Those elephants aren't bad, he thought. Except for infants and pregnant females, even the weakest is in the 3rd level of spiritual awareness realm. Just one of them would last us several days, especially the leader. Snaky assumed it was a demonic beast in the 9th level of spiritual awareness. It would be an amazing source of nourishment. Snaky got alarmed when he heard the footsteps of a human. He wondered who it was. These were men in their 20s to 30s. One of them was Hoi Union, one of Xuan Yangzi's direct disciples. He was at the early stage of the Foundation establishment realm. Snaky panicked at the sight of them. He thought they were snake catchers from the Carefree Sect. He was surprised to know that they didn't even spare elephants. Snaky decided to go down and have a look. He used the puppet technique. The men were happy to see so many mammoths. Their expectations of Master Ya, the esteemed master's direct disciple, were met. Union replied, of course the elephant tusk is a precious item. If they sculpt it into precious jade and give it to the ladies from the Purple Cloud Sect, they will love it. And with that present, it will be a breeze to ask those ladies for dual cultivation. Suddenly, the mammoths started running. It even howled loudly. The mammoths attacked the humans. The humans quickly determined their leader. Union order set up the array. Do not let any of those mammoths escape. A blue crystal was then planted on the ground. They used a technique called Extermination Great Array. It zapped those mammoths, but it was a useless struggle, especially with Yant and his spear. He hit several of them, even a baby. The mammoths cried loudly. For Snaky, it was too much. He commented, these cultivators are making them extinct. Mammoths were hit one after another, yet they still tried to protect their offspring. Snaky couldn't tolerate it anymore. He had to find a way to help them. He needed to at least protect the pregnant mothers and the children, or else they wouldn't be able to eat in the future. But the snake catchers had too many people. Snaky couldn't afford to be reckless. Otherwise, once he became the target, he feared he wouldn't be able to protect himself. He needed to wait for a foolproof opportunity. Yin was impressed that a mammoth could still stand, even with the injuries. He realized that those elephants were resistant to injury. Strong attacks might not be as easy to entrap and eliminate. Someone reported that the array can't hold off any longer. The elephants are not stopping, even after getting injured. They kept clashing against the barrier. Yin talked to the leader of the elephants. If he could understand him, he was requesting a tusk. Then he would consider letting them live. He tried to persuade it, saying that it should think about the children. The leader smiled. It roared loudly, and the elephants came running out as the array was broken. A few other elephants and children escaped. Yin stated, since it refused to take the easy way, we will do it the hard way. Since the elephant wanted to leave behind its bloodline, Union decided to cut off its roots first. The elephant swatted away Union's sword. Union was surprised. The elephant was provoked. Scum, Union called it. Union ordered Zhang, Lei, and Wang Wu go chase after the escaped ones. Then he ordered others to follow him and kill those scums. Snaky saw the chance. There was one 9th level Q refinement and two 6th level QE refinements. He used the Earth traversal technique and decided to kill the 3 who were slightly weaker first. A mammoth cried out in pain. But these humans wouldn't just let it go. They kept struggling. The cultivator reported to his senior brother, Zhang, the child can't run anymore. Zhang saw this as an opportunity. He told the men to stay behind, then promised, we'll divide the loot with the same old rule. Janae attacked the elephants, calling them little scums. He added, a little husk isn't bad either. Snaky knew it was time. A bright yellow spell appeared to the side. He seized the moment when the man was attacking the elephant. Snaky used earth-piercing strike. It severed the man's body in half. The other 2 men were surprised. They hadn't expected other enemies. One of them asked, what should we do? The other man suggested, run. We don't risk our lives for something like this. He ordered, activate all the Gale talismans and run. They planned to quickly report to Union, or the man they called Uncle Master Hua. Snaky had set up an ambush, ensuring no one would escape. The lizard fired a beam at the man's thigh. The man screamed in pain, and the other asked, what happened? When they looked up at the trees, they saw several more laser beams ready to be fired. It was fired simultaneously, and they couldn't evade it. It puzzled them why there were traps. Then another lizard puppet's head popped from the ground, and it fired straight into the man's face. They were roasted to death. Snaky told them that they deserved it. He used a gravity technique to collect their items. He was successful in obtaining a storage bag and saving the mother elephants and children. He decided to continue to wait and see whether any cultivators moved alone. He took a tooth and commented, just for that, those men are stupid. After some time, the mammoth lay there on the ground. Union was relieved that it had finally settled down. One of the disciples was impressed by how big the tusks were. Union wondered why those 3 idiots hadn't come back yet. He expected that with their cultivation, they should be done in 30 minutes, yet it had already been an hour. He ordered one of the disciples to go and have a look. Union speculated that they had pocketed the money and run away. Suddenly, they heard someone scream, and Union saw the earth-piercing strike. He thought it was the mountain-moving sect, but he knew it shouldn't be. He activated his divine consciousness sweep and yelled at the enemy to come out. Snaky watched Union scan the area. He noticed that Union's divine consciousness reached only about 300 meters, much weaker than Hichuan's. He wondered if it was because the man was young. It seemed that, even as a fellow Foundation establishment, there was a significant difference. Snaky was now certain that the man was truly weak or simply acting. He knew he couldn't be careless. Union, actually 17 years old, was furious. He used shadow-revealing sand, but there was nothing. He ordered everyone to stop attacking and activate their defenses, warning them to be cautious of the ground. The disciples quickly deployed defensive techniques like carefree armor and golden bell shield. One of them spotted 2 elephants running away. Union ordered the man to ignore them, suspecting someone was ambushing them. Snaky found their nervousness entertaining. He decided to strike with a feint. Union noticed something emerging from the ground and threw his spear at it. He used the gravity technique to inspect it and saw that it was just a puppet. It made him curious who this enemy was capable of using puppet techniques rather than the earth-piercing strike. They heard a loud noise. It was followed by spikes emerging from the ground, hitting the disciples. Union realized that the earlier movement had been a feint. It's despicable and shameless, he commented. Stop hiding if you have the guts. Come out and fight me. Snaky, chilling underground, thought to himself that what Union said was such a joke. He reasoned that if one could fight others in the dark, there was no sense in fighting face to face. Suddenly, he felt an earthquake. The disciples screamed as fire engulfed Union's body. Someone appeared and asked, were you the ones responsible for this? A gigantic mammoth appeared, its body aflame, furious that they had attacked his heir. This mammoth was the leader in Manjin, and he was at the perfect Foundation establishment realm. The disciples ran, screaming in panic. It's bad. It's a demon at the Foundation establishment realm. The mammoth chased after them. It was Snaky's first time seeing a great demon at the Foundation establishment realm. It was even riding a cloud. He was amazed, and it helped him out big time. By the look of its aura, Snaky speculated that it should at least be in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Maybe even the perfected Foundation establishment, but its speed was just so-so. On the other hand, the snake catcher sect moves fast. Snaky decided to help delay them. That way, he could also practice a little more. He used Earth-Piercing Strike, causing Union to lose his balance. Union cursed. The person hiding in the dark strikes again. He vowed to rip apart that person. Jin had no idea who was helping him. He would remember that favor. He wished for the thief to die. Jin used earth-shattering mountain-stomping feet. And knew he couldn't make it in time, so he decided to go all out. He used Water Curtain Celestial Splendor. Its aim was to shroud the sky and block the sun. Jin found that water to be a cheap trick. Union was hit and crashed to the ground. He knew that if this continued, he would definitely die. Union thought it was a huge loss this time. He deployed the Reincarnation Pendant. Snaky saw that the Foundation establishment's snake catcher had run out of his earth-piercing spike attack range. He decided that it would be better for him not to involve himself too much in the battle. As for the elephants, except for the female and some children, only 2 of them managed to escape. He pitied them, knowing that they had almost died. With that Foundation establishment elephant there, it was quite risky for Snaky to eat the dead elephant. However, he saw one that was still breathing. He told the elephant, "Don't be afraid, I won't eat you." Snaky decided that, since he had already helped them out, he would continue to do so until the end. He opened a jar and offered a small essence restoration pill for the elephant to eat. 30 minutes later, a huge mammoth was back. Snaky immediately rushed to aid the injured one. He was relieved to see that it was still alive. He encouraged it to lie down first, as the injuries were severe. Then he noticed the bottle of the pill. As he recalled the technique from before, the 2 incidents came together in his mind, and he burst into tears. He thanked the benefactor for his help in protecting his children. He is truly grateful. He expressed that the benefactor would come out and accept his thanks. Snaky decided to leave, since if he accepted his thanks, he wouldn't have the resolve to face and eat them in the future. He just hides and runs. But he couldn't help but be impressed with Jin. Jin killed that Foundation establishment snake catcher in just 30 minutes. A normal demon beast doesn't have enough intelligence. They can only know how to erase the storage bag's imprint, so they won't collect. It dawned on Snaky to loot the corpse and pick up the leftovers. But he was cautious, since the man could just be acting dead and might have a trump card. With that, Snaky just left and decided not to be greedy. 3 days later, Union woke up. It took him 3 days for his body to reform. That made him angry at the old beast. He was relieved that he deployed the Reincarnation Pendant ahead of time and barely managed to stay alive. A mist appeared in front of him, and a holographic image of Union's master appeared and asked, "If you're awake." Union asked his master if the despicable person had appeared. His master replied, "It has been 3 days since Union faked his death, and no one has appeared." He gave that person 9 marks for being so calculating. Yin was surprised, and it made him cough. His master gave him 0 marks for his mental resilience, but he couldn't say more since Yin was heavily injured. He decided to send him to the Purple Cloud Sect to heal his wound. Yin could only say yes to his master. A few hours later, a bright light appeared as someone cast a spell to break through the 8 levels of spiritual awareness. It was Snaky. He was frustrated that it wasn't working. Although the minor chi replenishing pill he had obtained helped him cultivate up to the 7th level of spiritual awareness, reaching the 8th level still felt far out of reach. Snaky wanted to reach the Foundation establishment realm soon. He was curious if he would be able to soar through the skies once he achieved that. He decided to ask Black Yellow about it later. He wondered what changes would come after reaching Foundation establishment. Then he saw something explode again. He assumed that there were 3 of them. Someone coughed as he was burnt. He complained that it was so suffocating and regretted that Snowy had learned to refine a pill. Wolf King blamed Black Yellow since it was Black Yellow who told Snowy that she had an innate sacred body perfectly suited for pill refinement. Black Yellow defended himself, saying that he hadn't said anything wrong. Snowy had a single attribute, a top-tier spiritual route, but he questioned where they went wrong. He had never seen that kind of talent before. The cauldron had a 100% chance of exploding when refining pills. It didn't matter how carefully he guided her. When she tried, it just blew up. He was frustrated since it was the 5th explosion of the day, and if this continued, the cave would collapse. Wolf King remembered that Snowy had succeeded once. He recalled how she gave him one of the pills to try, though it turned out to be nothing but poison. Black Yellow replied that the pills she made before were undercooked, and Wolf King was just lucky to survive after eating one. Snowy was crying as she expressed that she had finally succeeded in refining a pill. Black Yellow told her to take it out, and he would check it. He was confused by the smell and shape. "What kind of pill is this?" he asked. Snowy replied, "It's a minor key replenishing pill. Snaky asked me to refine it for him, and this is my first successful attempt." Snaky uttered, "No matter how I look at it, this black, lumpy thing doesn't resemble a key replenishing pill at all." Black Yellow suggested, since it was Snaky who told you to make it, he should be the first one to try it. To guilt trip him further, he added, "Don't let Snowy's hard work go to waste." Snaky refused, saying, "I'm just a humble disciple. My master should take it instead." Black Yellow teased, "It's too late for you to call me master." Then he encouraged Snaky, "You should try it. You need it more than I do." Snowy, under the impression that her pill was popular, smiled happily. She assured them, "I'll make more so everyone can have some." They both responded simultaneously, "No need." Black suddenly remembered that they still had an ally. Snaky thought about Husky. Husky had run away, saying, "Even if I'm not talented, I'm not stupid." Black Yellow had ordered him to catch 2 demonic beasts, as that was the only option they had for now. An hour later, Husky returned, bringing back an annoyed monkey and a fish. Black Yellow examined the creatures and determined that the beasts were at the 2nd and 3rd levels of spiritual awareness. That was enough for their purposes. He tested a small dose on the 2nd level beast first. The fish immediately began to glow. They watched as the fish broke through the 3rd level, but then they realized it was actually at the 4th level already and still breaking through. Black Yellow commented, "The pill is effective. It's definitely a minor Kai replenishing pill." Snaky was impressed by how much power a little chunk of the pill had. He couldn't imagine what would happen if someone swallowed the entire pill. Black Yellow said, as expected of a single attribute, top-tier wood spiritual route. "It's a genius in pill refining." He boasted, "My judgment was right." Snowy looked proud and a little touched to be called a genius. But then they noticed something wasn't right. Snaky asked, "What happened to the fish?" To their surprise, the fish grew legs and ran away. Snaky, "The fish has evolved," he stated. Black Yellow corrected him, "No, it's a mutation." The fish became a monster. Snaky was relieved that the monkey was too shocked to run. Black Yellow saw that it fainted. He instructed them, "Feed the rest of the pill to the monkey." He told the monkey, "This will increase your cultivation. You should swallow it." The monkey emitted blinding light. At that point, the demon monkey's transformation went beyond Snaky's understanding. It was like it underwent the evolution of the apes. It stood upright, almost like a human. Charles Darwin would have pissed his pants seeing this. Snaky and Black Yellow were overwhelmed. It had broken through 5 levels in a row and reached the 8th level of spiritual awareness in an instant. What shocked Black Yellow was that it turned into a human, but then it fell flat on its face. Snaky asked, "Why isn't it moving anymore?" Black Yellow explained, "The energy was so overwhelming that it caused key deviation, and it died." Snaky was shocked to hear that. Snowy apologized and explained that she didn't do it on purpose. She didn't know it would kill someone. Snaky told her not to be silly since they had caught the monkey to eat it in the first place. Black Yellow uttered that Snowy had followed every step correctly, but the results were insane. From the ingredients to the refining process, everything was right, yet the effects were completely unpredictable, and the way the monkey died was familiar to Black Yellow. Snaky sniffed the air and something caught his attention. He smelled something unusual. He turned to Snowy, sniffing her. She blushed. "Do I smell weird to you?" she asked. Snaky shook his head. "No, you smell nice, but there's something off." He narrowed his eyes. "What cultivation technique did you learn?" Snowy replied, "It's called Heavenly Devil Art." Upon hearing that, Black Yellow tensed. He'd forgotten to address that when he helped her gain intelligence. The Heavenly Devil Art was only suitable for a demonic fiend's body like his. He had never seen a single attribute, top-tier spiritual root, cultivated before. Black Yellow turned to Snowy. "Try circulating your technique," he said. Then he instructed Snaky to get away from her. Snowy did as she was told and released spiky vines around her. It was the Heavenly Devil Art merged with the wood spiritual route. Black Yellow had never seen true ki like that before. It made him conclude that the case was solved. It must be the reason why Snowy's pills were so bizarre. Snowy asked, "Can I still refine pills in the future?" Black Yellow replied, "You're really talented, but I advise against it." Snaky, on the other hand, told her, "Don't listen to the old dog." He encouraged her to practice if she liked it. "We just need to find some human cultivators to test on. I'm sure it will work out eventually." He gave her a new cauldron and ingredients. Snowy was touched and tears filled her eyes. Upon seeing that, Snaky got flustered. Black Yellow told Snaky, "Since you're the one who let her refine pills, you should be the one to eat everything she makes." Snaky questioned, "Why does it have to be me when I just comforted a girl?" Then, Black Yellow asked Snaky if he needed some pills. He knew a way to get plenty of Minorki replenishing pills. He stated that it would be enough for Snaky to cultivate until he reached the perfection of spiritual awareness. maybe even further. Snaky asked if it was enough to reach Foundation establishment. Black Yellow replied that it was possible. Snaky then asked if he would be able to soar in the sky once he reached Foundation establishment. Black Yellow laughed at what Snaky was imagining. He clarified that Foundation establishment cultivators didn't fly. Snaky was confused because he had seen Jin do that. Losing interest in that topic, he instead asked what Black Yellow was planning. Black Yellow suggested robbing a sex pill refining hall. He opened a map of the Purple Mist sect. He told Snaky not to ask where he got it from. Then he pointed at the pill refining room and asked, "Do you dare?" Snaky inquired when they would make a move. Black Yellow replied, "Tonight, once night falls." He planned to empty the pill refining hall of the sect. This place is the Purple Mist sect, the very same one where Union was asked to do his recovery. Purple Cloud sect, one of the 4 big sects under the Snake Catcher sect. They only accept female disciples. Their power is on par with the other 3 sects. But this sect has a huge characteristic. They are overly proud. From disciples to elders, they exude an air of arrogance. The reason? Every female cultivator in the Purple Cloud sect has a beautiful appearance. They also practiced a dual cultivation technique called the Purple Cloud technique. If one cultivates with them, their own cultivation will increase. This causes them to have a lot of admirers. As long as they mention it, there will be people offering all kinds of precious treasures and spiritual beasts to them. Even disciples from the Snake Catcher sect often try to please them, because for the Purple Cloud sect's technique, both parties must be willing. It cannot be forced. Only then will it have the best effect. If the female cultivator harbors resentment with just a little hint, she can immediately make the male cultivator fall into key deviation. This is the domineering power of the Purple Cloud technique. At the Purple Cloud sect's backyard one night, someone informed Chun Hoa about the treasure he had risked his life searching for. The man begged her to do dual cultivation with him. This woman named Chun Hoa dismissed the gift as trash. She added, "A toad dares to lust after a swan's flesh." She told him to bake Kawa instead. Black Yellow remarked, "Now Snaky knows why we rarely see people from the Purple Cloud sect outside." Snaky asked, "Why?" Black Yellow explained, "As soon as they ask for treasures, people automatically come to them." Snaky commented, "It's an amazing technique. The creator of the Purple Cloud technique is astonishing and brilliant." Black Yellow paused and then added, "I forgot to tell you earlier, the creator is actually a guy." Snaky was surprised. Black Yellow continued, "The creator was once male, but I don't know what method he used to become a female cultivator. He devised a secret dual path technique. As to the details that followed, Black Yellow chose not to tell Snaky, fearing it might disturb his state of mind. Snaky replied, "I'm not interested in that. What I want to know is how we're going to enter the barrier. You said before that the Purple Cloud sect's barrier isn't ordinary. It can only be broken from the inside." Black Yellow answered, "That's actually quite simple." He told Snaky to watch him. Using color-changing powder and a body-shrinking pill, Black Yellow transformed into a small, fluffy white dog. He then held out his leg, signaling Snaky to bite it in order to complete the disguise. Snaky shouted, "That's revolting." He felt his eyes had been tarnished by the sight, but reluctantly followed through. Black Yellow scolded him, "I told you to be gentle." Despite the pain, Black Yellow managed to instruct Snaky, "Bring out a large lizard to act with me. Then you'll wait outside for my signal." Snaky replied, "All right." Together, they arrived at the main gate of the Purple Cloud sect. 2 female cultivators heard the sound of a dog howling and, curious, decided to investigate. At that moment, Black Yellow pretended to be pitiful, making it look like he was being bullied by a lizard. One of the women called her sister Nuon and pointed out, "Look, that spirit beast lizard is bullying the white dog." Deep inside, Black Yellow was secretly cursing Snaky for hitting him too hard earlier. The women quickly intervened and drove the lizard away. One of them picked up the white dog and sighed, "Poor thing, not only was it bullied, but it's also injured." They decided to take it back with them for proper care. Snaky, watching from the side, was bewildered. He couldn't believe the plan had worked so smoothly, especially since those 2 cultivators didn't seem weak at all. The woman cuddled the white dog, assuming its constant squirming came from fear. Meanwhile, Black Yellow grinned, clearly pleased that his little trick was working perfectly. Snaky observed carefully and realized the women were at least in the mid-stage of the QI refinement realm. What puzzled him most was how cultivators of that level could be fooled so easily. Snaky thought, "If it's just that simple, then I could do it too." He decided to use a snake puppet that Black Yellow had made for him to try. A woman heard a noise and then saw the lizard attacking the snake. Snaky assumed that if those women saw a huge lizard bullying him, they would pity the small snake and help him. But he was surprised when a sword hit the ground near the snake puppet. The woman was hostile. One of them expressed, "The demon snake is disgusting. We should kill it immediately." They saw the lizard and found it disgusting as well, so they wanted to kill it too. Snaky panicked. The lizard and the snake puppet ran. He was confused as to why they saved the dog, but not the snake. Black Yellow was nervous and annoyed at Snaky for doing that, especially when he didn't even have fur on his body. It was funny because, despite that, Snaky tried to act cute. Black Yellow knew they shouldn't cause a big commotion. He barked and ran. The woman interpreted it as the dog getting scared. Black Yellow used an invisible talisman and ran. In his head, he thought the woman didn't know how to hug, so it was uncomfortable. The woman called her senior sister and said, "The dog is gone." She asked her to look for it together. She's worried because the dog is injured, so it shouldn't move around. Since it was wounded, she assumed it shouldn't have run too far. After a while, they still couldn't find it. They assumed that maybe it had been eaten by those few spiritual cats. The senior sister told the junior sister, "It has faded, and we can't do anything further." Black Yellow used the J plate release. Then he informed Snaky that he had broken all the Purple Cloud's sex restraining array. The gap could only withstand for 1 hour. He ordered Snaky to quickly come by following the sound transmission's direction from underground. Snaky went as fast as he could. He couldn't help but comment, "The old dog is dependable this time." He replied, "I'm coming." Snaky arrived, and Black Yellow showed him a map. He pointed to where the Purple Cloud sees their pills. There are 3 places. One in the outer Sect pill room, one in the inner Sect pill room, and one in the place where the disciples exchange their treasures. And that is the Purple Cloud Pavilion. The pills in the outer Sect pill room are all middle to low-grade pills. The inner Sect pill room holds upper-grade pills. It's the main place where they refine minor key replenishing pills. Later, they will go to the inner pill first. Then they will use the minor teleportation array to reach the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Snaky knew that the old dog's target wasn't the pills, but the treasures of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Snaky didn't pay much attention to it, as they were already inside. He reasoned that it's good to steal more. There was a silhouette of a female cultivator atop a male cultivator. The woman moaned and screamed, "I'm coming. Help! I can't take it anymore." Snaky was confused, so he asked, "Is the female cultivator being killed?" Black Yellow explained, "The woman is just feeling happy." He added, "Her screams are making my fist hard." Snaky was clueless. He probed further, "Why is the woman calling for help if she's happy, and why is your fist getting hard?" Black Yellow replied, "Snaky, you're 1 step away from full enlightenment." Again, Snaky doesn't understand. Black Yellow told him that it's nothing, and he was just praising him. The male cultivators are going to get sucked dry sooner or later and then thrown away. Black Yellow gave Snaky a piece of advice that he was a simp. Snaky asked, "This in Chinese means dog." Black Yellow reacted, "I'm not that in the bedroom, not like the ones we just passed by." There was a heavy pant. The naked man and woman cuddled. The man told the woman, "Yinling, I'm thankful." Yinling's cheeks were flushed, and she looked like she enjoyed herself. The man continued, "If it wasn't for you having dual cultivation with me and giving me the Foundation Establishment pill, I wouldn't have recovered so fast." The man was the young Master Hua. Yinling told him, "You're too polite. We're going to become Dao companions soon, so there's no need for you to be so formal." Moreover, the Foundation Establishment pill was given to me by us. Hua was thinking about something else, though. He vowed that once he was fully recovered, he would definitely find that creepy thief and kill him to release his hatred. Snaky felt the killing intent. He was confused as to why he sensed a familiar but dangerous aura. Black Yellow noticed that Snaky had gotten better. Snaky was confused by what he meant. Black Yellow replied, "It's unexpected that you noticed." Right beside the guest room above them was the pill-making inner room. The scent of the minor chief replenishing pill had seeped through to the ground. Black Yellow continued, "As for the danger, that's because there are 2 elders guarding the area. One is in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, and the other is in the middle stage of the Foundation Establishment realm." He planned for them to move separately. Snaky would create a commotion above to attract one of the elders. Then Black Yellow would deal with the other. "After we're done taking the pills, we'll move to the teleportation array and meet up," Black Yellow added. Snaky asked, "What kind of commotion?" Black Yellow told him that it can be anything. He can kill someone or destroy a room, as long as it can attract the attention of the Foundation Establishment, though Black Yellow advised not to overdo it. It will be enough as long as Snaky can make a distraction, but not cause a big commotion. Snaky scoffed, but he agreed. He was thinking of going up and taking a look anyway. He was sure that the familiar aura earlier was definitely not a minor key replenishing pill. Snaky knew that it was a weakened cultivator who had just reached the Foundation Establishment realm and was still unstable. Then he felt something. He saw Union and realized that he wasn't dead yet. Snaky thought about why he had just reached the Foundation Establishment realm and speculated that it was because he had been hurt previously and had only just recovered. At this point, Union and the lady were chatting. Snaky knew that Union held a grudge against him. This made Snaky plan to take Union's life at that very moment while he was in a weakened state. Snakey inspected the area and found out that the layer above was the toughest stone layer. Even if the earth-piercing spike could pierce through it, it wouldn't be fast enough. The commotion would be too big, and he will easily get noticed. At that moment, he can clearly hear them talking, and because of that, he can sense their location. He estimated that he's less than 10 meters away from them. At that distance, using the golden scale to assassinate him is the most appropriate act. Someone knocked on the door and looked for Lady Ling. Snakey sensed it was another male cultivator. Snakey speculated that they would have three-way cultivation. He found it weird, so he decided to observe for now. Besides, he wasn't confident he could take all three of them out at once. He sensed that the third person's aura wasn't weak. It was even stronger than Yanshin's, but he still hadn't reached the Foundation Establishment realm yet. This person was the Mountain-Oving Sects Intersect disciple Xiao, who had perfected the Qi refinement realm. He told Lady Ling that he had heard she wasn't feeling well, so he brought her supplements that he brewed himself. It took a few hours. Ling replied that he could just leave them at the door and go. Chu asked if there was someone else in the room. Ling replied, "It's the young master Hoa, and he's teaching me some techniques." The man replied, "The young master sure is working hard." He inquired, "Are the young master's injuries getting better?" A woman outside laughed and commented, "I've never seen such a simp before. It's unprecedented that he's asking if his love rival's body is getting better. I know him to be a genius, but he's still sitting on Lady Ling even when he knows she's just using him." Shu informed Ling, "I'll place it by the door." The woman who gossiped muttered, "Cho is just shameless. I heard he even gave away his own Foundation Establishment pill for Ling. They called him stupid since Ling wasn't even unwell, and the supplement is just going to end up in Union's hands." Snakey heard that and realized that's the simp the old dog talked about. Snakey understood that nothing good ever comes from being a simp. He wished for the man to leave and not get in the way of his work. The woman outside told Xiao, "I feel sorry for you. Why don't you come to my place instead?" Xiao told her to scram. The woman replied, "You're unappreciative. That's why it's no wonder that he'll always be a coward." They even told him that since Union doesn't have any strength left, he should just go in and push him. Snakey knew the guy was gone, and he found his chance. He released his golden scale to kill. Yin was surprised. Ling asked, "What happened?" Union sensed the killing intent. He moved while yelling, "Watch out." The spike appeared from Union's legs. He screamed loudly. His PP was always hit. Ling cried out loud because her arm was hit. Snakey used a gravity technique and thrust. Union covered his body with his aura. Snakey expected that the power of the scales weakened. After turning around, Union checked if Ling was all right. The people outside got curious about the commotion. Ling had a hole in her head. Snakey realized that he couldn't kill him in one shot. Union had too many treasures on him. These from earlier came back too, so he couldn't attack now. He had already caused a commotion, so he decided to get out of there and meet up with Black Yellow. Snakey ran as fast as he could. Chu entered the room and immediately searched for Ling. He saw them naked and Ling was hurt. Chu was furious. Union tried to explain. "Don't get the wrong idea," he said. "Ling was assassinated." Union questioned the poor timing. Chu accused Union. "It was you who killed her," he shouted. He was mad that he hadn't protected her. "So it was you who killed her," Chu yelled. He called Union a murderer. The roof collapsed. A woman saw it from outside and asked, "What happened?" Chu yelled at them, accusing them of fighting out of jealousy. "Stop," she shouted. "If you really wish to fight, go outside. Don't destroy the sect." This old woman was the Purple Cloud Sect's Pill Foundation Establishment realm. Old Chrome Wang Lin. She was surprised to see Yinling. She was enraged that Ling had died. Snakey realized that the sect was actually strong. Song. He can fight evenly with Yunin. That expert from the pill arrived too, so Snakey knew his mission was done. At the same time, an old woman was wondering why her senior sister hadn't dealt with it yet. She wondered what happened. Black Yellow was lurking. This woman is the Purple Cloud Pavilion Pills Foundation. She stated that the old woman hides everything from her. Otherwise, she won't get any credit if it works, and she will take the blame if it fails. Black Yellow pushed the woman inside the cauldron. Faye was surprised. She yelled, "Who is it?" Black Yellow was grateful that he'd observed in advance and knew about the two old women. With that, he set to take the pills. He used the fireball technique and lit the cauldron. Faye kept screaming, "Who is it?" She yelled, "Let me out." Black Yellow told her to keep screaming. He shared, "There's a fight outside, and no one will come to your aid, even if you scream." Snakey appeared. He was surprised to find that Black Yellow had locked the Foundation establishment inside the cauldron. Black Yellow told him, "We'll talk later. For now, let's grab the stuff first." Snakey was surprised to find so many pills. He exclaimed, "We're rich." He kept the pills and brought back the ingredients for Snowy. Black Yellow commented, "It's rare to see Snakey being so loud." It made him feel that the trip was worth it. Fa realized that the ones who locked her inside the cauldron were pill-stealing thieves. She vowed to kill them. Snaky replied, I might not have the courage, but I have fireball technique. He increased the flame on the cauldron, causing Faye to scream out loud. Black Yellow felt proud of his disciple. Faye used her purple cloud golden spell burst. Snaky panicked. It's going to explode. Black Yellow asked him, what are you panicking for? He told Snaky to go take a look. The Mystic Yellow Bell covered it up. Snaky was surprised that Black Yellow had fixed the Mystic Yellow Bell, which he had obtained from a heavenly puppet sect. Black Yellow stated, not only did I fix it, I even strengthened it. They headed to the minor teleportation array outside the Purple Cloud Pavilion. But then a loud bell rang. Snaky panicked again. He thought that the old woman had escaped from the cauldron. Black Yellow told him, it's the sound of the Mystic Yellow Bell. It's the Purple Cloud Sect's emergency bell. He uttered that it shouldn't be happening, since there's no way they would notice so quickly. He asked Snaky if Snaky had caused too much commotion. Snaky replied, I didn't. I just killed someone. That was unexpected, but Black Yellow didn't pay attention to it further. Snaky expressed that he had a bad feeling. We shouldn't go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion. We should just escape. Black Yellow argued, we've already arrived at the teleportation array. I spent a lot of spiritual stones and ingredients to set it up. It can pass through the Purple Cloud Pavilion's restraints and teleport over short distances. Their plan was to go to the Purple Cloud Pavilion while everyone was distracted by the pill. Snaky countered, the bell sound is clearly not what you expected. It came earlier than planned. He emphasized, when one thing goes wrong, everything falls apart. I don't want to take the risk. Black Yellow asked, so, would you just toss me aside after I've helped you? Snaky persuaded him, trust me, if you do, we'll leave immediately. I promise. And if he doesn't, he will use the puppet beast to accompany him. Black Yellow was annoyed. Then he asked, why do you think something has gone wrong? Do you have evidence, or is it just purely intuition? Snaky replied, it's my intuition. Deep down, Black Yellow knew that everything had its risks. If there was no risk, there was no point in robbing and cultivating. Black Yellow liked that kind of dangerous cultivation path. Never mind a 90% chance. He'd take the risk even with just a 30% chance. This was also the reason Black Yellow had risen from being immortal to becoming the world's top existence. But because of that, Black Yellow had his body destroyed. He went from being the heavenly wandering demon to what he was now. Black Yellow thought that he should learn something from Snaky. For once, he decided to believe him. But since the array had already been set, he suggested we shouldn't waste it. If Snaky is using a puppet, I'll use one too. They activated the minor teleportation array. Their puppets arrived at the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Black Yellow told Snaky to search for what they need and make it quick. Snaky whined, teleportation makes me dizzy. Snaky looked around. He saw that each middle grade minor QE replenishing pill cost 50 contribution points, while an upper grade minor QE replenishing pill required 70 contribution points. A foundation establishment pill, however, cost 10,000 contribution points for just one. Snaky was amused to find out that everything could be exchanged with contribution points. He muttered, human cultivators have exceptional advantages, unlike the demonic beasts. Meanwhile, Black Yellow was struggling to get an item. Snaky asked, did you find something? It was an item Black Yellow had left in the past. I released some of the restrictions, Black Yellow explained. Take a look, see if there's anything you want, and grab it quickly. He added, stop staring at the pills. He then suggested there's a mountain connecting a deep ravine. Costs 300,000 contribution points, which is really suitable for Snaky to cultivate. Snaky replied that he's coming. He thought that the pills they collected in the pill room were enough for him to cultivate until the perfected spirit awareness realm. He knew he'd waste too much time if he got greedy. He decided to take this time to learn some new techniques, just in case the puppet couldn't bring the Jade Scroll out. Black Yellow saw something. It was a treasure gourd, costing 20 million contribution points. With that amount, he expected it to be a golden core treasure. Black Yellow decided to take the most expensive one, just in case. The restriction was quite hard to release. He struggled. Meanwhile, Snaky felt his head getting heavier. He didn't know that Black Yellow was unintentionally stepping on him. He thought his brain was growing. Black Yellow's puppet managed to get the item. Noticing that the array was broken, Black Yellow told Snaky there's an ambush. Cut the connection quickly. Black Yellow grabbed Snaky and used the Earth Traversal technique. Snaky asked what happened when he hadn't finished reading it. Black Yellow replied, someone strong is coming. That person is in the Golden Core realm, so we have to run. The woman is Purple Cloud Sect's ancestor, Hilio. Black Yellow continued. She's in the early stage of the Golden Core realm. She uttered, they are making a fool of themselves by showing me a mere teleportation array. Hilua held the puppets with her powers and asked, what have you come to the Purple Cloud Sect for? But then she noticed they weren't resisting at all. She quickly realized that one of them was a puppet beast. Furious, she shouted, you tricked me. No one will leave now. She activated the mountain protection array and sealed off all exits from the Purple Cloud sect. With a stern voice, she ordered not even a mosquito will be let out. Then she called all the disciples to assemble at the plaza. While running away, Snaky said, "It's too bad I only managed to read half of the mountain connecting deep ravine." Black Yellow admitted, "I miscalculated, but I'm grateful you're smart. At least we only send a puppet, which we can remake." Snaky remembered that Black Yellow had told him that the Golden Core realm wouldn't interfere. Black Yellow replied that no one had expected the Purple Cloud sect to be crazy. He hadn't expected to attract the ancestor just by stealing pills. The Golden Core ancestors' lifespans were nearing their end. Every time they came out, it consumed their life force. By rights, they would only appear when the sect was in great danger. Black Yellow was thinking about how close they were. He was thankful that his idea had come to him, allowing him to take the most expensive gourd. If he had directly taken the demonic mirror, they would most likely have suspected his identity. Black Yellow noticed something was wrong. Snaky asked, "What is it?" Black Yellow cursed after realizing that not only had they tripled the array, but they had also changed the layout. Snaky inquired, "Can we still go outside?" Black Yellow replied, "Yes, but we'll have to decipher it again. It will take at least an hour." Snaky was surprised. He asked, "Can we forcefully break it using my golden scales?" Black Yellow replied, "Snaky's golden scale is amazing, but it can only handle a foundation establishment realm. It can't handle the 3-layered array. Moreover, if they want to forcefully break it, he can also do that, but it will immediately get them noticed." Black Yellow told Snaky to dodge. It was the old hag's divine consciousness, he explained. Snaky was worried that they had been noticed. Black Yellow assured him, "I've strengthened the invisible talisman. The old hag won't notice us." Snaky commented, "The ancestor is hiding in the Purple Cloud sect, waiting to ambush us. It is wicked." He thought about how the old hag might have guessed they were hiding somewhere, deciphering the array. That made him feel they couldn't just wait and do nothing. "I suggest distracting them," Snaky said. Black Yellow left the task of stalling to Snaky. "Don't let anyone get within 10 meters, he ordered. Snaky replied, "Understood." Luoa then told the members, "Some thieves got into our sect. Now we're sealing the entire sect to catch them. And because they caught the demonic beasts, no one is allowed to enter or leave." One member raised the concern that the sect master hadn't returned yet, but Luoa didn't make an exception. They all replied that they understood. She gave him a life force detecting talisman. If any being with cultivation entered a 10-meter radius, the talisman would light up. The range might be small, but the effect was top-notch. Even if the target used a golden core level concealment treasure, it wouldn't be able to hide. There were only 100 talismans. After the foundation establishment elders received theirs, the rest would be distributed at random. She instructed those with a life force detecting talismans to locate the demonic beasts and destroy the talisman as soon as they found it. They would be awarded 300,000 points. They all did as instructed. A woman expressed that even though 300,000 points is tempting, she didn't want to take the risk. The other woman told her to stop complaining. If the elders hear you, she will get punished. A Purple Cloud sect inner disciple, Huan Yu, approached the senior sister and told her, "If you don't want it, you can give it to me. I don't mind enduring the hardship." The senior sister decided to give it to her. She then expressed, "You're lucky." She continued, "People like you never understand. It's because I believe that if one can endure hardship, they will keep giving her more." The other woman replied, "Even if you come from a farmer's family, you're still one of the most talented in our generation." The senior sister agreed, "You are a single upper-grade Earth spiritual route. They expect you to reach the foundation establishment realm within 3 years, but you've refused to cultivate the Purple Cloud sect's dual cultivation technique. You've been in the sect for 5 years and only reached the 7th level of key refinement." They gossiped, saying, "You risk your life hunting demonic beasts every day, but it doesn't compare to what we get from just one session of dual cultivation." Yu was thinking that as long as she earns 300,000 contribution points, she will reach the foundation establishment realm within a year. She believes that after exchanging the mountain connecting deep ravine, she will be able to leave the Purple Cloud sect. The event is her fortuitous encounter, and she sees it as her one and only chance. So she's determined to find that demonic beast. An ancestor's divine consciousness didn't manage to detect it, leading her to think there's a good chance the demonic beasts are hiding underground, trying to decipher the array. She used the Earth traversal technique and searched along the perimeter, convinced she would find it somewhere nearby. Union was in a dire condition. He was fortunate that the array activated at the right time, helping him block the attack. Otherwise, he might have died with a madman. Someone yelled for him to come out. It was Chu. Yin told the madman that the Purple Cloud sect said a demonic beast had infiltrated. He stated that Ling had died at the hands of the said demonic beast. Chu replied that he didn't care about the demonic beast. He was set to kill Yubian first. Yin told him that he was insane. He explained that the array had been activated, which meant Xiao could no longer enter, and he himself could not leave. This also meant that Xiao couldn't harm him for the time being. Yin walked away to tend to his wounds. Before leaving, he warned Xiao, "If we meet again, I will definitely make you pay." Qiao crawled on the ground, realizing he could no longer stall for time. He had to find a way back to the mountain-moving sect, or misfortune would surely befall him while Union remained alive. Meanwhile, Shu still carried deep resentment toward Union. Inside the Purple Cloud sect, they discovered a talisman. As soon as they broke it, they planned to report to their ancestor. But suddenly, several puppet creatures appeared, preparing to launch fireballs at the women. One of the women clenched her fist, but at that moment, Lua appeared and pulled the girls to safety. She was furious that her disciples had been put in danger. With a wave of her power, Lua lifted the puppets into the air. She was clearly displeased to be forced to deal with these puppets once again. She muttered, "That spirit beast is truly cunning." Then she gave the order, "Continue searching. Leave no corner unchecked, even those who've already gone through." Snaky asked Black Yellow how much longer he needed, since the puppets couldn't hold off the Purple Sect anymore. They had already killed more than 100 lizards, leaving only 10 units, with one investigating a small snake that had no battle power. Black Yellow replied that he was almost done and would be finished in 15 minutes. He encouraged Snaky to hang in there. Snaky sensed someone approaching from underground, so he went to check. "You complain that the puppets are quite strong," she said, feeling something was off. "Anyone who gets close ends up distracted by the puppets. It makes me think the demonic beast is most likely hiding nearby." Snaky identified the Earth-type 7th level practitioner of the refinement realm. He could kill her with one strike using the Earth-piercing spike and golden scale. But he knew that if he attacked, he'd be exposed. Unless there was no other choice, Snaky knew not to act recklessly. He decided to kill her if she came within 10 meters. Snaky judged that she was still about 50 meters away. Then, at 30 meters, she stopped. "It's because you've had a bad feeling about it," she thought. She felt that something with a strong killing intent had locked onto her, and it could kill her at any moment. If she took another step forward, she'd die for sure. She thought about the 300,000 contribution points. She knew that if she died, there would be no point in having them. She willed herself to calm down, knowing that staying cautious was the key to survival. She believed that there was hope as long as she survived. She had to stay alive if she wanted to get strong. Luvoa saw her and asked, "Did you search the area?" Yu was surprised to see the elder. The elder noticed that she was stammering and asked why. "I came up from the underground. I'm a little tired," Yu replied. And all the while, a deadly spike poked her butt. What a move, sneaky and sly. She couldn't tell the truth, knowing that at that range, she'd surely be killed. Besides, the others would take the credit. "I searched in front, and there's nothing," she told the elder. Lua found it strange that they couldn't find the demonic beast. Snaky was relieved. If the woman had acted strangely, he would have had to kill her. He made the earth-piercing strike disappear. Thanks to the woman being cautious, not only did she save herself, but she also saved the beasts. Snaky knew the girl wasn't ordinary. Judging by her earth-type technique, her spiritual roots must be pretty strong. It made him wonder why she was only in the 7th level of the refinement realm. Black Yellow told him to stop muttering. They had pulled it off. It was time to move. That had been close, but they were safe. They hurried outside. With that, Luvula learned the array at the southwest was broken. As she expected, the beasts had escaped. She tried to see if they could run away from the palm of her hand. She was certain those guides didn't expect that she had added a thin layer of consciousness to the array. Any living being that passed through it would get marked by a divine consciousness stigma that couldn't be detected. The Levi saw their ancestors leave in a hurry. Luvhoa yelled at the beasts, asking where they were going. Black Yellow commented that she got there fast. Snaky asked how she found them. Then it occurred to him. There was a consciousness stigma on the array. Luvhoa learned that there were two beasts. Snaky and Black Yellow used the Earth Traversal technique. Luvhoa made sure none of them would be able to escape. She used the Celestial Golden Alms Bowl. The ground where Snaky and Black Yellow were standing was being detached. Something gathered at the bowl. The bowl was absorbing the area around them. Snaky reminded Black Yellow that he had a trump card. "Hurry up and use it," he urged, "or we're done for." Black Yellow replied, "I don't have one." He panicked as he was being absorbed. Snaky yelled, "If I go out with you next time, it'll make you worse than a dog." Black Yellow had planned to wait until the old hag got closer, but she was catching on to them using the treasure. That realization made him think there was no choice now. He had to do it. So he called something to come out. The bowl Lua was holding slipped from her hands. When the mountain-moving ancestor Wu Yao appeared, she knew she was right. Yao was half a step away from the Ninth Soul realm. Yao told the old lady, "Leave some room when dealing with others. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death, and it won't end well for you." Lua realized the mountain-moving ancestor's quartz had been stolen by them. Not only that, she learned they had turned him into a puppet that can cultivate himself. Black Yellow told her that although Yao was not as strong as he was when he was still alive, it was still enough to kill an early-stage golden core like Lua. He told her to scram if she didn't want to die. Black Yellow told Snaky to head back first while he held her back. Snaky doubted that what Black Yellow had just said was true, so he needed to verify it. Black Yellow tapped Snaky's head and told him to stop dilly-dallying and go. Black Yellow wiped off the stigma on Snaky, then gave him a talisman to stick on his body. He told Snaky to run far away so the old hag wouldn't be able to find him. Snaky asked why he didn't say that earlier. After that, he was off. Lua thought the dog was trying to scare her, but she knew that the moment the corpse appeared, her celestial golden alms bowl shattered. Black Yellow sighed. He glanced at her, wondering why the old hag wasn't leaving. He questioned if she was really going to fight. He felt uneasy with his current strength. He's unable to make Yao into a puppet. The most he can do is place his divine consciousness stigma on Yao and control his body. He can also circulate the remaining golden core in his body to cast a technique that might scare people off, but he can't do anything else. Black Yellow knew that the golden core inside Yao was barely the size of a nail. He had already used half of it just to bring out the celestial golden alms. What's left is only enough for him to cast 3 more techniques. And since he's not an Earth-type spiritual route, he can't perform high-grade Earth techniques. He's afraid that he'll be discovered too quickly. Snaky finds it weird that Black Yellow hasn't shown up yet. He knew that if what Black Yellow said was true, that the corpse is so strong that it could easily kill that old hag. It made him wonder why Black Yellow made him run away. That's when Snaky realized that Black Yellow lied and he's in danger. Snaky knew that he can't just leave him behind and run off on his own. He also pondered that if Black Yellow's words were a lie, then just going back meant asking for death. Maybe Black Yellow is strong, and he would just hold him back if he returns. Snaky slapped his face, telling himself that he couldn't keep making excuses for his weaknesses. He decided that no matter what happened, he wouldn't leave Black Yellow behind and run away by himself. Secondly, he wouldn't recklessly seek death either. With those 2 things in mind, he needed to figure out what he could do. They were in a standoff. Luo knew the stalemate wasn't getting them anywhere. She decided to launch a small attack to test out Yao. She released a purple cloud silver needle. Yao yelled, "The old hag is seeking death for herself. She shouldn't blame me for it." Black Yellow decided to start with a flashy spell to throw her off. Then he planned to make a quick escape while she was distracted. Luho was surprised that the silver needles had been corroded. Then Yao created a monster-like mist. Luho knew there was no way the mountain-moving sect ancestors knew that kind of technique. She had determined that he must be a demonic cultivator. Yao replied that no one cares about the righteous path or the demonic path. He claimed that if it can kill people, then it's a good path. With that answer, Lua determined that he was a demonic cultivator. She planned to eliminate him to protect the righteous path. She used the primordial golden light burst. Yao replied that she was too weak. When the mist disappeared, she was surprised to see that he was gone. She was pissed that she had been tricked. Lua noticed that the enemy had used stealth. She then used the 1,000-layered divine consciousness array. She was determined to kill the enemy. Black Yellow didn't expect her to have such a wide divine consciousness technique. He knew that it was impossible to guard against that, which rendered stealth useless. And with the old hag's speed, he knew that she would catch up to him soon. Black Yellow knew that the purple miasma play was still too weak. Except for the small amount of power at the beginning, everything that followed was just for show. He was aware that he needed to use a stronger attack to hold her down longer. He thought that the technique was refinement, but realized that it was too strong. He was afraid the golden core would be exhausted before he even managed to cast it. Black Yellow sensed the parade of 100 ghosts. He knew that it wasn't good either, since an Earth's spiritual root corpse couldn't cast it. He determined that he had to do it himself. But Black Yellow's powers still hadn't recovered yet. To his surprise, however, a sword appeared in front of him. "Where are you running to, bastard?" Lua shouted. Black Yellow recognized the technique as Nine Mist Unparalleled Sword. If his Earth Traversal technique was as fast as Snaky's, he would have escaped long ago. He decided to gamble once more. Black Yellow made Yao inhale deeply, and then used the Soul Suppression Requiem. Luho uttered, "The old dog is too demonic and must be killed." She used Nine Mist Unparalleled Sword to slash at him. Black Yellow ran as fast as he could, but his body started to disintegrate from the attack. Black Yellow learned that the old hag was dead set on attacking him, even if it meant he'd get hurt. At this point, Black Yellow was also gravely injured. If he took 2 more hits, he would be finished. Even if his essence soul could escape, he would be forced into slumber for 1,000 years. The drain from casting the cross-spiritual root technique had driven him to madness. That technique had depleted 1/3 of his golden core. If he used it 2 more times, it would be completely wiped out. Luba used a technique called 3 pure evil killing. Black Yellow knew that was bad news, but something from the ground deflected the sword. Black Yellow was shocked. It was snaky. Even Luba was surprised. A sword had been dented. She wondered what kind of hidden weapon it was. Luba knew that because she had placed a stigma on Black Yellow, he wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Black Yellow watched as she flew away. Then, Snaky appeared in front of him. "Why did you return?" Black Yellow scolded him. "I told you to escape." Snaky asked, "Can you control the puppet?" Black Yellow asked if he was talking about the mountain-moving sect ancestor. Snaky replied, "Yes." Black Yellow told him that since Snaky had learned the puppet technique, of course he could control it. However, with his level of divine consciousness, his body might collapse just from controlling it for a little while. Snaky expressed that since he and the mountain-moving sect ancestor both had Earth's spiritual roots, he wanted to give it a shot. Black Yellow warned him, "You definitely won't be able to handle it alone." He offered to assist Snaky and try, but reminded him, "You have to cooperate with me. If we're out of sync, we're both finished." He planned to slowly transfer his divine consciousness to Snaky. Snaky was determined. Then it looked like he was in pain. Black Yellow told him, "Don't force yourself. If you really can't handle it, dissolve the divine consciousness immediately and escape." He added, "The golden core inside the puppet can still cast 2 techniques. It should be enough to cover his retreat." Snaky insisted that they would leave together. He urged Black Yellow to hurry up and think of something. Snaky bullet through his eyes and mouth. Black Yellow had a divine exploding pill that could boost Snaky's body and divine consciousness for a short time, but the side effects were brutal. "If it doesn't work, I'm afraid Snaky won't even have the strength to escape." Snaky insisted, "I know what I'm doing." He told Black Yellow to feed him the exploding pill. Luba saw that Snaky, that little bastard, had come back too. Black Yellow spoke softly, "Snaky, you handle the casting technique while I catalyze the golden core." Luho saw that the scales were no ordinary ones. She recognized them as a material to make a golden core treasure. She was grateful for the material, but she was also ready to kill them both. Black Yellow gave the cue to Snaky. Snaky used the Great Earth Shield. Luho was surprised when they blocked her flying sword. She used 3 pure evil killings to pierce them. Black Yellow was out of breath. He complained, "The old hag is persistent." He asked Snaky if he could still hold on. Snaky replied, "I have to, even if I can't." Snaky ate a divine exploding pill so that he wouldn't faint. Black Yellow was surprised. "You're eating 3 at the same time." He wondered, "Are you trying to kill yourself?" But Snaky replied, "It's just my instinct. It's telling me that I can do it." At this point, a huge purple dragon aura manifested through Snaky. He told Black Yellow, "Catalyze the golden core and I'll cast a technique." He prayed that his divine demonic cauldron would be able to withstand it. "Otherwise, we'll all die here." Yao exuded powerful energy. Luba was concerned about the commotion. Something from the ground appeared a centimeter in front of her. It nearly got this old hag. It was the earth-piercing strike, the same one that Snaky used to poke the lady's butt earlier, but this time it was really freaking huge. Luba stepped back. When she saw the earth-piercing strike, she couldn't believe it. It was massive, which made her think it was clearly a mountain. She felt relieved that she had activated the protection technique beforehand. She cursed at them for making her miserable. Snaky used another earth-piercing strike. Even he was surprised that he could still go on. Our boy is on a roll. I just hope nothing bad happens to him while trying to break his limits. Snaky released several earth-piercing strikes. Our boy is really determined to kill this old hag. Lua commented on how endless it had become. Black Yellow noticed how the earth-piercing strike was being cast one after another. It was what he expected from the finest grade Earth spiritual route. The depletion of the ancestor's golden core was less than when Black Yellow had been controlling him. Luvallo was forced to use a golden shield talisman just to dodge Snaky's attack. And cloud-breaking sail. Snaky saw that Lua flies too high. The earth-piercing strike can't reach her. They cursed upon realizing that she's countering every technique with a right response. Lua broke the ornament in her hair. She expressed that she underestimated them. But it was about time that she ended it. She used Pearl Flower Storm. Snaky used the Great Earth Shield to protect them. Lua challenged them to see how long they could hold on. She speculated that the mountain-moving ancestor's golden core is going to exhaust soon. She wondered how a golden core that had died a few centuries ago and had long become a dried corpse would compare to her. Black Yellow agreed with her. Even though Snaky's Earth-type technique has low consumption, a third of the golden core has been exhausted. The ancestor won't be able to hold on for long. Snaky replied that they would have to bet on Big One. Snaky was talking about the mountain connecting deep ravine. He opened a scroll. Snaky knew that he wouldn't be able to control it on his own, but with the mountain-moving ancestor's body and golden core, it can be done. Unfortunately, he only read the first half. He will have to imagine the remainder by himself and create it on his own. He asked Snaky to continue catalyzing a golden core to block the attack from above for now. He just needs a little more time. Black Yellow did what Snaky said. Snaky started the spell. Black Yellow had observed that the Snaky now wasn't the same cowardly snake who used to fear death. Snaky had learned all the Earth-type techniques instantly. Black Yellow was surprised when Snaky grabbed him. Get ready to cast the ultimate skill, Snaky told him. They used mountain connecting deep ravine. The mountain-moving ancestor's left eye glowed red while the right one glowed purple. If the old hag won't run away, we vow that today is the day she will die. Lua couldn't believe they had just used mountain connecting deep ravine. It was something the founding sect leader had obtained for the mountain-moving ancestor at a great cost. Over hundreds of years, no one in the Purple Cloud sect had been able to fathom it. Even all the previous sect masters were unable to do it. From several million contribution points, its price kept decreasing, but there was still no one who could learn it. She couldn't believe that the snake learned it in a moment. She found it strange, but whether it was real or not, she knew she had to retreat first. However, her path was blocked by the sudden rising of cliffs. She was enclosed. The snaky skill was just too incredible at this point. Controlling the whole terrain at this level was unbelievable. Snaky told her that it was too late to run. Die, Black Yellow told her. Luvoa didn't expect two beasts to be able to force her into this situation. But since it had come to this, she had no choice but to take out the memento given to her by her Dao companion. She used teleportation. Black Yellow was surprised that she used a minor teleportation talisman. The old hag has escaped, Snaky said. What is that? Snaky asked. Black Yellow explained, it's the same as the minor teleportation array. The minor teleportation talisman is instantaneous. The price is steep though. It requires the rare void stone to create one. Once activated, one can cast the teleportation technique that only a innate soul cultivator is able to perform once. Snaky replied, no matter what, I want her dead. Lua sensed something. When she turned around, it made her pale. Right at that moment, she knew she had messed up. She saw the earth rising. She could tell that it wasn't the mountain connecting the deep ravine. It was different from what was recorded in the jade slip. Snaky told her die. The earth then formed into a large snake. This was Snaky's version of the mountain connecting the deep ravine. Luo simultaneously cast the Heavenly Thunder Bay, Fire Cloud Talisman, Green Deadly Needle, and Explosion Talisman. The attacks reached the large snake made of rocks, but in return, the snake gave her a vicious look as it touched the ground. Luvoa used all her treasures, but none of her attacks worked. Snaky wouldn't let her escape. Black Yellow encouraged Snaky, kill her. The rock snake lunged at Luvoa. She took the full impact of the strike, collapsing as pain surged through her body. Calling upon Gale, the Gale talisman lit up and carried her out of danger. As they watched her escape, it was clear that with such heavy strain, Luvoa could only retreat into seclusion to recover. Even the ancestor's golden core was exhausted, and Black Yellow and Snaky no longer had the strength to pursue. Black Yellow still grew excited, knowing that the final technique had been Snaky's own creation. He exclaimed, that's amazing, but soon worry took over. Snaky lay motionless on the ground, and Black Yellow thought he had fainted. Even in his weakness, Snaky whispered, I'm not done yet, urging Black Yellow to continue the chase. It was almost comical how Snaky refused to give up, even in that state. Moments later, sounds echoed through the forest. Black Yellow was dragging Snaky along since his friend was too exhausted to move on his own. Snaky still wanted to press forward, but Black Yellow advised him, let's leave it for now, or they will be the ones who will get killed. He's firm that they should retreat first. Then, out of nowhere, Snaky's body got covered by an earth armor. Black Yellow didn't expect this. He wondered just how many backup plans Snaky had that he could even automatically defend himself, even after fainting. But because of this, dragging Snaky became much more difficult. Black Yellow also didn't forget to retrieve the body of his puppet. He thought that although all the treasures the old hag left behind were already broken, they may still be usable after some fixing. A few more minutes passed, and the voices of the disciples of the Purple Cloud sect were heard. The reinforcements were here. Black Yellow promised Snaky that sooner or later he would turn this battle around, but for now, they needed to survive first. Black Yellow and Snaky vanished as he used stealth. At the same time, Purple Cloud sect's master, Shen Qingzhu, found their ancestor, barely able to retreat, but the old hag's first command was still to find and chase the demonic beasts. Everyone listened to the order, search the mountain immediately. The old hag was desperate. She even wanted them to search underground to find Snaky and Black Yellow. Qingzhu told them that she bring the ancestor back to the sect to heal first. Then she reiterated, every elder and disciple should listen to the order and search the mountain to find the demonic snake and dog dead or alive. Whoever finds them will be rewarded with 300,000 contribution points. Everyone acknowledged the sect master's word. One woman told her sisters the demonic beast almost killed an ancestor who was in the Golden Core realm. We're basically seeking death if we don't now. One replied, the demonic beast is scary. We won't be able to fight it, but we can't disobey the sect's order. So they decided to put on a show. A week later, the news about the Purple Cloud sect spread like a storm, engulfing the entire southern city of Chu country. People talked about how mysterious demonic beasts infiltrated the Purple Cloud sect deep in the night to steal the pills. The public knew that those beasts were being hunted by the 5th generation ancestor. However, the ancestor was unable to defeat them. He was gravely injured and retreated. Another breaking news is that a snake and a dog stole the mountain-moving ancestor's corpse, turning it into a puppet. This puppet was then used to defeat the Purple Cloud sect's ancestor at the mountain-moving sect. Someone was enraged that the ancestor's corpse was stolen. He ordered the bounty to be raised tenfold and to retrieve the ancestor's corpse. At the Carefree sect, Yangzi commented, the dog and the snake are interesting. I give them 10 points. He assumed it was them who destroyed his clone back then. Union replied, back when I was hunting the elephant, we lost a lot of disciples and puppets. Earth-piercing spikes were involved too. Yangzi told Union, go contact the Snake Catchers Sect's headquarters. Ask them to issue a joint bounty. It's been a long time since things have been so lively. A poster of a snake and a dog was on the bulletin board. It announced that those who managed to catch them will be awarded 200 spiritual stones and 300,000 contribution points. Those who kill them will be awarded 300 spiritual stones and 800,000 contribution stones. That amount is unheard of. A young man told the guy even a golden core got injured, but the man insisted, saying the fortune favors the bold. Meanwhile, at the border of Qin country, a geese-descending river official boat reported the news about the mountain-moving ancestor becoming a puppet. Qin Xuanji, the heavenly puppet sect's great elder, also called the Thousand Puppet King, wondered which genius could cultivate their sect's puppet technique to such a level. He was curious. If possible, he wanted to take them as his disciple. At Chu country's southern region near Myriad Snake Valley, at the Snake Catcher Sect branch hall construction site, Wenzo told his subordinate to relay the order to work faster and try to complete it within half a year. Although Wenzo always had some lead about that snake and dog, the previous bounty was too low. So he deemed that now was the right time to provide them with some leads. He noticed that recently the storm had been gathering at that place. It made him think that something big was about to happen. The divination also stated that there would be a great misfortune. No matter what, once Wenzo got the reward, he planned to leave the place. He thought that no matter how big the problem was, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. At Snakey's cave, Husky the Wolf King was worried. Snakey had been unconscious for a week, groaning and tossing. He thought that Snakey was having a nightmare again. Snakey was dreaming of the bad guys he had encountered, and all of them were haunting him. Then, a mythical creature appeared, asking Snakey if he felt that he was never strong enough. Snakey asked, "Who are you?" The creature replied, "I am the divine Digmonic Cauldron." The dragon missed from the cauldron swirled, and the voice continued, "It is not important who I am. If you want to become strong, you must reach the Foundation Establishment. Once you reach the Foundation Establishment, the dragon mist promises to answer the questions. However, if he wants to reach the Foundation Establishment, there's still a part of the technique that is lacking." Snakey asked his senior, "Can you teach me the complete techniques?" The senior replied, "The complete technique is within your heart. You need to comprehend it yourself. Others won't be able to teach you." Snakey was surprised when the ground suddenly started breaking apart. The senior told him, "Time is running out. I wish for you, descendant of my clan, to comprehend this properly. I know your path will be 10 times harder than others, but once you break through, you will be 10, even 100 times stronger than them." He continued, "The key to comprehension is to go against." Snakey woke up, jumped up, and asked, "What does that mean?" Frustrated, he added, "Why do you speak in riddles?" Snakey's sudden movement made his head hit Husky in the jaw. Husky was surprised that Snakey was finally awake. Snakey was dizzy. Husky told him, "Don't move around too much." Black Yellow added, "It's the side effect of using a divine explosion pill." Snakey asked, "Where are Black Yellow and Snowy?" Husky replied, "Black Yellow has something to do." He went out. Snowy made a pill-making cave abode nearby. Snakey noticed that the scales he had previously plucked had grown back, and they even increased in number. Not only that, while he was unconscious, he had broken through to the 8th level of the spirit awareness realm. He wondered if it was because he honed his skills during the fight or if it had something to do with his current Dragon Realm state. He also wondered where the old dog had gone. If Black Yellow were around, Snakey would have asked him about the flaws in his technique. Snakey remembered Black Yellow saying there was a 90% chance of success, but he cursed at him since they had been hunted down by a golden core cultivator and nearly died. Looking at the items they had brought, Snakey remarked, the harvest was abundant. There was a minor chi replenishing pill, a divine explosion pill, a Chi restoration pill, and lesser Yang powder. There were even two of the most precious Foundation establishment pills. These pills were more than enough for Snaky to consume until he reached the Foundation establishment stage. As for the herbs, the pill-making cauldron, and the pill jade slip, they can be given to Snowy. Snaky stated how all those things were obtained through life and death situations. If Black Yellow hadn't been there, he wondered how he would have managed. He knew he wouldn't have stolen the spiritual chicken. He also wouldn't have learned the Earth-type technique, nor would he have gone to the Purple Cloud sect. Snaky could see that he would still be a small demonic snake, only in the early stage of the spirit awareness realm. He would be hiding in a corner unnoticed. His lifespan would come to an end in 10 years and he would turn to ashes. He said that the lifespan of a snake was only around 10 years. If they didn't fight against heaven, earth, and humans, it was a puzzle how they would live a long life. He realized he should thank Black Yellow, but when Snaky imagined him being conceited, he no longer felt like doing it. Snowy was happy to see Snaky awake. She invited him to her renewed cave abode and wanted to show him the pills she had refined. Snaky told her not to rush. Snowy offered to carry him, but she told him Husky could do it too. Snaky replied that he could walk by himself. They arrived at the place. Snaky's eyes widened. Snowy told him that it's a good one. She narrated. Snowy replied yes and asked him if he wanted to try it. Snaky suggested we should let the pig try it first. Snowy was confused. They looked at the pig pen and Snaky assumed that Snowy raised those pigs to test the pills. Snowy replied, this place doesn't have any pigs. Snaky realized those weren't pigs. Snowy informed him those are rats. Snaky was surprised. He asked, why are those rats so big? Snowy replied, there's a simple explanation. She grabbed one rat and made it swallow a pill to show Snaky. The rat grew in size as its muscles developed. Snowy explained, demonic beasts prioritize body size during battles. When the body is big and strong enough, you can defeat the enemy. She continued, as long as the strength-increasing pill is consumed, even a rat can defeat a cat. She threw the rat back into the cage. Snaky was dubious that the pill could be considered a strength-increasing one. Snowy told him, watch the rat. The rat released a powerful punch towards the wall. Snaky replied that it made sense. Now Snowy encouraged Snaky to try it out. She tried to make him swallow a pill, but Snaky refused. He suggested that he had to catch a cultivator and have him try it first. Snowy told him that he could keep it for now since she had a bunch of others anyway. She also handed him some minor key replenishing pills, divine increasing pills, bone enhancement pills, and blood replenishing pills. Snaky looked overwhelmed, but he still replied that he'd keep them. Snowy noticed an insignia. Snaky explained that it was a secret insignia. It meant that there were valuable items inside, so he couldn't show it to anyone. It looked like a skull, though. Snaky told Snowy that she could continue doing her stuff since he still had something to deal with. Snowy inquired if it was to avoid being pursued. Snowy told him that before Black Yellow left, he placed a detection talisman for miles around. If humans got close, they'd be able to detect it. Snaky replied that it was great. It meant that he could rest and go cultivate. When Snaky was out, he uttered that Snowy's pills are still too scary. It made him think that the pork he ate was actually a rat. He wondered if he should ask Snowy to make poisons instead. It might be more effective. But he didn't entertain the idea further since a regular pill already had that effect. He thought that if he let her make poison, she might end up poisoning herself and die. And if they weren't careful, they might end up poisoning themselves first, then the whole village. After that, not a single blade of grass would be left alive for miles. Snaky thought that since he wasn't lacking in pills, he would focus on cultivation first. After the battle in the Purple Cloud sect, all of his puppets had been destroyed. He only had a small investigation snake left, with no battle powers. Snaky thought he needed to find a way to fill the gap. Otherwise, it would be inconvenient. Unfortunately, he didn't have the materials needed to make puppets. Only the Heavenly Puppet sect had those. He saw that the mountain wasn't sure on stone, so he thought he could make some stone puppets for now. Although it was low level and couldn't deceive anyone, he still thought it was better than nothing. The stone puppet's strength was only at the mid-stage of the Ki refinement realm. It could perform simple movements and scouting, but it couldn't use any techniques. The only attack it could manage was throwing stones. If the Heavenly Puppet sect saw this, they would laugh at how clumsy it is, he thought. Snaky was glad that he had an earth spiritual root. He guided the puppet to use earth-based techniques, making the stones it threw shake a tree so hard that its bark cracked. Snaky observed that the strength of a single puppet was mediocre, but when acting together, their combined power was far more impressive. He decided that if one puppet wasn't enough, he would simply win by numbers. If 30 aren't enough, I'll use 50. If that still doesn't work, then I'll use 100. Snaky also dug up granite to attempt controlling even more. He gathered enough stone to craft 500 puppets first. Then he noticed his storage bag was already full. Fortunately, he still had that storage jade. At that moment, he realized the detection talisman 30 meters ahead had just gone out. He was alarmed, especially since he didn't know if it was a passerby or a cultivator. He released a puppet. He couldn't just casually use his divine consciousness because he might alert them. The puppet saw a man washed up on the rocky part of the lake. He recognized the clothes as those worn by the mountain-moving sect. The person looked injured. When he got closer, he was surprised to see that it was the Purple Cloud sect simp. Snaky quickly rolled to arrive at the location. He decided that since the guy was in such agony, would help him unite with that lady. Just as he was about to eat the man, Snaky realized something. He remembered he needed a pill tester, so he spat the man out again. He thought it was such great timing. He saw that the man had lost a lot of blood, so he started with a blood-replenishing pill. He fed the pill to the guy. It was his first time saving a human, so he counted it as doing a good deed. He watched as the wound began to heal. He was shocked that it was working so quickly. He knew that the person's strength was incredible. He backed up just in case. He tied the man up so he wouldn't break free. The man had a terrifying expression that shocked Snaky. Then, he coughed a fountain of blood. Snaky was stunned. The blood-replenishing pill's effect is too potent. 10 breaths later, Snaky panicked. There were no signs of the bleeding stopping. If this continued, it would never stop. He had to stop the bleeding. He tried to block it, but it wasn't enough. He attempted to cover the man's mouth more. The blood just poured into his own mouth. Snaky was getting annoyed. There was no end to it. In frustration, he slapped the man and threw him aside. To his surprise, the bleeding had stopped. Snaky realized that his tail had been quite effective. The blood-replenishing pill worked so powerfully that he had to use an attack to stop it. Snaky noticed that the man's complexion was looking better. It made him conclude that the blood-replenishing pill had worked, but the man still looked ill. Snaky thought for a moment. There must be another injury. He slapped the man to wake him up, wanting him to say something. It struck Snaky as strange that the man remained unconscious. Since the man isn't talking, Snaky decided to look inside the man's storage bag. He was curious about what kind of treasure this man was hiding. Something so precious, he was scared to show it to others. Snaky saw some bread and pickled vegetables. He wondered why this man was so poor. Snaky muttered, "Those who don't understand the situation might think I caught Immortal." Snaky then opened what he thought was a diary. Inside, it was written about Ling giving the man precious silk, but he had only returned the favor with a Foundation establishment pill. The man thought that Ling didn't mind. The man felt lucky, fortunate even. The simp logged how he spent 30 spiritual stones to buy a fairy in Ling's clothes. Ling had told him, "I won't sell it to others even if they offer me 100 spiritual stones. I'm only selling it to you." The man believed that Ling really cared for him. There was also a log about him being beaten by the young Master Hua. He wanted to fight back but didn't because Ling liked someone honest. Snaky couldn't bear to read it anymore. He thought that the human had gone mad. There was no doubt that he was broke. Snaky thinks it would be unbelievable if he had more money. Snaky realized that since this man showed different expressions, it meant that his body still felt things. It was just that he couldn't wake up. Since Snaky found the man so pitiful, he decided to help him until the end. He woke him up first with a divine awakening pill. It cleared the mind and stimulated the spirit. It was an essential medicine. Snaky didn't like the smell. It was too strong. "Endure it and don't spit it out under the bright sun," Snaky told him. The pill was thrown in the air. Snaky refused to believe he couldn't stuff it in. Chew puked the pill again. "Disgusting," Snaky complained. He noticed the smell was getting stronger. He speculated it was because the saliva had touched the medicine and was starting to vaporize. The stench was unbearable. Snaky had to cover his nose with his tail. Then, Xiao started vomiting. Snaky was surprised that the guy had woken up. He vomited because of how disgusting his environment was. He grew worried as Cho wouldn't stop vomiting. If it continued, Cho might die from it. Snaky took out the beast-taming ring, planning to use Earth Traversal, but then he vomited again. "Just giving a quick death," Cho begged. Snaky dragged him using the beast-taming ring, replying, "Stop talking." He yelled at him, "I worked so hard to save you." Snaky then realized the divine awakening pill truly refreshed people's minds. It made him want to vomit his brain out. He saw 5 detection talismans, which gave him an idea. 50 miles to the north had been broken. He knew it was bad. The cultivators were on their way. He had to worry about getting home and moving. Union told his senior brothers and sisters that around 100 miles to the south was the location where Wu dived. Yin was with Zuan Yang's disciples, namely Wu, Mu, Wangbing, Liu, and Su. Su asked his junior brother Union if he was all right since his arm had just been reattached. B.A. hoped Yin's divination was accurate. He warned Union not to let the trip go to waste. Faye replied, "Whether it's accurate or not, we'll know once we get there." Song agreed. "She's right." Ping sniffed. "It stinks so much that it's hard for us to bear." They retreated and took a detour. Meanwhile, Chia was tied up, struggling to breathe. Snaky saw Snowy and Husky. He immediately instructed them, pack your stuff and get ready to move. Snowy and Husky worked together to move things at once. In the blink of an eye, it was done. Snowy informed Snaky, everything's packed, and we're ready to go. Snaky was surprised. You did it so fast. Snowy replied, while you were unconscious, the old dog rehearsed with us. Husky reported, I'm ready too. Snaky was impressed. He patted Husky and said, you're dependable. Cho, still confused, questioned, am I still alive? Snaky assigned Husky to carry the pet. He replied, yes, Boss Snaky. Meanwhile, from Cho's perspective, this is what he saw. He questioned if he was the pet they were talking about. Snaky informed him that the pet was hurt. He told her to give Cho medicine and let him sleep while healing his wound. Snowy complied. Husky held Cho's head while she administered the medicine. As soon as Cho swallowed the pill, he fell asleep instantly. Husky was surprised. Snowy reported to Snaky, I've finished placing the talisman. Husky asked, where should we go now? Snaky replied, we'll go to Mount Wu on the border between Chin and Chu. I have a hideout there. Husky was impressed by the backup plan. Snaky told them to wait because Black Yellow hadn't returned yet. Snowy replied, Black Yellow said before that if we're moving due to an emergency, there's no need to leave him a hint. He has his ways of finding us. Snaky agreed with Black Yellow's skills. There's no way we can't be found. Snaky had learned that Black Yellow had warned them not to leave any clues behind. He was afraid the cultivators would track them down. He thought it was thoughtful of him, upon realizing that they considered using the same method to lay a counter trap. Husky replied, I know a lot of good places on the mountain. Meanwhile, the cultivators faced a boulder. According to Zhao's divination, it should be in front. Faye asked, why can't I see the entrance to the cave? She wondered if there was a concealing array. She used the mystic sun sword technique to break it. They were surprised to see that there was no one inside. It made them question if Wenso had gotten it wrong, but they also considered the possibility that the demonic beast had already run away. Mew felt a lingering trace of demonic snake's spiritual energy in the cave. He knew Wenso had been right. The beast had already escaped, and they were a step behind. Union asked, should we ask Wenso to divine again? Mucho replied, there's no need. Not only is Wenso greedy for profit, but divination also requires timing. It can't be done on a whim. I suspect the demonic beasts have already gone far to the east. He planned for them to each bring a troop and search separately. He ordered them to use the snake-catching secret technique to track the demonic beast, and if they found anything, they should notify everyone immediately. Union felt that the aura had disappeared in a strange location. It made him wonder if the demonic beast was hiding underneath the swamp. He felt unfortunate that he had just reverted to the foundation established. Faye ordered them to throw an exploding talisman and retreat. His men complained that there were too many of them. One man got caught, and the bees covered his face. He tried calling for help, but he had already been abandoned. At the same time, another troop got tricked. Mokyu told everyone to stop because this was the territory of the Burning Sun Eagle, a powerful demonic beast in the Foundation establishment realm. Although he could handle it, he was uncertain if more would come if he killed one of them. He could feel that the demonic snake had left its aura behind, purposefully luring them into a trap. He ordered everyone to retreat at once. The ground shook. Mushu asked, what's with the commotion? Apparently his men were running away from a gigantic elephant. The elephant's trunk struck the men, sending them flying. Mochu witnessed the perfected Foundation establishment. He was surprised to see a great demon halfway into the golden core. One of the men informed Mochu that their previous defensive shield had been broken by the elephant. Mochu told the man not to panic, as he still had the defensive talisman. He handed the man a pouch and instructed him to take a replenishing pill to stabilize his energy first. He volunteered to hold off the enemy and told the guys, once you recover, come and help me. The elephant assumed that Moko was the head of the snake catcher. Moko used Mystic Sun, Sword Chi Array. The elephant stomped its foot and roared, taunting, it's just a mere sword key. Moko was surprised when the sword chi was blown away. He tried a different attack. This time it was Mystic Sun, shocking thunder. The elephant scoffed. Moko noticed how agile the elephant was despite its massive size. He called for the water dragon god. The elephant roared and countered it. Moko was stunned to see the elephant couldn't be pushed back. Since water is formless, Moko trapped the elephant within it. His juniors were impressed by his strength. He told them, hide properly, or you'll get in the way. Two people returned and announced, we're back. They were surprised to find a trap as well. Union saw the elephant and recognized it. It's the great demon that killed me last time. Mashu replied that it wasn't an ordinary demon. He thought it had a treasure on it. Earlier, Snaky had informed the elephant that the enemy who had annihilated his clan was still alive and that he would lure them into him. The elephant confirmed, just as the little snake puppet had said, Union is still alive. It vowed to kill him again, stomping its foot with a loud noise. Mokyu couldn't believe it had broken free so quickly. It targeted his juniors. The elephant declared, "I'll kill the clan's kids as a sacrifice for my clan members first." Macho yelled, "Run." The elephant used the mountain suppressing stomp. Machu told them, "We need to attack together." Union replied, "We barely managed before, and we don't have much energy left." Mocha responded, "We have no choice but to summon our master." He threw a scroll. The elephant saw the act of calling reinforcements and wouldn't allow it. It destroyed the scroll. Immediately, Mu instructed everyone, send out the transmission jade slip and send it in different directions. Then he told them to retreat immediately. Everyone followed his order. Meanwhile, Snaky kept going. But he knew that with all those traps and that giant elephant, even if those guys weren't dead, they wouldn't be able to catch up anytime soon. Snowy told Snaky, "You're so cunning, almost on par with a human." Snaky felt flattered. Husky questioned, "Is that supposed to be a compliment?" He was panting heavily. Snaky told him, "Pick up the pace since you're the slowest one. The sun is about to rise and we still have a long way to go." Husky defended himself, "I'm carrying a person on my back." Meanwhile, Bia expressed, "The demonic snake is too cunning. It killed 15 people on our side, and we can't just let it get away." Faye agreed. She uttered, "The grudge can't be settled. I vow to rip out the snake's tendons and crush its bones." Ping told him to stop. "At least a few of them are fine," he said. "If the eldest brother hadn't been there that day, we would have all been dead under that elephant's foot." Faye asked if they no longer needed to chase the demonic snake. Muchi replied, "Leave it be. We will return to the sect first." He added that next time they hunted it down, they would bring Wow with them. The elephant sighed. Even though he stopped all the jade slips, some still got away. He knew the mountain was no longer safe and began considering moving away with his clan members. He wondered where they should go. At Mount Wu. A few hours had passed, and Snaky was relieved they had finally reached Mount Wu. Back then, he had heard from Black Yellow that the mountain was full of powerful demonic beasts, some even rare ancient ones. Their cultivation was on par with Golden Core cultivators. Snaky told them that once they settled in, they would keep a low profile and not venture too deep into the mountain. Husky replied, "Got it, boss." In Snaky's abode at Mount Wu, Husky asked, "Are you sure it's here?" Snaky replied, "Yes." Snowy spoke up, "It seems like someone is already living here." Snaky saw that the monkeys had taken over his home. Husky asked if they should take the place back. He assumed the monkeys were only at the early stage of spirit awareness and was certain they couldn't win against them. Snaky replied, "We must take it back without force. Otherwise, we might draw the attention of a stronger beast." Snowy asked, "How can we reclaim it without fighting?" Snaky answered, "We'll use my pills." Husky asked, "What are you trying to do while sitting on my back?" Snaky brought out a pill, gave it a light lick, and tossed it into the air. When it landed on the ground, the curious monkeys approached. Some became dizzy and collapsed, while others ran away, frightened by the pungent smell. As the odor drifted toward them, Snaky quickly said, "We should hide underground." Snowy looked puzzled. "Pungent smell? To me, it's a refreshing aroma." Husky added, "Luckily, I've experienced and used to it." Yet his uneasy expression betrayed his words. Snowy pouted and asked, "How can you dislike it so much?" Snaky kept barfing. He tried to tell Snowy that they didn't mean to. Husky told Snaky that the monkeys were gone. Snowy told them, "If the smell bothers you, I can seal it up." Snaky was annoyed that she hadn't said it earlier. He told her to hurry up and do it. Snaky had learned that the move he made harmed the enemies but came at a great cost. He made a mental note that it shouldn't be used carelessly. Chew, who was dangling on Husky's back, expressed how his life was filled with endless turmoil. The monkey barfed and shrieked. It made someone think something weird had happened. Apparently, those monkeys had reported to the large boss monkey. The large boss monkey told them, "You can head back now. I'll check things out myself tomorrow." At the same time, at the old cave, Black Yellow arrived and saw that Snaky and the others had run off, leaving no clue behind. He expressed that it was unfair. He sniffed the ground, feeling fortunate to have an amazing nose, but he noticed the scent was spreading in so many directions. He complained that the brat had learned every trick in the book, except for the proper ones, but it didn't bother him, since he was confident that nothing in the world could stop him, the heavenly wandering demon. He decided to follow every trail, one by one. A day later, Snaky had a smile on his face. A bipedal earthy creature stood before him. He was glad to have finished making 100 stone puppets. Now it was time to train them. He made them use a stone flying technique to aim at a target, a mountain. The puppets shot at it. The mountain was turned into debris. Snaky realized that sheer quantity really does make an impact. He thought this should be a catapult made by humans. As long as it was numerous and big enough, it could easily destroy a city. It was such an intensive attack. He started to think that he could crush a cultivator with it. He figured that if he stuck an explosive talisman on the stone puppet, the effect should be on par with a cannon. He felt like such a genius. Sho had his legs and hands tied, but he could skip to reach Snaky. He requested if he could be released. Snaky was hesitant because he might run after he released him. Chu replied, he's wanted by the snake catcher sect. If he goes back, he's dead. That's why there's no way he'll run. Moreover, not only did he think Snaky saved his life, he even enlightened him that a true man shouldn't be troubled by the matter of love. That's why he decided to pay back Snaky's kindness. He stated, I can only pay you back if you let me go. Snaky thought that the S wasn't lying, but he still deemed it wise to have a backup plan. He made the beast-taming ring transform into a collar. Now that Xiao was free, he asked Snaky if there was anything he could do for him. Snaky confirmed, do you want to work for me? He replied, yes. Snaky slithered behind him and responded, I don't buy it. I know humans are the most cunning and deceitful beings, yet you want me to trust you. Snaky wrapped him in his body, opening his mouth right in his face to threaten him. Chu replied, I am someone from the snake catcher sect. I'm not surprised that you doubt me, but I'm still willing to serve you. Snaky commented, this guy sure talks well. He told him to listen properly. He said, I will command 10 stone puppets to attack you. You can only defend, not attack. This is to test if you can survive. Chu asked, what will happen if I survive? Snaky replied, then I'll increase the number of puppets to 20. Louder sounds echoed as the puppets attacked Xiao. One of them slapped him across the face. Snaky was annoyed. You only withstood 33 stone puppet attacks, he muttered. I know you didn't give it your all. As someone who can fight on par with Lenshin, it's questionable that you could only endure that much. Chu tried to answer, but it was just gibberish. Snaky cut him off. Enough with the blabbering. He dragged Chu over to Snowy and requested, please treat his injuries. Snowy happily obliged. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching. It was the boss monkey. He knew these individuals were not ordinary, and if he wanted to take them back to his territory, he couldn't face them head on. He needed help. He thought it would be best if he could make someone else kill him in his stead. Half a month later, after cultivating for that long, and with the added boost from the pills, he had already reached the perfected 8th level of the spirit awareness realm. Winter is coming soon, so Snaky has to go to seclusion to strive for the 9th level of spirit awareness. His goal is to reach foundation establishment by next spring. During the past half month, Cho really didn't show any signs of running. He even helped Snaky hunt, but Snaky knew that if he went into seclusion for 3 to 5 days, he wouldn't be able to stop him if Cho decided to run. That's why he was considering beating him half dead and keeping him knocked out for a few days. Chu arrived and announced that he had caught something good. He dragged a black dog inside, grinning. The dog's quite old and bald, Chu said, which makes it great for nourishment. I'll heat up the stove right away and we'll have dog meat. Snaky was surprised at what he saw. Black Yellow grinned at him. Snaky was speechless. Shell asked, why aren't you saying anything? He found it strange because Snaky usually gobbled up the hunt with a big grin. He was puzzled as to what was going on, especially since Snaky didn't even react when he preferred to cook. Black Yellow commented that Snaky had grown up. He asked him, did you pick up a human pet? Chu was surprised. It can talk, he exclaimed. Black Yellow replied, not only can I talk, I can bite too. And he did. Chu screamed out loud. Snowy, who was chewing herbs, heard it. Chu screamed for help while Black Yellow asked Snaky to help tie him up. He's annoying, Black Yellow said. He's thinking about eating dog meat now and considering how to deal with him. He suggested we could slice him up and throw him into a hot pot. Chu yelled at Snaky, can't just stand there and watch me die. He dangled above the pot, panicking. Even if I didn't achieve much, I still put in effort, he shouted. Snaky expressed it would be a waste to eat him like that. Black Yellow agreed. You're right. The guy doesn't have much meat. He suggested let's fatten him up first. Sho felt relieved that Snaky was there to help him, but Snaky then suggested cutting off his limbs to taste them first. Black Yellow agreed. It's a good idea. Chu's soul left his body. That was enough teasing, and Snaky told Black Yellow that he had already bitten him and scared him, so it was enough to release him. Snaky expressed that he worked so hard to raise that pet. Black Yellow expressed that he was just helping him get in place since the guy might act out in the future. Snaky asked, where have you been these days? Black Yellow replied, I've been digging graves, but unfortunately, those sects are heavily guarded. I only managed to rob the Purple Cloud sect. He showed Snaky what he found. Snaky was surprised to see his old scales. He knew that the old hag had taken them. Black Yellow uttered, the old hag was killed by me. Snaky asked, is that true? Black Yellow asked, why are you surprised? The old hag was already on her last breath. That fight drained her lifespan. Even if I didn't step in, she would have died within half a year. He paused for a moment before adding, I think it's about time for the Purple Cloud sect to fall. They either have no idea or they're just scared out of their wits and pretending. No one even noticed that their ancestor had died. Chu was shocked to hear that such a big thing had happened. Black Yellow recognized him as the famous S. He told him that his glorious tale was being spread around in the Purple Cloud sect. He argued that he had been courting her seriously, so he was offended that they called it sing. Besides, he added, the woman is already dead, so it was all in the past. He stated that he was walking down the right path now and was done being an S. Black Yellow asked, is that so? Xiao replied, yes. He realized that as a human, he needed to have a backbone. He couldn't just bow to anyone. Black Yellow laughed. Then he brought out the ancestor's ice coffin. Chu recognized it immediately since Snaky had told him about it. Black Yellow explained that it wasn't his ancestor. He opened the coffin to show him who was inside. To his surprise, it was Linger, the one she had been singing about from the start. Chu screamed in agony. He yelled at Black Yellow, give it back to me. Husky asked Snaky what had caused the big commotion. Snaky hushed him and told him, just watch. Black Yellow retrieved the coffin. He told Xiao to look at himself. It was contradictory to what he was saying, that he's not us when he's even singing a corpse. Black Yellow simply stated that a dog can never change its habit of eating. Snaky commented that it felt weird to hear it from a dog. Kiao asked if he could have the corpse. He begged, saying that even a piece of Ling's clothing would be fine. He leaped towards Black Yellow. He begged him, but Black Yellow kicked him in the face in response. Snaky knew that Xiao had said he was done singing, but now it was questionable. He had completely lost it. Snaky commented that it was too scary, and he'd take it as a lesson. Black Yellow told Xiao that he had such a good spiritual root. If he put his mind into cultivation, he would have reached the Foundation establishment years ago. He told him it was such a waste of talent. Xiao asked him what he should do. Black Yellow informed him that he couldn't be entirely blamed for it. The Purple Cloud technique is pretty sinister. It can plant love goo unnoticed. And coincidentally, he's the kind of person who's easy to bewitch. Once he can use his willpower to get rid of the love goo influence, he could reach the perfected Foundation establishment. That sparked curiosity in Snaky, so he asked him to elaborate on that. Black Yellow explained the so-called Foundation establishment is the process of condensing the spiritual energy inside the body into a solid state. It will become a spiritual foundation, and the spiritual energy will flow continuously. Snaky replied, we know about it. Husky asked, should I listen too? Black Yellow told him, you're talented. Go burn some firewood and cook some meat. You're probably hungry. Husky replied, okay. Snowy told Snaky, I'll go help Husky. Relay the information to me later. While Husky was cooking, he thought to himself, with my talent, it would already be incredible if I could reach Foundation establishment in this life, let alone perfect it. He expected himself to be a buzzkill if he joined the conversation, so he decided to hide his disappointment. The meat should be done. It smelled so good that it made him drool. But in reality, Husky cried. He was hurt being set aside like that. Snowy covered his nose with a leaf and comforted him, saying it would be fine. Black Yellow, however, was aware of his surroundings. His silence made Snaky ask, what are you pondering about? He explained Foundation establishment cultivators also vary. Some are stronger, some are weaker. The main difference lies in their energy. He then showed them a true key. It was white. The majority of Foundation establishment cultivators have white true energy, just like this, he said. It's the ordinary Momo Foundation establishment. He continued, but there are also some Foundation establishment cultivators with light blue-colored true energy. These cultivators are normally peerless geniuses. They possess strong spiritual roots, techniques, and willpower. All three elements are essential. He paused, then added, Foundation establishment with blue-colored true energy is the perfect Foundation establishment. Chu asked, how strong is a perfect Foundation establishment? Black Yellow chuckled, then replied, in the same realm, one person can rival 10 people, and that isn't even an exaggeration. He was impressed. Snaky inquired, is there anything else above perfect? Black Yellow replied, the deeper the color of the true energy, the more perfected it will be. After light blue, there's dark blue, then purple. But in the entire world, there are only a few of them. The main reason is still the limitation of techniques. In the entire world, there are only a few techniques that qualify for a perfect Foundation establishment. However, the Heavenly Devil technique is one of them. He sarcastically expressed, I'm curious what kind of astonishingly talented and peerless person created the technique. Snaky replied, the true creator of the Heavenly Devil technique must be an astonishing talent. He thought about Snowy's pills. Ordinary people won't be able to do it. Black Yellow uttered, remain humble. Deep inside, Snaky was annoyed that he was bragging. Joe commented that it sounded like a demonic technique and that the creator must have been bad. He suggested that the creator must be scum. Snaky, Snowy, and Husky immediately hid behind a tree. Chu was confused by their behavior. He asked, did I say anything wrong? Snaky replied, you can speak as you like. To his surprise, Black Yellow bared his fangs at him, followed by a loud scream. Snaky knew that Black Yellow never released the people he bit. Meanwhile, a monkey reported to another creature that two demonic snakes were carrying a large amount of pills and exhaling smoke every day. The monkey assumed that these demonic beasts had a big secret that might be helpful to the boss. He was talking to a golden-winged great eagle in the Foundation establishment stage. The eagle doubted it, but the monkey was firm that it was true. The eagle thanked him for the good information. The monkey looked like he had a sinister plan. Back to Chew. He was being bandaged up. Snowy bandaged his head while telling him to endure it. Black Yellow created a stealth array so they wouldn't be noticed, even if a Foundation establishment cultivator passed by. Snaky replied, "That's great." Black Yellow handed him an item that could automatically detect strong cultivators within a 50 kilometers radius. When there's danger, the jade stone will turn red, he explained. The deeper the color, the stronger the opponent. However, it only works on humans. Snaky expressed that the item made him feel safe, but it also felt like Black Yellow was saying his final words. He replied, "You are correct. I've only come back to bid you farewell." Snaky asked, "Where are you going?" Black Yellow responded, "I discovered a yin-infused place deep inside Mountain Wu, which is suitable for my cultivation, so I've decided to enter seclusion for a while." Snaky asked, "How long will you be gone?" Black Yellow replied, "I'll emerge once I finish absorbing the yin energy in that place. It will take at least a year and a half, maybe 3 to 5 years at most." He added that the amount of time was nothing since a cultivator's lifespan was long. 10 years of seclusion could pass in the blink of an eye. Snaky replied, "That's great, since I'm going into seclusion too, though. It's a short one." Then Black Yellow remembered that he had another protective charm he wanted Snaky to have. He told him, "Don't open the storage bag just yet. Only use it in life or death situations." Snaky turned his face away, already teary-eyed. He received the bag using his tail. Black Yellow said, "Use the item inside, and you'll be able to fight on equal footing, no matter who the opponent is." He emphasized, "But you can only use it once, so don't use it randomly." Black Yellow turned to leave and added, "I hope the next time we meet, you're already a great demon in the Foundation establishment." Snaky replied, "I hope so too." When Black Yellow had taken a few steps, Snaky yelled after him, "Wait a moment." Black Yellow glanced behind him and asked, "What is it?" Snaky had something to give him. His jaw dropped when he saw the spiritual stones. And there were tons of them. He scolded the brat for being bad. He didn't expect him to hide so many treasures behind his back. "Snaky," he said, "I'm giving it to you now." Black Yellow grinned and commented, "You're messing with me." I bet Black Yellow felt proud that the once cowardly snake he found in the forest was now able to hide something from him. With that, they expressed their gratitude and hoped to meet again. At dusk, Snaky watched him leave. He thought, "Thanks, brother. Let's meet again." The sun was shining brightly. Cho saw that Snaky was finally back after being outside the whole day. "He's gone," Cho reported. Husky just left too. Snaky asked, "What happened?" Cho told her that Husky couldn't bear to bid farewell to them. So he asked me to relay a message. He wants to venture out on his own. He hopes that when we meet again, he'll have the strength to stand beside us. Snaky felt down. He asked about Snowy. When Snowy found out she chased after him, Cho replied, "Was she by herself?" He was worried about her. Chu assured him that she was strong, but before he could finish his sentence, Snaky yelled at him, "Dodge!" An eagle had just attacked him. The eagle saw that there wasn't even a cave abode or pills. It realized that the monkey had just said that to trick him into dealing with its opponent. But nevertheless, it was still a win for the eagle if it got to eat demonic snake meat. Cho told Snaky not to panic since it wasn't time yet. They used a golden shield talisman. Then Snaky grabbed shovel and dove under the ground using the earth traveler technique. The eagle was surprised that they used a talisman, but it thought little of it. Then Snaky noticed the force of the claws. He used his golden scales to defend his body. The eagle noticed that its attack hadn't worked and decided to retreat. That was a close call. If Snaky hadn't had the golden scales to defend himself, his tail would have been cut off. When he checked his body, he found no scars at all. This time, Snaky had been targeted by his natural enemy, and it was even a great demonic beast in the Foundation establishment. He questioned why it was him. Chu admitted he was frightened. He felt it was incredibly unlucky to have come across yet another powerful demonic beast at the Foundation establishment level. Snaky asked, "Can you handle the eagle?" Joe pointed out, "It's a demon cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage, far beyond my current strength." He questioned, "Why do you think you could possibly take it on?" Snaky replied, "Evasion is also in the Foundation establishment, yet he was able to beat him up like that." Cho couldn't tell him that he had only managed to burst out that strength because of Ling and that he was being looked down upon. Instead, he replied, "If we work together, we might actually have a chance." Snaky agreed. Since they were teaming up, he suggested, "I'll hang you in a tree to use as bait." The evil was confident it would break him into pieces, but couldn't believe it had failed. It started to believe the monkey, that the snake had consumed pills and its entire body had hardened like steel. It decided to wait, knowing the snake was hiding. It had a technique up its sleeve that it could use if there was no other way. However, it would require the evil to rest for a few days after using that technique. A snake meat would still be worth it, and it's also great nourishment. Chu saw that the great demon eagle was gone. Snakey saw it leave, but he knew they still couldn't go out. Chu can believe that it was trying to lure them out. Snakey reasoned that in order to catch a frog, a snake could stay still for 3 days and nights, so a little wait like that was nothing. At worst, Snakey thought they could just drag it out. He was confident in his patience because he had never lost before when it came to it. He planned to dig a hole first, and they could use that time to consume some pills to solidify his cultivation. Chu saw him and copied him by meditating and cultivating too. Snakey threatened him, "If you disturb me, I'll eat you." 1 hour later, the sky outside changed. Chu asked, still not going back. Snakey could feel that something was off about the thunderclouds. He could tell it wasn't an ordinary thundercloud. He decided to change location while avoiding those clouds. Chu could feel something was strange too. He noticed the cloud was moving with them. Snakey cursed out loud. He felt bad not having that kind of skill. The eagle hovered over them. It was trying to strike at them. "Chu, what should we do?" Snakey asked. Chu looked around, analyzing the situation. Need to figure this out quickly. Snakey realized that the demonic beast had disappeared just to cast that technique. "That's it," Chu agreed. "It won't be able to use it again for a while." Snakey nodded. "We'll have to endure this attack. Hopefully, tomorrow we'll be eating eagle meat." Chu didn't hesitate. "I'm okay with that." Both activated earth armor, preparing for the worst. The eagle struck, its powerful attack forming another barrier. Snakey quickly followed up, activating earth shield and using a golden shield talisman. Just then, lightning struck them. The eagle expected the attack to succeed this time. It watched as 2 monkeys approached. "Where's your boss?" the eagle asked. "You said you'd attack together." The eagle felt tricked. The monkeys argued back, "We can't get too close if you're using that kind of technique." They assured it, "Our boss will attack secretly if necessary." The eagle paused, considering. That makes sense. Anyone below the golden core won't survive this attack. The eagle was surprised when Snakey used earth-piercing strike. The monkey asked, "What was that commotion?" With a smug look on its face, the monkey pointed out, "You just said that no one below the golden core could survive the attack. Did you hold back?" The eagle replied, "There's no way I would do that." Chu came out and called the monkeys idiots. He vowed to slaughter them all. The monkeys, annoyed by his arrogance, told the eagle, "Leak him to us." The eagle sensed something. It was surprised when a golem suddenly leaped in front of it. Where did that come from? The eagle wondered. Then it saw Snakey. Snakey used gravity technique and golden scale ambush. The idea bird got baited. Snakey was relieved. If he hadn't used his tail to shift position beforehand, the outcome could have been hard to predict. That bird's technique was too powerful, so Snakey made sure not to let it use it a second time. Earlier, he had spied on the conversation between the eagle and the monkeys. He had learned that the boss monkey could attack in the art, which made him even more cautious with his sneak attacks. He instructed Cho to draw those monkeys away and pull the fight in the opposite direction while he took care of that idiot bird. That's how they reached this moment. And as Snakey expected, the stone puppets were too weak in front of a Foundation establishment. But the eagle got spooked. So many golems appeared again, and they were throwing stones. He felt humiliated. A lump formed on the side of his head where the stone struck. The eagle got annoyed and destroyed the golems, yelling at the snake to stop being impudent. It reminded the snake that it could crush those golems with a single grab. Then he searched for the demonic snake. Deep inside, Snakey wasn't interested in humiliating the eagle, but he was glad that he had finally got the eagle to come down. When the eagle was within firing range, he unleashed several spikes. The eagle realized the snake had set up the traps beforehand. It felt the pressure in the cracks, and the direction of the hidden weapons drove it deeper into the crevice. Only then did the eagle realize it had walked straight into the trap. And since it could no longer dodge, it chose to block instead. Wrapping itself in its wings, it trusted in the toughness of its feathers. It got hit, and to its surprise, its wing was pierced and the spike passed through. The eagle lost its balance. While it was falling, Snakey lay in wait, its mouth wide open. The eagle saw the tail of the snake and smacked it down. The eagle hurriedly got up, but Snakey dove underground using earth traversal. The eagle called it shameless. The wings of the eagle trembled, so it decided not to fight a losing battle. It was focused on leaving the chasm. Through the crack, Snakey saw it trying to leave. He made golems jump down into the crack and attack, making the eagle shriek loudly. It used a flying technique stone. Snakey followed up his attack with an exploding talisman. He was determined to trap the eagle there. Now the eagle faced golem puppets above and exploding talismans below. Snakey was determined to bring it down. But the eagle cried out, declaring it had no fear of the demonic snake. And although those golem attacks were weak, there were too many of them. It left it with no choice. The evil attacked the golems using its technique called feather transforming Swordchi. Snaky defended himself using the golden scale shield. At this point, the evil had already used its trump card and looked exhausted. It wondered if it was dealing with a snake or a human cultivator. It decided to flee. Snaky noticed that the eagle had used its ultimate attack. Now, it could no longer fly. It was merely scrambling up the rocks, and Snaky had no intention of letting it escape. He attacked it with an earth-piercing strike. It landed beside the eagle, and because of that, the eagle couldn't create any more footholds. Snaky used Fire Snake technique next. The evil was almost at the top, but Snaky chased after it. Then he used the earth-piercing strike just beneath it. It looked like a skewer eagle, but it wasn't dead yet. Gritting its beak, it said that Snaky was overflowing with talismans and tricks. It pointed out that Snaky's behavior was just like a human's. It described him as a snake raised by a human, which meant that Snaky was a traitor and wouldn't die a peaceful death. Neither the human world nor the demonic world would ever accept that kind of freak. Snaky replied, "I don't understand what you're talking about," but he revealed that he already had his own family, so he didn't need anyone's acceptance. He made sure to point out, "It's the eagle who won't have a peaceful death." Several more ground spikes pierced through the eagle. Snaky was relieved when it finally died. Now he had to quickly find the S, but he didn't expect to be suddenly pierced. He took out the arrow and used divine consciousness to search for the culprit. It found something on a branch of a tree. It was the white-haired old monkey. He realized that it was the boss of the monkeys. He panicked when the arrow he had pulled out came back again. He used golden scale slash and the arrow broke into pieces. Then he dove down. He was in pain though. He realized that it wasn't a normal arrow. He assumed it was some kind of treasure because it could break through his golden scales. When he looked around, the monkey was gone. Even its aura had been hidden away. He called it cunning, for it ambushed him when he was killing the eagle. It ran away after failing. He determined that the eagle was an accomplice of the monkey. He decided to deal with the eagle's corpse first, in case the monkey came back to take it. He also had to heal his injuries. He was pouting because it sucked to be played like that. After eating the eagle, he acknowledged how mad he was. He vowed to find the monkey and devour it. Meanwhile, the monkey was fleeing. Its ambush had failed, and it knew that if it kept fighting the snake, it would end up like the eagle. Unable to kill the snake, it turned its sights on the cultivator instead. On the other side of the forest, someone was getting beaten up. It was Chiao. He was being used as a training dummy by the little monkeys. Chu helped Snaky by distracting the monkeys, but since there were so many of them, he'd get beaten up. The monkey sounded the gong. It made him dizzy. If not for that, he would have killed those monkeys already. He shrieked and begged the monkey to stop hitting him. He had to think of a way to distract them. He thought the monkeys wouldn't be able to resist bananas. He threw bananas at them, and the monkey happily received them. Finally, he managed to get rid of a bunch of them. But suddenly, a monkey loomed over him. "Do you want bananas too?" he asked. The monkey took his pouch and inspected it, while the other one played the gong beside Chiao. The monkey thought it was trash, but to Cho, his storage bag was important. They mocked him for panicking over the clothes. Chiao begged them to return it. His mind called out to Ling even as he spoke aloud, demanding the item be returned. The monkeys played with him. They sounded the gong again, and it made Cho's head hurt to the point where he couldn't even open his eyes. But even if he couldn't see, he was familiar with Ling's aura. So he was able to grab the clothes. The monkey was impressed. It pulled on the clothing while Chu held on to the other end, and it tore apart. These monkeys are such bullies, they made fun of his reactions. At this point, Chu could no longer hold it in. He cursed at them and told them that he was not playing with them. Cho's body exuded an aura. The monkey felt weird, so they became cautious. Chu made the ground shake, throwing the monkey off balance. Due to the erosion of love goo, Chu had completely lost his senses. He transformed physically into a wooden monster, becoming a puppet that fought solely for Ling. The monkey with the gong stepped forward and played it, but the transformed Chu pushed the monkey onto the ground. Snaky noticed the commotion near where the S was. The monkeys ran as fast as they could, but the monstrous Cho was determined to kill them all. The monkey that he grabbed shrieked out loud, while the other fell into a stream of lava. Since they couldn't hide, the monkeys decided to fight. To prepare for that, one of them ate a berserking fruit. The monkey grabbed Cho's hands and wrestled him, snarling that he would pay with his life for killing the kids. But Cho was able to grab the monkey by the neck, and the monkey complained that it was hot. Cho burned the monkey with his sky-piercing giant arm. Snaky searched for the other monkeys. When he arrived, he was confused about what was happening. Snaky got confused as to why Chu, who was just getting beaten up earlier, suddenly went mad. Then he saw the ripped clothes off Ling. It made sense to him. Snaky knew about it since that was recorded in Cho's bamboo slip diary. He remembered it cost around 30 spiritual stones. Snaky was impressed. He realized now why he could beat Union half to death. He noticed that the S was getting smaller, which meant his strength would soon be exhausted. He decided to go there after this one. Snaky noticed a trail of light. He warned him to be careful of the hidden weapon. To his surprise, that Avia grabbed it instead of dodging it. He could sense something was wrong with the arrow, so he yelled for him to throw it away. It exploded, unveiling his stone armor on the side. Snaky was right. Then Cho's arm shrunk. Chu yelled out loud as he garnered strength and threw the arrow back. Snaky watched it disappear in the air. The distance was so far that his divine consciousness couldn't investigate it. Then he heard a sound which made him assume that the attacker was hurt, but he couldn't scream at all. It made him curious how he put up with it. He decided to send 2 puppets ahead to check it out, just in case it was a trap. Chu fell face down on the ground. Snaky could tell that he was exhausted. He noticed that Chu's spiritual energy had almost dried up, leaking out from the right arm's wound. It intrigued him how the bow and arrow could destroy spiritual energy. Snaky could tell that the bow and arrow was terrifying. Its concentrated power back then had already left him with a deep wound. Had he not used his tail to block it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Then he checked what the golem had found. He was surprised to see that both the old monkey and the bone arrow were gone, with only some blood and fur left behind. He decided to collect them, thinking it would make tracking easier in the future. If it were him, he wouldn't have left such an obvious clue for his opponent. Knowing how cunning the old monkey was, he wondered if the blood and fur were planted to mislead him. Still, perhaps the spirit beast had been too focused on escaping to cover its tracks. Since he wasn't fully healed yet, he decided not to chase after the monkey. To be cautious, he marked and dug around the area, planning to return later for investigation. He was certain that no matter how careful the old monkey was, some traces of spiritual aura would remain in the soil and grass. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, deep within Mount Wu, Black Yellow was happily cultivating. He absorbed the lingering yin energy from ancient bones, finding the energy especially pure. Together with the spiritual stone mountain Snaky had given him, it was only a matter of time before he returned to his peak. Suddenly, he remembered that he had not given Snaky the puppet he had promised. For a moment, he considered letting it go, but then imagined Snaky calling him untrustworthy, so he decided to keep his word. Before leaving, he picked up a bone infused with spiritual energy to take with him as support. Back in his cave, Snaky noticed that Snowy still hadn't returned. Concerned, he checked on Snowy's condition and took out the limb regeneration pill he had received from the Purple Cloud sect. It was incredibly precious. He only had one, and its value rivaled that of a Foundation establishment pill. As he held it, he couldn't help but think that once he gave it away, he'd have none left. But with Snowy gone, he knew giving it to Cho was the right thing to do. While feeding him that, he thought it was unexpected that he'd hang around humans. Suddenly, Snowy appeared. He was surprised that she returned. He immediately pulled the pill out of Cho's mouth. Snowy expressed how sad she was with Husky leaving. "Why are you so sad?" Snaky asked, trying to comfort her. "We'll meet again when fate allows it." She clarified, "I'm not crying because of that. Earlier, Husky told me to stop chasing him. She'd wanted to catch him because he hadn't tried the new pill she made. But Husky kept running because he was scared. Snowy swore there's no poison this time. She even promised, if I'm lying, I'll be struck by lightning. Then lightning struck. She decided that if he doesn't stop, she'd be impolite. Husky saw that it was a divine pill awakening, and just by looking at it, he was already vomiting. She encouraged him to try as much as he wanted, though Husky was determined to venture out this time. She gave him a pouch to take with him, containing all her important pills. Then she told him to tell her the effect the next time they met. Husky sobbed since he kept telling her that her pills contained poison, yet she kept forcing them on him. Snowy told Snaky that she was sad because she had lost a friend who could help taste her pills. He told her that they had someone to taste them for her. Snowy was surprised to see his condition. It made her ask what happened to him. Snaky replied that it was a long story. He asked if she could take a look at him and treat him. Snowy confidently replied that she could. Snaky entrusted the simp to her. She promised to make his arm return to normal in 7 days. The water from the ceiling of the cave dripped continuously. Snaky's body was wrapped around some animal. Then he started reciting a prayer. He couldn't help but notice that the power of the great demon in the Foundation establishment felt different. He could tell that his body was getting firmer. He had broken through the 9th level of awareness. He was thrilled to have reached perfect spirit awareness. His wounds had fully healed, and his scales had increased significantly. His divine consciousness had also improved. He had accomplished a lot during that period of seclusion. Some feathers and claws were left behind. All of them were Foundation establishment beast ingredients. These could be used to craft second-tier treasures. He planned to experiment with them on the puppets later to enhance their battle power. He had been in seclusion for a few days, so he was curious about how Est and Snowy were doing. He heard some commotion, which made him wonder if a great demon had arrived. It turned out to be a large, rat-like creature sniffing around. Snaky could tell that it was another Foundation establishment demon. a mongoose that specialized in suppressing serpents. The mongoose thought it had been scanned by a bastard who would lie, claiming there was a snake to eat nearby, but couldn't find any trace of the snake's scent, only a strange, funky smell. Snaky suspected it was the old monkey who had lured the mongoose toward him. He was glad that he had always been cautious and had cleaned up his scent. He could tell that the old monkey didn't appear this time. It was obvious that he barely knew the mongoose. He knew that he needed to get rid of that old monkey because if it went on, who knows what other demonic beasts he'd summon. He decided to check on S and Snowy before he went out. Cho's arm had regenerated. Snaky was amazed that his arm had actually grown back. Her medical skills are brilliant, Snowy replied, but it will take about 10 days for him to fully recover. Snaky responded, that's actually a fast recovery. Cho was dreaming about eating delicious dog meat. It was funny how Cho remembered the meat, but not the beating he had received. If Black Yellow was here, Snaky started, but before he could finish, Black Yellow popped out. They were surprised to see him back. Snaky was so shocked. He had known Black Yellow was in seclusion and didn't expect him to return so soon. I came back to give you something, Black Yellow replied. Snaky asked, what is it? Black Yellow boasted, I always keep my promises. He gave him a bag of puppets that Snaky would truly like. Thank you, Snaky said. After that, Black Yellow told them that he would take his leave. But Snaky stopped him. Wait, he said, grabbing something from the bag. Since Black Yellow had a good nose, Snaky requested, can you check if there's any monkey scent on this item? Black Yellow grew curious. Then he realized that was why he had seen traces of battle in the ravine, and even S had gotten hurt. He sniffed it and identified the fur of an ice soul bear. Its strength should be at the late stage of Foundation establishment, he noted. And the blood stain is from a demon bear, too. He paused and added, I caught its scent on my way here. It's about 30 miles away. He continued, the bear is extremely sensitive to intruders. Anyone who gets near its territory will be hunted down to the end of the world. He smirked. The monkey is really sly. If I had followed its trail, I probably would have been crushed to death. He sniffed again, inspecting the bottle. I also detect the scent of a snowstorm monkey, he said thoughtfully. Although its cultivation is at Foundation establishment, it may have been injured before. That would explain why it's so weak. Snaky asked if it was nearby. He replied no. Within a 100 kilometers radius, there's no trace of that monkey. Snaky wondered if it had relocated, or maybe that demonic beast's concealment technique had even fooled his nose. Black Yellow wasn't pleased with that statement because it was insulting. Meanwhile, Snowy had observed that Snaky had become more human and Master Doggy had become more dog-like. In another setting, the monkey was amused. He faced an elephant clan who had migrated back. One of them recognized him as the old monkey who saved a young elephant back then. The leader of the elephant had even rewarded him with a tusk back then. The leader of the elephant asked his friend, did you run into trouble? The monkey replied, 2 snakes and a human broke into my territory, slaughtered my clan members, and I've come to ask for help. He was curious about what happened. Even though the elephant clan usually doesn't interfere in other clans' affairs, they always repay kindness, as it's one of their ancestral rules. He decided to help the monkey. He ordered the elephant, named Gray, to go. The monkey added, the demonic snake knows human techniques to the point that it's strong enough to kill a Foundation establishment great demon. We need someone strong. Gray was insulted, feeling as though the monkey was implying he wasn't strong enough. The elephant leader asked, how far is the place? The monkey replied, it took me 5 days to get to them. For you, it should only take half a day. The elephant leader agreed to go himself. I'll go there to check if the human is a damn snake catcher or not. Back to the chaotic duo, Black Yellow asked, do you have more questions? Snaky thought for a moment. He pulled out a broken bone and asked, what demonic beast's bone is this? It feels like it can break spiritual ki. Black Yellow sniffed it and replied, it seems to be made from a tusk. The owner is likely a descendant of the ancient beast, the spirit-devouring elephant. Its cultivation should be at least mid-stage Foundation establishment. Snaky realized why it was familiar. It was because it was a tusk. Black Yellow shared that in ancient times, spirit-devouring elephants used their tusks to absorb the essence of spiritual veins. Their tusks were known as the strongest tools for breaking spiritual keys. Because of that, humans hunted them down for their tusks, and they were nearly wiped out. He couldn't imagine he'd get to see something like that again. Snaky added that their descendants are dancing the same fate. Black Yellow explained, tusks are top-tier materials for making treasures. They don't require much refining skill either. As long as it's polished well, it can have the power of a treasure. He noticed that it was getting late, so he needed to leave. Snaky asked, do you need to go already? He replied, it's always nice to come home. He wondered how many years would pass before he could visit again. Snaky called him again. Snowy, who was observing them, thought that Snaky was reluctant to make Black Yellow leave, but Snaky just wanted to retrieve. his tusk from Black Yellow. He demanded that he hand it over. Black Yellow made an excuse, saying that he had gotten used to it and that it wasn't his intention. He added that he had already taken it, so Snaky better not be stingy. Snaky got annoyed and wrapped his tail around his head while saying dogs really can't quit their habit of eating crap. Black Yellow tried to convince him, saying that he had gone back just to give him puppets, so he better not be ungrateful. Snaky yelled at him, "Don't mix things up." While they were having their banter, Chew ate Black Yellow's leg while commenting, "Dog meat tastes amazing." Both Snaky and Black Yellow were speechless. Black Yellow smacked him, saying, "You're not allowed to bite." Cho woke up screaming loudly. Good food was being served. Cho looked like he was in bliss. Then suddenly the face of the angry dog appeared in the soup. That bad dream woke him up. He expressed his fear, saying he had dreamed of getting bitten by a cooked dog. Then he sensed something different on his arm, but since it was wrapped up, he decided to just leave it be. Aside from that, its thigh hurt. It made him wonder if something had just bitten him. Snaky realized that he wasn't fully awake yet. He got distracted when he saw the array activating the enemy. Black Yellow also felt the strong spiritual energy coming from Snaky's direction. The aura was almost at the level of a golden core great demon. He assumed that the snowstorm monkey had found another helper. He really wouldn't be able to handle just a few of them. Meanwhile, the elephant leader arrived at the ravine with the monkeys. He wanted to hurry and get it over with. The monkey thought that any tricks would be useless and that the snake would have nowhere to run. The monkeys cheered. Those three were alarmed, especially Cho, since his injuries hadn't healed yet. Snaky told them not to panic and that they would observe the situation first. The elephant leader yelled for them to come out. Snaky peeked and was confused about what he was doing there. Then, connecting the information he had with Monkey and the tusk back then, he realized that the monkey had a relationship with the elephant clan. The elephant leader noticed something. Snaky realized that it could even detect his scouting puppet. This guy immediately recognized the snake puppet. The elephant leader then used scatter and fell from his flying cloud. The monkey gave him praise. The elephant leader asked, "Is that the place?" The monkey replied, "You're right," and suggested, "You can just overrun the entire place and the stealth array will break by itself." The monkey then announced to his clan, "We will get revenge soon. With snake meats, treasures, and pills, our clan will become strong once again." The elephant leader yelled at the master of the place, "Come out and face me." The monkey was surprised as it was an attitude different from what he had imagined. He dismissed it, thinking that he was just overthinking it. Then the elephant leader said, "I hope my friend can come out." The monkey was confused. It seemed like the elephant leader knew the snake. Since he could tell something was wrong, he thought of sneaking away. The elephant leader asked his little friend, "Are you unwilling to beat me?" The elephant leader knew that if it weren't for its help in the dark, none of those elephants would have survived. It saved a whole branch of the elephant clan, and their clan only had 8 branches. He knew that such a feat and kindness must be repaid with his entire life. When the elephant leader kneeled, everyone was shocked. Then he stated, "The elephant clan will forever remember your kindness." Snaky peeked from the cave and told him, "Put away your flame." The elephant leader was happy to see him. While the monkey got nervous, Snaky expressed, "I don't want my new home to get burned." He added, "You don't have to thank me. The snake catchers are also my enemies. I just did it in passing." Immediately, the monkey told his children to run in different directions. They were all in a panic. The elephant leader replied, "You're too humble." He introduced himself, "I am Man Jin. What is your name?" Snaky told him his name, then explained, "A monkey and I aren't on good terms. Are you truly thankful?" The monkeys felt something wrong on the ground. Then suddenly Snaky emerged, blasting the monkey away. He continued, "Manon, you shouldn't interfere." Manny replied, "I'll remember your name, Snaky." Meanwhile, Black Yellow was out of breath. He realized that it had been just a false alarm. He didn't expect Snaky to do something like that. He arrived at the scene, where there was a pile of roasted and dead. Black Yellow could tell that Snaky was no longer the cowardly figure from back then. He realized he shouldn't have worried. Concurrently, the monkey leader hurried to the volcano. His only chance to win was by using the terrain in that area. Snaky noticed that the volcano had talismans too. That's why it was so fast. But he was confident that he wouldn't lose in terms of speed. He used triple wind talismans. The elephant leader watched them, observing how fast Snaky moved. Snaky had already caught up with the monkey. Then the elephant leader used the earth-piercing strike. If the monkey dodged, the gap between them would shrink to just 3 meters. The monkey used his treasure, the dark nether cauldron. He rode it and borrowed the force of the spike, throwing himself a distance. That made Snaky pissed. This monkey leader really is cunning, a worthy opponent, I would say.